Aneke television. How I get one with the father and I am what you Kaku How Mbo Wabian here, Bube, Mbo Wabatawan here, Bube, Aneke television on the Melo, Yamela Madia, in our uncle, in a American Putanwa, in our Hozu, in our uncle, the one Aneke television, the Arcades, your man, the one Aneke television, you do man. Help the Melo, Yamela Madia, who me would have Nanka Bunkai. You might have a girl, if you won't talk to come over soon. You better have you what I look television. Oh, yeah, what would I do? What did I social media? What did I what did I look with it?
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070 30437110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
There are two types of kola nut produced in Nigeria: kola nitida, otherwise called gworo, and widely eaten in northern part of Nigeria. Kola acuminata, also referred to as Igbo kola, is of local origin and occupies an important position in social, religious, and sacred ceremonies in Igbo society. It is seen as a vital and sacred fruit in Igbo land and serves as the major instrument of prayers connecting the ancestors. It cements discussions and also the fundamental bedrock of philosophy and proverbs. It is a symbol of welcome, unity, and peace. If kola nut contains one cotyledon, it is regarded as dump kola nut and thrown away. Kola nut with 4 cotyledons represents the 4 Igbo market days: Eke, Orie, Afo, and Nkwo. If kola nut contains more than 6 cotyledons, it signifies blessings and wealth, and it is celebrated. There is also another type of Igbo kola nut called Ojugo, which is referred to as the king of Igbo kola. The reproductive organ of the kola nut is referred to as the tongue, and it is removed after prayers and thrown to the spirit of the ancestors.
Gondo ndo ana toka yana ana nke yanu na agwo iba ya dino ogologo ndo aruike na odumma ibe je ne ndo anya na onye ngori ibe je ne ndo anya na ilufuta muri ya imana na nsogbu ya olise bụ wa na ekene chukwu okike onye ogologo ndụ na ogologo anya na-ahụdo n'ọchịchị anyị na-ekene na-ekene maka tata na-ayọ maka echi maka na ọsọ maka ebe echi anya mara na ya dịka echi na echi anaghị agwụ agwụgwụ na ihe ya adịla anyị mma ndị be anya onwekwara ihe ọzọ na anyị ga-enye ndị ichie tipụtara anyị na-ere nke
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
It's wrap here on Aneke TV. I am your one and only sports oracle. Doing this with me today is me and me alone. That's the sports oracle. Well, in today's headline of sports, today's already weekend. We're looking at it as Thank God It's Friday, but today's Thanking God It's Friday is gonna be the Thanking God It's Friday because in all circumstances we have to thank God. I'm talking about the Super Eagles player Samuel Chukwueze, who lost his mom yesterday after a brief illness. This is said to be that his mom was sick, and it was just a brief illness that made the woman not to see the brightness of the next day, and that has been on the news, trending and going all over the place. Samuel Chukwueze featured in the AFCON game while he played only 2 matches and assisted very well in the goal scoring spree. Of course, you know that in the final, in the final game against the people we played, that he was not able to put the penalty at home. I'm talking about the final game that we played against Morocco. He was not able to score his penalty. But then we are not going to look at those things as something that has to do with that. Of course, every time and all around the globe, it was a painful thing for Nigerians. But now we're talking about his mom, the life of his mom, that the mom is not alive again, and it is something sad and something that cannot be put in place. We all say even NFF and all the football stakeholders has reached out to him to wish him and to pray for him, and also to make him to understand that it is not a time for him to give up. He has to keep putting his head up so that he will actually get in and be strong for the games. He plays for Fulham. He went from loan from AC Milan to Fulham, where he has been making series of improvements. And this is a season-long loan, and he is in England now. Of course, the news was sent across through his brother David Chukwueze through the media, and this is actually what is happening right now. And we all are saying we are saying a big commiserations to the family of Chukwueze. It's not really what we should be proud about, but we are praying and that the soul of his mom would rest in peace, and we are praying that he is comforted and the family is also comforted. Of course, we believe that she actually has impacted the young guy. You will see in some videos where the woman was praying for her son, was laying her hands on her son's leg, and was speaking words over her son's feet as he plays football. That's the kind of mom that Samuel Chukwueze. I don't know how he's going to get the story. Of course, everyone is still in shock and still trying to find their solace and what it is all about. But we're going to see what happens at the end of the day. We're going to really see what happens at the end of the day. I can tell you for a fact that this is not something we want to hear. Of course, the other day, that our very own if Wilfred Ndidi lost his dad in a motor accident just a few days ago, and now we're having another Super Eagles player losing his mom. That is something that we are not going to we need to just pray and believe that we are protected, and the family and the lives of Chukwueze, they are comforted at this moment of grief, and we wish them that God will help them and take them through as he keeps shining and he keeps making good memories in his football. Now, moving on from that, we're talking about sports again. We are talking about something that is not in the world of football right now. We are talking about Serena Williams. Serena Williams is said not to quit again. She's saying no, she's not going to quit again. That she is not going to rule out her return to tennis, and she says she's not going to rule out her return to tennis because and she has reignited speculations that could make a return to tennis. She has refused to rule it out. When was asked, she said, I don't know, I'm just going to see what happens. The 23-time Grand Slam singles champion, a 44-year-old mother of two, has not competed since a third round loss at the 2022 US Open, but she re-entered the tennis anti-doping testing pool in December, setting off the rumor mill, only to deny that she was making a comeback. Well, she was questioned about the prospect again on television show today on Wednesday, and while not confirming any plans, she also would not rule it out. She said, "I'm just having fun and enjoying my life right now," Williams said. Pressed on whether that was a yes or no, she replied, "Well, that's not a yes or no. I don't know. I'm just going to see what happens." When she was asked why she re-entered the drug testing program, Williams said, "Did I re-enter? I didn't know if I was out. Listen, I can't discuss this." Williams' sister Venus played along at the ongoing Australian Open in Melbourne, aged 45, after being handed a wild card and was knocked out in the first round. Venus also competed at tournaments in Auckland and Hobart after returning to tennis in July after almost 2 years. And you could see that during the Australian Open, former world number one, that's Jim Courier, now a commentator, noted how it was for athletes to be on the anti-doping testing pool. He said once they need to provide information about where and when they are available to give samples. They need to complete testing for 6 months before being allowed to return to competition. No person that doesn't have intentions to play professional tennis is going to put themselves in that list, especially someone who has as much experience doing it as Serena Williams, Courier said. Well, you could see that Serena denied in December she's coming back, but I think unless she gets injured, there's no doubt she's going to play somewhere at some point. Whether that's the mixed doubles at the US Open, whether that's doubles with her sister somewhere, it's single, only she knows. But there's no other way to interpret that. The Williams sisters won 14 Grand Slam double titles as a pair and 3 Olympic gold medals. This is what is happening with Serena Williams. There's the confusion. She has been putting the media on and off, and she doesn't want to come out straight to say what is going to be like, even after she has granted several of the interviews, trying to trying to make people to see that this is actually what happened. But we're going to see what happens at the end of the day. We all, when I was growing up and being a sports enthusiast, I used to watch Serena Williams. I watched her a lot. I watched her sister Venus a lot, and it was something that I really really inspired me, that women could be a champion in any world of athletes that they want to go into, that they actually could make a mark. They were the ones who set the example. So I am really excited if she could, come back and get herself back to the game. Of course, her sister is still having the time of her life too in the Australian Open. We're going to see her to try to come back, and we're going to confirm in the next Open game that is going to happen very, very soon. Now, moving on from that, we are going into boxing right now. It is said that Don't Quit Nigerian boxers beg Anthony Joshua. Anthony Joshua, you know what happened to him. He had an accident and he lost 2 of his close associates, guys who were helping him. One is said to be his trainer, and the other one is said to be, both of them were actually the people that trains him, that gets him ready. But then both of them lost their lives during the military season last year, and he said that he has resigned, he has retired from boxing so that he could get some rest and relax. But right now, that it is something that he's trying to. I saw a video yesterday about on X where he was telling the people that very soon his guys have gone, his guys have gone. They used to have fun, they used to be together, but right now that his guys have gone and he could be the next. So he was trying to make the moment count and make the time count. So he said that he is trying to understand how it is going to be, and he needs to put himself together so that he can be able to return. Well, it is said that Nigerian bosses have urged Anthony Joshua not to retire from the sport. You know that the fatal crash happened in Nigeria that claimed the lives of his two close friends. And the former UBO champion Rashid Idowu believes Joshua will eventually return to the ring despite rumors of his retirement after the December 29th accident. He said, I don't think he can retire that way. How many boxers have we seen that have announced retirement and come back to box later? Well, it is true that many boxers, I'm talking about many people, not your boxers. I'm talking about many boxers. We've seen that that's just like it is. We've seen Tyson Fury. Tyson Fury is about to come back to boxing. He retired in 2024 and he's about to come back to boxing. By April, he should be back to the rings. He should be back to the box. And he announced his retirement. That is how, I think that is how boxers, that is just how, when they say, if they are tired, they will tell you they are retiring. But if there's something else that is happening and there's a trend of things going on, they will come back to the ring. And that is something that we have not seen happening, that we have not really seen happening. Well, Anthony Joshua too, this is just a call. It's not about him returning, basically. It is about when he should return, or when he should do what he knows best how to do. You know, being a world champion and being globally recognized by the whole world in what you do, especially him in his boxing, tells you that he is good, and he is someone who has to, take his time and consider the options that he has. If he wants to retire now, that is up to him. But if he doesn't want to retire, the box is open for him to come and box those guys down. Of course, it is a game and not something so serious, not something of life and death. The fight he had with Jake Paul in just a few weeks before he was involved in that fatal crash. He had to destroy Jake Paul. He broke Jake Paul's jaw at 3 places, and it was confirmed with an X-ray test that was conducted. Well, I think it is something that he has to consider and take his time to do. At the end of the day, he is going to see what it is going to be, and we're going to understand, and we're going to know. I really wish that he could come back, but anyhow it is, I know that he knows what it means to him, and he knows what it actually would happen. He knows what will happen, and if he wants, fine. If he doesn't want, then he can just channel the energy to something else, because he's very young. He's still young. He can do something else that would make a lot of sense. All right, moving on from that, we are going to the story of Ihe Anacho. We are talking about the Nigerian-born sensation who has played for Super Eagles right now. He is looking forward to his return to the Champions League. And, well, I can tell you for a fact that Ihe Anacho is, you know where he came from. You know how he has been playing, and you know where he is right now. And it is said that he has been declared fit and available for selection ahead of Celtic's Europa League. That was the match that they had yesterday, and you know that he joined the Scottish champions in September on a free transfer after mutually terminating his contract with Sevilla. Yes, he played for Sevilla, ending a difficult spell in Spain. He settled quickly in Glasgow, scoring just 3 goals and registering 1 assist in 10 appearances across all competition before a hamstring injury halted his momentum. The setback sidelined the former Leicester City striker for 10 matches, leaving Celtic short of attacking options during a demanding festive period. You know that O'Neill said that the striker has made encouraging progress in training and is ready to be involved as Celtic look to strengthen their bid to reach knockout stage of the competition. You know that O'Neill has said this, and he has also made the mark that Ihe Anacho trained well on Wednesday and will be available for selection. And that is what we are looking at. The left back, Marcelo Saracchi, who has been out injured since December, he also back in training. I'm talking about the Celtic, or Ihe Anacho's colleague. Ihe Anacho is now expected to feature at Celtic Park at the Scottish side, seek a positive result against the Dutch visitors. That's the match they had just that they had coming up, and with the 29-year-old keen to reignite his season and play a decisive role in Europe after an extended spell on the sidelines. Celtic occupies the last qualification spot on 24th with 8 points from 7 games, and a win will guarantee a place to play off for the 55th times. That's the Scottish champion who have been struggling, and they have are actually been finding it very difficult for them to make a register. And Ihanacho is back. You know, Ihanacho played for Leicester City. From Leicester City, he was announced globally, and from Leicester City, he went to Sevilla, where he had a record-breaking deal. And looking at that too, Ihanacho has not really been the Ihanacho. We're not still looking for Ihanacho because Ihanacho has been found. Now he's back to training. So we are focusing on the positive energy and what he's bringing to the team. You know, this guy, he is a sensational guy who plays very well on the attacking side. And we're looking at this to ensure that it's going to be something that we are going to see. Well, I want to bring you the sports newspaper headlines for today. What is happening, how it is, in how it's looking like, what we are expecting next week. You know, the transfer window is remaining just 3 days to wrap up, and we may not bring you the whole transfer gist, but it is one or two of it I'm going to touch so that you can know the most important part of this, and as it is happening in the world of transfer. But we want to see what is happening in the how it is in the newspaper headline for sports today. You can see that WAFCON is already around the corner. Where I told you the other day that it's going to start, and yeah, she said that missing out on the last AFCON was a big motivation for me. I don't dwell on the negative. I always try to take the positive side from experiences. You can see at the other side, you can see Keane makes huge Carrick U-turn. You know, Keane has said a lot of things about Michael Carrick, if Michael Carrick will be able to take the team. But we're going to have another test on Sunday as Manchester United plays Fulham, and also Mbappe slams Madrid teammates. You know what is really happening in Madrid right now? Like I was talking about with. I was saying it with my guest yesterday, Mr. West, that attitude, he said that attitude is actually what matters. Coordination is what matters. And we have seen it happen a lot of times in Madrid. A lot of ego, a lot of pride, and a lot of, the players are world class, of course, but there's no coordination, there's no team play. I think that's what happened to Manchester United, that once it was ego, it has to be deleted and taken away. Now, still on the news, I want to bring you that from Inyama to Turin, you're going to see that there was a goal. I told you the other day that a goalkeeper scored, and that goalkeeper is actually the goalkeeper that Inyama has scored Champions League goals. Inyama as a goalkeeper has scored goals, of course. Down, we have another goalkeeper I'm talking about, and Benfica, the team Benfica, they won Real Madrid just on Wednesday. They won Real Madrid on Wednesday 4-2, and Mbappe had to score the 2 goals while their goalkeeper had to seal the game, had to seal the deal. That's what we're talking about. And also now I want to bring you some of the things happening in the world of transfers. A few things here and there as it's going. You know that Karim Benzema, who plays for Al Ittihad, has said that he is not going to continue with the team if his offer with contract is not improved. If it is not improved, he's not going to continue playing for Al Ittihad. Then he's going to be a free agent. But from the rumor and from what is looking like, it is said that they have actually asked him to play for free. Karim Benzema, they asked him to play for free, and that is so sad. That is for him and his camp. It is very, very sad. I can tell you, it is very sad, and I don't know what's going to happen to him in the coming days. We are going to see how it's going to be. Then this is something that Karim Benzema went from Real Madrid to the Saudi side, where he has played consistently in the Saudi Pro League and has made a great mark. Well, we are seeing that the contract and the offer is not updated, and this is going to be a problem for him, according to news. And we're going to see what it is. And moving on from that, Axel Daisasi is set to link to West Ham on loan from Chelsea. You know that the defender, or Chelsea's defender, of course, has been linked to West Ham on a loan. And that's a loan that will last throughout the season, that will get him into the next season. And of course, we're going to understand how this thing works as we move on. Now, I just want to bring you how it was yesterday as I wrap up the show, how it was yesterday in the Europa League, the scores, the games, and how it was the scores, particularly Aston Villa has cruised into the round of 16, and adding to other teams and other teams that played yesterday, we are seeing that the scores are very, that there was a dramatic U-turn for Aston Villa. They were losing 1-0 in the first half, and right now they have won 3-2. Basel, on the same hand, lost to Victoria Plains, and you can see the rundown of how it was yesterday on the Champions League and how it has been and how it has been going. You can also see Feyenoord losing to Real Betis. You can see FC Porto winning Rangers, and the rest of them. You see the English Nottingham Forest winning 4-2 to Ferencváros. You can see Bologna ruling it at Tel Aviv. That's the Israeli league side. You can see Lyon too winning, and you could also see Lille putting it through Freiburg, and with other teams and with other things how it's going. Now, I want to also bring you how it is happening, how it's going to happen in the Nigerian Professional Football League this weekend, what you should expect in the Nigerian Professional Football League. We have a Barra FC is going to play Ikorodu City. El Kanemi is going to play Kun Khalifa. Enyimba is going to play Bayelsa. Enyimba is going to play at home against Bayelsa United. And Kwara United is going to play against Wolf. Niger Tornadoes is going to play against Bendel Insurance. Rangers International Football of Enugu are going to play against Kano Pillars. Remo Stars are going to play against Plateau United. Shooting are going to play against Rivers United, while Wiki Tourists are going to play against Nasarawa United. Now, let me bring it to you as it's going to happen on Saturday. What you should expect in the in the English Premier League, how it is going to be. English Premier League with the French League, both of them has to come together. Now, you're going to see that these matches are the matches we're expecting. We're talking about Brighton playing against Everton, Leeds playing against Arsenal, the league league people that they bottled the league, but we're going to see what will happen this weekend. And we're talking about Wolves and Bournemouth. Chelsea is going to play against West Ham. Liverpool has had a good run just this Champions League time. They smashed their opponent 6-0. We're going to see how it will be against the Newcastle side. And Paris FC, that's what I'm talking about. I'm moving down to Ligue 1. Paris FC are going to play against Marseille, Olympique Marseille. And Lorient are going to play against Nantes. And Monaco, they are going to play against Monaco is going to play against Rennes, and this is how it is, and this is what you should expect in the weekend. Of course, there is the Sunday fixtures and how it is really going to be, but I'm telling you that it is all about sport and all about football. That's what we're bringing your way, and see you same time, same station next week as we look at what happened over the weekend and as we digress and digest it. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful time. I'm still your sports Arako. See you again. Have a wonderful weekend. Bye.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Ndị Igbo, this is a call to unity and thanksgiving. A historic day has been set, a day for one people, one voice, and one heart lifted in gratitude. For the first time in our history, Igbo archbishops and bishops, in one spirit with Ohaneze Ndị Igbo, have set aside the last Saturday of January as the Igbo World Day of Adoration and Thanksgiving. On January 31st, 2026, from 9 a.m. to noon, the Igbo people at home and across the nations will stand as one. One language, one faith, one voice of gratitude. In churches everywhere, worship will rise in the Igbo tongue, echoing a story the world cannot forget. A people who walked through war, loss, and long years of marginalization, yet refused to be broken. This is not just a service, it is remembrance, it is survival, it is thanksgiving for a people who endured with faith. Anglican, Catholic, Methodist, Presbyterian, Pentecostal leaders, together with CAN, Southeast Zone, invite every Igbo heart, young and old, near and far, to join this sacred hour. Prepare your spirit, lift your voice, give thanks to God for the Igbo journey, a journey of courage, faith, and triumph. January 31st, 2026, the Igbo world rises as one.
Good morning and welcome to News Around the Globe on Aneke TV, your trusted window to the major developments across Nigeria and the global community. I'm Deborah Wakaba. Glad to have you join us. Now moving over to the headlines. Federal government admits consumers will pay for new meters via tariffs. And on the foreign scene, Burkina Faso junta bans all political parties. And in business, federal debt spikes by 9 trillion naira's private sector credit collapses. And in entertainment, Fela Kuti makes history as first African to win Grammy Lifetime Achievement Award. And now the news in details. The federal government's promise to flee prepaid meters has hit a major snag as the Bureau of Public Enterprises BPE admits that consumers will ultimately foot the bill through their monthly electricity tariffs. While Power Minister Adebayo Adelabu has threatened to prosecute any official charging for the new World Bank-funded smart meters, BPE Director General Ayo Beleyi clarified that the cost of this unit is embedded in the tariff structure. Much like transformers and feeders, the investment is recouped over time, meaning while there is no upfront cash payment, the meters are far from free. This admission has sparked a fierce showdown with electricity distribution company Discos, who accused the government of playing populist politics without a clear plan for cost recovery. Discos argued that they are being forced to carry the financial burden of the meters estimated to be a 10-year repayment while also being expected to cover installation costs for third-party contractors. The BPE, however, counters that the Discos are benefiting from a highly concessional 20-year federal loan with a 5-year principal moratorium to a deal Beleyi describes as unprecedented in the sector's history. Currently, Nigeria faces a massive metering gap with roughly 5.9 million unmetered customers. To bridge this, the government is deploying over 3.2 million meters through the World Bank's Distribution Sector Recovery Program and another 2.6 million via the Presidential Metering Initiative. As the first batch of 600,000 meters arrive at Lagos Port, the war of words continues. Operators warn that unless these capital expenditures are properly recognized in tariff calculations, their balance sheets will become toxic, potentially leading to further instability in a power sector already struggling with liquidity and debt. The All Progressive Congress have officially confirmed that it is engaging FCT Minister Nyesom Wike to resolve the explosive political crisis rocking River State. APC National Secretary Ajibola Basiru revealed on Thursday that while Wike remains a non-registered member of the party, his status as an avowed supporter of President Bola Tinubu makes him central to stabilizing the oil-rich state. Basiru noted that high-level consultations are currently being handled with strict confidentiality to ensure a settlement where there are no winners or losers. The intervention follows a massive political realignment that saw Governor Similai Fubara defect from the PDP to the APC on December 9, 2025. Despite now being in the same party, the rift between Fubara and his predecessors, Wike, has only intensified. The friction reached a boiling point on January 8, 2026, when the Wike-aligned majority in the State House of Assembly launched impeachment proceedings against the governor. Wike has publicly dismissed Fubara's chances for a 2027 re-election, claiming the governor lacks genuine backing within the APC hierarchy. Basiru dismissed claims that the APC is merely a party of the elites, citing surging numbers from the party's mass e-registration system as proof of grassroots support. He maintained that the party is focused on a pro-people social democratic tradition that will ultimately unite the warring factors in Rivers. As litigation continues to stall, impeachment efforts and APC leadership promise that a public breakthrough in the peace talks will be announced in the coming days to safeguard President Tinubu's interest in the region. The Senate has moved into high gear of the 2027 general elections, constituting a powerful 7-member ad hoc committee to finalize a major overhaul of Nigeria's Electoral Act. Following a tense 3-hour closed-door session on Thursday, Senate President Godswill Akpabio announced the panel would be led by Judiciary Chairman Niyi Adebomire and features political heavyweights including Adams Oshomole, Aminu Tambuwal, and Danjuma Goje. The committee faces a grueling 3-day deadline to distill senators' input and resolve lingering disputes before submitting a final report this Tuesday. The proposed Electoral Act Repeal and Enactment Bill 2025 introduces some of the most radical changes to Nigerian voting history, including a debut of electronically generated voter cards featuring unique QR codes. Under the new framework, the electronic transmission of polling units results would become mandatory and the voting franchise will be extended to eligible prison inmates for the first time. The bill also seeks to insulate the process from financial interference by mandating that all election funding be released to Aneke at least 1 year before any national poll. Lawmakers are also signaling a zero-tolerance approach to electoral fraud with a suite of crushing penalties. The draft legislation proposes a 5 million naira fine and a 2-year jail term for vote buying, coupled with a decade-long ban from seeking public office for offenders. Senate leader Bayemi Bamidele emphasized that these reforms, which also include tougher sanctions for result falsification, are essential to boosting public confidence and ensuring that the 2027 cycle is decided at the ballot box rather than in the tribunals. In a surprising turn for one of Nigeria's high-profile corruption cases, the Federal High Court in Abuja has granted former Kogi State Governor Yahaya Bello permission to travel to Saudi Arabia for the 2026 Leisure Hajj. Justice Emeka Wite ordered the temporary release of Bello's passport on Thursday, allowing the embattled politician a 10-day window starting March 13 to undertake the religious journey. Bello's legal team argued that trip was a spiritual necessity during Ramadan, noting that the former governor is seeking divine intervention as he battles a 19-count charge of money laundering and criminal breach of trust. Despite the serious nature of the 80.2 billion naira fraud allegations brought by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission (EFCC), the prosecution did not oppose the travel request. Lead prosecutor Kemi P. Hero clarified that the trial schedule would remain untouched by the pilgrimage. The FCC alleges that during his tenure, Bello conspired with others to divert billions from Kogi local government accounts into private business entities, followed by massive cash withdrawals that form the core of the ongoing criminal investigation. As the court adjourned for the continuation of witness testimony, the spotlight remains on the PW7 witness on an Access Bank official who has provided crucial evidence regarding cash inflows into companies linked to the former governor. While the court has ordered Bello a brief spiritual reprieve, the legal wars continue to close in. The prosecution maintains that the misappropriated funds were laundered through a sophisticated network of individuals and corporate entities, a claim Bello continues to deny as the trial moves towards its next phase. In a massive win for property owners and investors, the Enugu state government has announced a sweeping 60% reduction in land-related charges. During a stakeholders town hall meeting on Thursday, the administration unveiled a major policy shift aimed at eliminating the multiple taxation nightmare that has long plagued the state's real estate sector. The counterpiece of this reform is the total ban on the controversial Obone-Chago levy, which Governor Peter Mbah officially declared illegal following widespread public outcry over extortion. The state is moving toward a streamlined digital future with the introduction of a unified land use charge. This new system consolidates ground rent and property fees into a single annual payment processed through the Enugu State Internal Revenue Service. To ensure this changes stick, the government has launched the Enugu State Geographic Information System (NGIS), a one-step digital platform designed to speed up certificate of occupancy applications and end the era of missing files in land registry offices. Beyond the price quotes, the government is tightening the reins on urban planning and security. 9 local government areas have been officially designated as urban zones to trigger faster infrastructure development, while a new property protection law guarantees the safety of legitimate assets. Officials warn that Specialized Task Force is already on the ground to enforce the ban on illegal collections, urging residents to report any further attempts at extortion to a dedicated government whistleblowing channel. The Lagos State House of Assembly is calling for an immediate security intervention following the abduction of Buniyo Latifa, a prospective National Youth Service Corps NYSC member. Latifa was intercepted by gunmen on January 22, 2026, while traveling through Kogi State toward her duty post in Taraba. Her captors have reportedly contacted her family demanding a staggering 30 million naira for her release. Lawmaker Omolara Olumebun, who brought the matter before the House as a point of urgent public importance, urged Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu to coordinate directly with the Kogi State government. The Assembly is pushing for a multi-agency rescue mission involving the Inspector General of Police and the Nigerian military to ensure the young graduate returns home unharmed. Speaker Mudashiru Obasa expressed deep frustration, noting that it is disheartening for young Nigerians to be targeted while attempting to serve their country. The House further suggested that the NYSC Director General review deployment procedures to stop posting corps members to high-risk or distant regions that expose them to avoidable dangers. Kogi State Police have confirmed the kidnapping and state that covert efforts to secure her release are currently underway. Enugu State Security Forces successfully rescued a kidnapped victim and neutralized the suspect during a high-stakes joint operation in the Udenu local government area early Wednesday morning. The mission, led by the Enugu State Police Command in collaboration with the Nigerian Army and local vigilante, followed a distress call reporting the abduction of a man from Ezimo Uno community. Acting on direct orders from Commissioner of Police Maman Beatrice Giwa, the multi-agency team tracked the criminals into the dense Agushere and Obakereke forest. Upon discovery, the gunmen opened fire on the operatives, triggering a violent gun battle. Security forces responded with precision, killing one kidnapper while the remaining suspect fled deeper into the woods bordering Benue State, reportedly carrying gunshot wounds. The victim was recovered unharmed from the scene, where operatives also seized a significant cache of items. Recovered evidence included a loaded AK-47 rifle, extra magazines, military camouflage, and various supplies indicating the gang's long-term hideouts. Commissioner Giwa has since placed medical facilities on high alert to report any individuals seeking treatment for gunshot injuries as the manhunt for the fleeing suspect continues. News around the globe is coming to you live from Aneke TV. Remember, you can stay connected with us on all our social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now a quick recap of the major stories making the news. Federal government consumers will pay for new meter via tariffs, federal government admits. And coming up shortly, Burkina Faso junta bans all political parties. And on business, federal debt spikes by 9 trillion naira as private sector credit collapses. And in entertainment, Fela Kuti makes history as first African to win Grammy Lifetime Achievement Award. We'll be right back. Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world. Welcome back. Still on the news, the ECOWAS commissioners officially admitted that the exit of Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso is severely hampering regional counter-terrorism efforts. Speaking at the presentation of the 2025 annual report in Abuja, Commission President Omar Toure warned that while the bloc has reinforced its security architecture, including a 1,650-member counter-terrorism brigade, the lack of cooperation from the Alliance of Sahel states has created dangerous blind spots. Despite a slight decline in the total number of attacks, fatalities are on the rise as insurgents increasingly deploy improvised explosive devices across the region. Beyond security setbacks, the bloc is taking a hardline stance against political stability, condemning a recent attempted coup in Benin Republic and overseeing delicate transitions in Guinea-Bissau. Toure emphasized the zero-tolerance policy for unconstitutional changes of government, noting that rapid interventions are necessary to signal that West Africa remains a pro-democracy zone. Almost amidst this tension, Amidst these tensions, Guinea was recently readmitted into the fold after successfully holding elections, though gaps remain in training and exit strategies for regional standby forces. On a brighter note, the regional economy is showing remarkable resilience, outpacing the continental average with a 4.6% growth rate in 2025. Projections for 2026 are even more optimistic at 5%, fueled by structural reforms and a rebound in tourism and mining. Integration efforts are also gaining momentum, with 7 nations, including Nigeria, now utilizing the ECOWAS National Biometric Identity Card to facilitate free movement. While the political climate remains volatile, the Commission maintains that a unified and peaceful West Africa is still within reach. Burkina Faso's military-led government has officially dissolved every political party in the country, effectively ending the nation's multi-party system. In a sweeping decree approved Thursday, the junta led by Captain Ibrahim Traoré scrapped the entire legal framework governing political operations, including laws on party financing and the status of the opposition. Interior Minister Emile Zebo defended the crackdown as a necessary step to rebuild the state, claiming that the existence of over 100 political parties had fueled national division and social dysfunction. This drastic move consolidates the power of the military rulers who first seized control in September 2022. Under the new decree, all assets belonging to the disbanded political formation will be transferred to the states. The government argues that a unified front is required to address the deteriorating security situation in the Sahel, where Islamist insurgency linked to Al-Qaeda and Islamic State continue to displace millions and claim thousands of lives. The dissolution follows a similar pattern of tightened control seen in neighboring Mali and Niger, where military leaders have also sidelined traditional political structures. By repealing the statutes of the opposition and seizing party property, the Burkina Transitional Council has removed the final institutional hurdles to absolute military rule. Critics warn The move silences democratic dissent, while the junta maintains it is the only way to restore social cohesion and focus resources on the region's relentless extremist threat. United Nations Secretary-General Antonio Guterres has expressed deep concern over the rapidly escalating violence in South Sudan following a military directive that has sent shockwaves through the humanitarian community. The South Sudanese military recently ordered all civilians, UN mission personnel, and charity workers to immediately evacuate 3 counties in Jonglei State. The order serves as a precursor to a planned large-scale operation against opposition forces, sparking fears of a significant humanitarian catastrophe and mass displacement in the region. In a statement released via spokesperson Stephanie Dujarric, Guterres called on both the government and opposition forces to halt military operations and prioritize the protection of civilians. The Secretary-General urged all parties to pivot towards inclusive dialogue to resolve the conflict, emphasizing that the current trajectory threatens to undo fragile peace efforts. The UN mission remains on high alert as the deadline for evacuation nears, with 8 agencies warning that a forced withdrawal will leave thousands of vulnerable people without essential life-saving services. This latest flare-up in Jonglei State underscores the persistent instability that has plagued South Sudan despite various peace agreements. The UN has reiterated that the government holds the primary responsibility for the safety of its citizens and must ensure that military objectives do not result in violations of international humanitarian law. As the situation de-escalates into a potential full-scale confrontation, the international community is closely watching to see if diplomatic pressure can avert a bloody showdown. Syria's Kurdish fighters are sounding a defiant alarm as government troops seize resource-rich territories they have held for over a decade. Commander Zad, a veteran scared by battles with the Islamic State, says his forces feel abandoned by former pro-American allies. While the US and Kurdish-led Syrian Democratic Forces SDF once worked hand in glove to crush the caliphate, the White House has now signaled support for Syria's interim president Ahmed al-Shara for Kurds who lost 11,000 fighters to defeat jihadists, saying Shara, a former militant in power, is a bitter betrayer. The stake of this local conflict extends far beyond the front lines in Haskeh province. Kurdish-run prisons currently hold approximately 8,000 suspected IS fighters, while camps like Roj and Al-Hol house tens of thousands of their family members. As government forces move within 7 kilometers of Kurdish strongholds, camp managers warn that detainees are becoming emboldened, chanting extremist slogans and dubbing IS flags on walls. In the region descent into all-out war, there are growing fears that the gates to these prisons in all but name could be forced open, releasing a new wave of radicalization onto the world. A fragile ceasefire is set to expire on February 7th, and while Kurdish leaders are pushing for a permanent peace, they are preparing for the worst. Tia Mendali of the YPG warns that if forced onto battle, every neighborhood will turn into hell for the advancing government troops. Meanwhile, the international community faces a ticking clock with citizens from dozens of countries, including the UK, still trapped in these camps. The shifting stance of Syrian power may soon force a global reckoning over the remnants of the IS caliphate. The French Senate has taken a decisive step toward reshaping the nation's energy landscape by voting in favor of a bill that would allow oil and gas exploration in France's overseas territories. The legislative move passed on Thursday marks a significant departure from previous environmental stances that sought to phase out fossil fuel extraction. Proponents of the bill, led by Minister of Economy and Energy Sovereignty Roland Lescure, argue that the shift is essential for bolstering France's industrial independence and securing digital and energy sovereignty in an increasingly volatile global market. The decision comes at a time when global energy prices are surging to 5-month highs, driven by geopolitical tension in the Middle East. By looking towards its territories in the Caribbean, South America, and the Indian Ocean, France aims to tap into domestic resources that could mitigate the impact of external supply shocks. The bill now moves forward for further debate, signaling pivot towards a more pragmatic energy policy that prioritizes national security and economic stability over divestment. from traditional energy sources. Environmental advocates have already voiced concerns, suggesting the bill undermines France's previous commitment to climate leadership. However, the government maintains that exploration will be subject to strict sovereign oversight and is a necessary bridge to fund the transition of digital and green technologies. As the bill heads towards the National Assembly, the vote in the Senate stands as a clear message that Paris is ready to rethink its natural resource strategy to stay competitive in the world stage. US President Donald Trump has revealed plans for imminent direct talks with Iran, even as a massive naval armada closes in on Islamic Republic. Speaking from the Kennedy Center on Thursday, Trump confirmed he has already had discussions with Tehran and is planning more strike in a characteristically dual tone of military intimidation and diplomatic outreach. We have a lot of very big, very powerful ships sailing to Iran right now, and it would be great if we didn't have to use them, Trump told reporters, referencing the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier USS Abraham Lincoln and its strike group currently positioned in the striking range. The escalating tensions follow a brutal crackdown by Iranian authorities on pro-democracy protesters, which activists say left over 5,000 dead. Trump has linked any potential military action to two strict conditions: a total halt to Iran's nuclear program and an end to the killing of protesters. While the Pentagon under Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth remains on high alert to deliver whatever the president expects, Turkey has emerged as a key mediator. Turkish President Erdogan has proposed a video conference between Trump and Iranian President Masoud as a last-ditch effort to prevent a conflict that many fear could destabilize the entire Middle East. Tehran has responded dead with its own show of force, recently inducting 1,000 strategic combat drones and scheduling live-fire naval exercises in the Strait of Hormuz for this coming Sunday. Despite the saber-rattling, Trump remains optimistic that a deal can be reached, referencing the devastating impact of Operation Midnight Hammer, a June 2024 strike on Iranian nuclear sites, as a warning that any future attack would be far worse, with both an armada and a diplomatic olive branch on the table. The coming days will determine if the 2026 standoff ends in a historic equitable deal or a violent military confrontation. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney issued a stern warning to Washington on Thursday, stating he expects the U.S. administration to respect Canadian sovereignty following bombshell reports of diplomatic meetings with Alberta separatists. The Financial Times revealed that State Department officials have held 3 meetings with the Alberta Prosperity Project, APP, a group lobbying for a referendum to break away from Canada. The tension escalated as the APP reportedly prepared to ask the U.S. Treasury for a staggering $500 billion credit facility to fund the province's potential independence. The diplomatic rift has sparked a firestorm within Canada. British Columbia Premier David Eby lashed out at the separatist group, labeling the act of seeking foreign assistance to dismantle the country as treason. While Alberta Premier Danielle Smith clarified her preference to remain within Canada, she noted that 30% of her province is fed up with federal interference. The friction is compounded by a bitter interprovincial battle over oil pipelines as landlocked Alberta seeks Pacific Coast access through a reluctant British Columbia. U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent fueled the flames by suggesting that people want sovereignty and should be welcomed for talks in the U.S. Prime Minister Carney, who has frequently traded barbs to President Trump, suggested that provocations might be a high-stake negotiation tactic ahead of the upcoming U.S.-Mexico-Canada Trade Pact review. For now, the special relationship between the two neighbors faces one of the most unusual and public tests of territorial integrity. The Trump administration has officially ordered U.S. diplomatic missions worldwide to launch a massive review of all foreign aid programs to ensure they align with strict new social guidelines. According to a leaked State Department cable, the administration has significantly expanded the Mexico policy traditionally used to ban abortion-related funding to now prohibit assistance to any group involved in diversity, equity, inclusion, DEI, or what it defines as gender ideology. The new rules set to take effect on February 26 target approximately $30 billion in foreign assistance and for the first time extend restrictions to US-based non-governmental organizations. The directive instructs Bureau to form specialized tiger teams to assess existing projects and include distinct requirements in all new grants. Under the expanded policy, foreign NGOs are barred from using even their own non-US funds for family planning or LGBTQ rights advocacy if they wish to remain eligible for American support. While Secretary of State Mario Rubio maintains the authority to issue limited waivers for life-saving programs. The administration's talking points emphasize that divisive social causes and globalism have no place in the nation's revamped foreign assistance architecture following the recent shuttering of US aid. Now moving over to business news, Nigeria's financial landscape shifted dramatically in 2025 as the federal government's domestic borrowing soared by 9.19 trillion naira, effectively draining the lifeline of credit available to the private sector. Data from the Central Bank of Nigeria reveals a staggering 695% swing in favor of public sector lending, leaving businesses and households struggling under tight monetary conditions. While credit to the government skyrocketed from 25 trillion naira to over 34 trillion naira by year-end, net credit to the private sector actually contracted by 1.54 trillion naira, underscoring a deepening imbalance in the nation's wealth distribution. This trend has triggered a classic crowding out effect where commercial banks increasingly favor low-risk, high-yield government securities like treasury bills and bonds over lending to local manufacturers and entrepreneurs. Nigerians may soon pay significantly more for drinks and tobacco as the federal government prepares to hike excise duties on sin goods starting in 2026. The move is a central part of a $750 million World Bank financing program aimed at aggressively mobilizing domestic resources. According to a recent implementation report, the World Bank views Nigeria's current tax rate on alcohol and cigarettes as very low compared to global benchmarks and is pushing for a stricter framework to help reduce the nation's dangerous reliance on volatile oil revenues. Nigeria's senior men's handball team, the Golden Arrows, are on the verge of making history after a gritty 30-28 victory over Guinea in the placement semi-finals of the African Men's Handball Championship in Kigali. Despite being reduced to 6 men following Farouk Yusuf's early red card, the Nigerian side displayed immense character to lead 16-14 at the break and hold off a late Guinean surge. And that's news across the country on Aneke TV. For more news and live updates, follow us across our social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, all at Aneke TV. I am Deborah Wakaba. Thank you for watching. Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Culture is identity. Tradition is continuity. And heritage is memory. Together, they tell the story of a people. When we lose our culture, we lose ourselves. Celebrate your roots, language, attire, food, and festivals. They are treasures worth preserving.
Anambra State, located in southeastern Nigeria, is one of the nation's most dynamic and enterprising regions. Created in 1976, it takes its name from the Anambra River, a tributary of the Niger. Its land is steeped in history from the ancient Nri Kingdom, the cradle of Igbo civilization and spiritual authority, to the bustling commercial rise of Onitsha, one of West Africa's busiest trading cities. Every inch of its soil seems to breathe heritage, resilience, and the quiet power of innovation that defines the Igbo spirit. Anambra's people are known for their industrious drive, intellectual prowess, and unyielding creativity. Across Nigeria and beyond, they stand tall as business leaders, scholars, inventors, and professionals whose influence reaches every corner of society. From the sprawling market of Onitsha to the humming industrial machines in Nnewi, fondly called the Japan of Africa, the state exemplifies the fusion of tradition and modern enterprise. In Oka, the capital, new technology hubs and startups are springing up, harnessing the energy of a generation determined to build a future powered by knowledge and innovation. The state's endowments are immense. Anambra boasts fertile soils that yield abundant harvest of yam, rice, cassava, and vegetables, feeding not just its people but the wider region. Sources: crude oil, natural gas, kaolin, and limestone, waiting to be fully harnessed. With a well-educated populace and a vibrant entrepreneurial culture, the state's economy is driven by small and medium-scale industries that continue to expand Nigeria's manufacturing frontiers. Culturally, Anambra is the heartbeat of Igbo identity. Age-long traditions and legendary figures like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Chinua Achebe, and Dora Akunyili, whose contributions have left indelible marks on Nigeria and the world. Its towns and villages are known for strong community bonds and progressive values that inspire excellence in every field. Anambra's potential lies not only in its natural and human resources, but in the unbreakable spirit of its people, a people who see every challenge as a call to greatness. With expanding infrastructure, digital transformation, and a thriving creative scene, the state stands poised to lead Nigeria into a new era of prosperity. It is a land where heritage meets ambition, where history fuels innovation, and where the light of progress never dims.
Across Nigeria, from bustling cities to quiet rural communities, one institution has endured the test of time: the traditional leadership. Long before modern governance structures emerged, these institutions were the heartbeat of society, providing leadership, justice, and social cohesion in ways that remain indispensable to this day. Traditional institutions are not merely ceremonial. They are custodians of Nigeria's rich and diverse cultural heritage. From the Obas of Yoruba land, the Emirs of the North, to the Igwe and Obi of Igbo land, traditional rulers preserve centuries of customs, language, festivals, and rituals. They ensure that the stories, values, and identity of their people are not lost in a rapidly changing world. What sets these institutions apart is their organic legitimacy. Unlike elected officials whose authority depends on periodic votes, traditional rulers derive their influence from ancestry, community consent, and deeply rooted cultural norms. This legacy makes them trusted arbiters, moral authorities, and stabilizing forces within their communities. Their position above partisan politics allows them to mediate dispute and guide society with a unique combination of wisdom and authority. At the grassroots level, traditional institutions are indispensable for governance and social order. They resolve dispute, manage land and chieftaincy matters, and act as intermediaries between local communities and government policy. In rural areas where formal structures are often distant or overstretched, the presence of these leaders ensures continuity, fairness, and accessibility in governance. Beyond mediation, traditional rulers are catalysts for development. They mobilize communities for education, healthcare, and infrastructure projects, while acting partnerships from governments and private entities. Their influence ensures that development initiatives are participatory, culturally appropriate, and sustainable. In this way, traditional leadership becomes a force for progress as well as preservation.
Okay.
Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, O40, and welcome to today's edition of Sunrise. You're tuned into Sunrise on Aneke TV, where every sunrise begins with delightfulness. And of course, bringing you today's daily dose of brightness, I am Deborah Wakuba, coming to you live from our studio here in Vibrant Enugu.
And good morning to you, our global audience. I'm Uche Osai. Wherever you are, at home, in your office, or in traffic, thank you for letting us into your space this beautiful morning. We're here to refresh, inform, and motivate. And of course, thank God it's Friday.
Yes, thank God it's Friday.
You're
It's the
looking like
weekend.
it's weekend already.
Yes,
Can
I
see
am.
you in Akara.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Of course.
That's wonderful.
Yes. Okay, and today is Friday, 30th January 2026. As the month is rounding up today, we have a power-packed morning for you today here on Sunrise, where we've got our latest news, what's trending, our weather report, and of course that special sunrise vibe to help us start our day.
So, relax, grab that cup of coffee or tea, enjoy the ride, because the sunrise is here.
Yes, and on Sunrise today, we'll be beginning things off with our quote of the day, with words that are thoughtful, words that are inspiring, words that are insightful, that offers insight to whatever we do.
Then, it's straight into the day's top headlines. All the key news updates that you need to remain informed will be shared, hot, debated, and of course, tasty.
Yeah, and after that, we'll be giving you our full weather forecast for today, covering cities across the southeast and beyond. So you know what to expect before you step out. Or if you've stepped out already, it is to keep you throughout the rest of the day.
And let's wrap things up by bringing to you the man of many parts, the sports oracle, the mental mechanic, the commissioner of plenty enjoyment.
Yes, and now moving over to our inspiration segment, our quote of the day. Now, our quote of today is coming from Chinua Achebe, and in his quote it says, "Our vision of a new Nigeria must be one that is inclusive, where every citizen feels a sense of belonging and has the opportunity to thrive regardless of their background." I'm going to take the quote again, coming from Chinua Achebe, that says, "Our vision of a new Nigeria must be one that is inclusive, where every citizen feels a sense of belonging and has the opportunity to thrive regardless of their background." Chinua Achebe is saying that a truly new Nigeria can only succeed if no one is left out. The quote emphasizes on inclusion, fairness, and equal opportunity. A nation where ethnicity, religion, gender, or social class does not determine a person's worth or chances in life. So in simple terms, Achebe argues that national progress is not just about development or power, but about making every citizen feel seen, valued, and able to succeed. So when people feel they belong, they are more likely to contribute positively to their country's growth. Mr. Aucha, I'd like to know your own thoughts on this quote from Chinua Achebe.
All right. First of all, seeing this quote, I look at it with a sense of pride to know that Chinua Achebe, is equally a patriotic Nigerian. He's not just an academic giant, but one who is very, very patriotic and is very much enamored to the ideal of a Nigeria that would work for everybody. And he speaks to citizenship. Nigeria realizing that all her people are just all but citizens, that no Nigerian is more Nigerian than any other. And he tells us that for us to thrive as a people, that we have to, look at who we are, first of all, as Nigerians, and not look at our background, look at our tongue, look at religion, or look at where one comes from. That no Nigerian is more Nigerian than any other. That for us to make progress, we will realize that all of us come from the womb of one mother, Nigeria, and we don't have to give opportunity, according to tribe, but we'll make opportunities available due to the one's qualification or merit, that everything should be on meritocracy. There shouldn't be such words as nepotism, ethnicism, corruption shouldn't be a thing. That we can only thrive when we unite as a people. That our diversity, is what makes us different and strong. That as a nation, when we get to say indeed that we are a nation, we should see ourselves as Nigerians, not a nation of many tribes, no, but a nation built and that it emanates from the womb of Nigeria. And who should take a cue, for example, from the Kenyans who don't see themselves as Tutsis or Hutsis, but rather they see themselves, first of all, as Kenyans. And that's the only way that we can begin to make progress as a people. Let's not look at our differences. Let's look at each and every one of us as having the same red blood. No one of us, when pierced, or when you take out the blood from their veins, you see their blood with different color. It's all one color, and we are one before God and man, and as such should treat ourselves the same way. And when Achebe, when I look at this again, I remember, that the same Achebe was a man, who was courageous enough at a time when the nation wanted to reward him under the then government of a sitting president Obasanjo, and he had to write a lengthy letter, to reject such an honor, lending credence to his patriotism on why Nigeria has to work. So when he tells us that our vision of a new Nigeria must be one that is inclusive, where every citizen feels a sense of belonging and has the opportunity to thrive regardless of background. And you now realize is that, yeah, Achebe, is speaking from a standpoint of a nation that has gone to war, and after the war, was said to have set a policy of the 3 R's of reconstruction, of inclusivity. And the question now is, how did we achieve that 3 R's as we had marshaled them, to make progress as a people? Have we come out from the ruins of that war, or do we still look at ourselves as people who fought on different sides rather than seeing and embracing one another as Nigerians? And that's what Chinua Achebe is about this morning. That new Nigeria can only thrive when we embrace one another, irrespective of divide. It doesn't have to mean that this one comes across the Niger or this other person is from the Sahel or from the north. No, we are Nigerians. And until then, when we realize this, that we can thrive as a nation.
All right, thank you very much. So as to go about our day today, let us keep this quote in mind coming from Chinua Achebe, that our vision of a new Nigeria must be one that is inclusive, where every citizen feels a sense of belonging and has the opportunity to thrive regardless of the background. And also let us know what this quote means to you. You can drop your thought on across our social media handles across Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, or Aneke TV. And up next is our weather report for today.
Yes, we'll take a look at the weather across major cities in the southeast today.
Good morning, Orca. Expect a warm morning with clouds giving way to hazy sunshine later in the day. Afternoon temperatures will climb into the high 30s degrees Celsius, so it's light clothing all the way.
And good morning, the coast city. Welcome to the city of Enugu. Mostly cloudy this morning. Then the sun peeks through with very hot conditions by afternoon. Temperatures could reach around 38 degrees Celsius. Please take it easy outdoors.
Yes, and in Abakaliki, it's a bright and hazy day ahead with strong sunshine and high heat. Daytime temperatures stay in the upper 30 degrees Celsius. Hydration is your best friend today.
And good morning, Imo State. Welcome to my driving city of Owerri. Warm start, then sunshine with haze dominating the afternoon. It's going to feel quite hot, especially after midday, so avoid prolonged sun exposure.
And in Umahia, partly cloudy with sunshine breaking through later. Expect hot afternoon temperatures similar to the rest of the region.
So, wherever you are in the southeast today, stay safe, stay cool, dress light, but do remember that either rain or shine, we've got you covered. And this is your weather report here on Sunrise on Aneke TV. We'll go on a short break and we'll return with more updates.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world. In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle, and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
You're watching Sunrise on Aneke TV. Now we'll be taking a look at our newspaper today from The Nation, Punch, Vanguard, and The Guardian newspaper.
And joining us this morning is Mr. Res Aram, our in-house analyst. Mr. Res, it's a pleasure to see you this morning.
Thank you for having me today.
And how is Nigeria treating you?
Well, fair. It has always been like that all through. Nigeria is Nigeria, and the factors therein are being meted on everybody.
All right, and I was going to ask maybe, perhaps I'm opening the interview section before the listings, and how do you still manage to remain patriotic?
Well, patriotism is a virtue. If you love your country, you must be patriotic. You must work towards ensuring that your country gets great at all times and do things the right way. Love your country. That is patriotism.
Okay, so for you, it is about what you will give your country and not what your country will give you.
Of course, it's about what I'll give my country. And of course, I am, through what I can do, I am contributing to my quota towards making my country great.
All right. And also with us this morning is the man of many parts, the man that prides himself as a mental mechanic, the sports oracle. Mr. Goodhope, it's also a pleasure to have you this morning.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
Good morning. And with your cap, I don't know, you're looking Nigerian.
Yes, of course. I'm a good citizen of a great nation.
It's left for us to determine if you are a good citizen. After all, not for you to tell us that you're a good citizen.
Okay.
And at times we measure those who are good citizens on how they give us some of the donuts and the enjoyment, which don't seem to get to us. Maybe you only share it during the hype zone or entertainment.
Yes, of course. I'm ready.
It's all right. It's a pleasure to see you this morning.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much once again. Now moving over to our newspapers for today, starting from The Nation, where the headline says, Senate takes steps to fast-track Electoral Act 2022 amendment. And on the Point headline says, federal government's 9 trillion naira domestic loan surge drains lifeline from businesses. And on the Vanguard paper, the Vanguard headline reads, petrol to cost more as crude oil price rises further. And on the Guardian headline says how universities must produce research without solutions to societal ills. And from the Punch headline, we'll be taking our newspaper review today that says, from the Punch headline, federal government's 9 trillion naira domestic loan surge drains lifeline from businesses. The federal government's 9 trillion naira surge in domestic borrowing is raising fresh concerns in the business community. Analysts warn that heavy government borrowing from local banks is crowding out private businesses, making loans more expensive and harder to access. Small and medium-scale enterprises, already battling high operating costs, may find it even tougher to survive as credit dries up. Mr. Ocha, I'd like to know your thoughts.
All right. When a lot of times when we speak to these issues, it doesn't come from a place of just criticism that will hate maybe the government, in power or the people who are the helm of affairs at the moment. When we speak, it comes from a place of patriotism on how do we move our nation forward. A number of times we raise issues around our dependence on a monolithic economy rather than a diversified economy that can sustain itself on production, productivity, and all that. And a number of times you see that when the war trends begin to affect that very single product, it has a lot of impact on the economy. And over time, since the coming of this administration, they've promised and they are pledging to do everything to move us away from dependence on oil. And again, you've seen issues around subsidy removal as well. But it now becomes obvious that given the trend of things, that government, a number of times has to look for means to keep the economy running. And one of the measures they've resorted to, apart from moving to foreign borrowing, now comes down to the local market, where they go after to take from the existing credit available from the local lenders, the banks and the rest of them. And this, there's no doubt, when I listen to you read, will bring a lot of pressure on the banking sector that no longer has that capacity to sustain government demands, because by the numbers that we're getting, we have about 9.19 trillion only exposure to the government. And when you check data available within that period as well, you see that what is available to the to the private sector is shrinking, and the data equally shows that is gone way below to 1.5 something trillion, 1.500 something trillion in the period under comparison. But this morning, I would rather move to Mr. Reyes for his in-depth opinion on this issue. Mr. Reyes, we are seeing a situation where the government seems to be the highest borrower in Nigeria at the moment, giving pressure to the financial institution that we are meant to service the productive sector. A lot of times when we talk about the private sector, let's look at the productive sector. A Nigeria that has the need to improve the manufacturing sector. And then we're seeing that pressure coming from the financial institution that they can no longer meet such obligation. And you're seeing the private sector now enamored with how to repair existing debt due to high interest rates. Mr. S.
Well, federal government has become the highest domestic borrower in Nigeria through bonds, treasury bills, and all that from financial institutions. And when they borrow these huge sums, like we have about 9 point something trillion in 2025, it means there are no available resources for the private sector to take credits to expand their business, to put up industries and do all manner of things to grow the economy. You see, the federal government, when they take that kind of money, they are now putting pressure on that, even with the high interest rate, because they can possibly pay when the time comes. Through treasury bills and bonds from banks and all that, that the interest is still high, they will still pay back. But at the same time, the business community is suffering because they don't have access to funds. And they cannot go to the international community to borrow. It's only government that can afford to go to the international community and borrow. So it means you are at the same time, putting pressure on economic activities in the country because you want to fund your budget, because this borrowing sometimes fund budget, domestic activities, put up recurrent expenditure and all that, so that they will not run into budget deficit. So they borrow these monies to do the activities, but at the same time too, it has a negative effect on the private sector. The private sector cannot survive without enough funding from financial institutions.
Yes, now that you're talking about the private sector not being able to survive without support from the financial institutions, now I mean to ask, what is the real implication of this for the Nigerian economy? And again, why is it that our government is now no longer, very more interested in foreign loans as to compare to what we witnessed pre-1999, in 1999, and the successive governments after all? Now, the emphasis really is borrowing from within.
When you talk about taking foreign loans, the problem of loan servicing in the international community is quite high. Servicing these loans drags the government, down. It takes a whole lot of money. The rate is compound and all that. These are things that will make the government on the economy. It brings the borrowing internally, where they now emphasize on borrowing internally, that's within Nigeria. It brings about a downturn on the economy of the nation. Why and how does it bring a downturn in the economy? Is that the private sector businesses lack funds to grow. It lacks funds to create further jobs, that is for expansion. Companies expand and take more people. And these are some of the things they do to help government ensuring that the economy has a boost. Because a state where there is unemployment is doomed, because there will be a lot of problems, which range from security to other social, vices. Therefore, there's no way the government of the day will continue to borrow domestically and it will not tell on the economy. And there's no way they even go out to borrow. Well, borrow in the international community under single digit helps, but with the compound interest associated with that borrowing, it makes it huge sum of money. You remember, during the Obasanjo administration, we had to plead to Paris Club to forgive our debt. because we had paid more than even the money we borrowed on interest alone. More than the money we borrowed, we have paid more than that so many times. So we now began to beg the Paris Club for some kind of forgiveness, to forgive our debts. And at the end of the day, Basanjo secured some, but it was not all over, because our domestic and international debts are still on the high side. If you go to debt management office, you know, they will tell you that there's huge sums of money to, you know, manage these debts annually.
All right. Thank you very much for that.
All right, thank you very much. Now moving over to our next paper for today, coming from the Vanguard newspaper, where the headline says petrol to cost more as crude oil price rises further. Motorists should brace for another possible increase in petrol prices as global crude oil prices continue their upward climb, with Nigeria still relying heavily on imported fuel and foreign exchange pressures. And also, persistent industry watchers say rising crude prices could soon translate to higher phone prices, adding more strain to household budgets. Mr. Oshie.
All right. Mr. Reza, I'll bring you quite right into this conversation, because a lot of analysts, always call this a sorry situation, being that Nigeria is a big player in the oil sector when it comes to crude manufacturing. But at the end of the day, we are dependent heavily on the importation of the very resources that we give out to other nations. Mr. Reza.
Okay, you see, when America went and took the president of Venezuela, there were some important issues they were after, and they were after trying to make the oil come down, crude oil come down at $50 per, $50 per drum. Yes, but at the end of the day, it has not succeeded yet. And we were skeptical that the Nigerian budget will have to run into deficit because we pegged our budget at $60 per barrel, $50 per barrel. Now, the oil prices have started going higher. I had earlier predicted that a situation where one of the greatest crude oil producers in the whole world, when they have problems like that, America is having with Venezuela, that it could, result in a skyrocketing of crude prices worldwide. And here it is presently, which means the skepticism shown by analysts that Nigeria will run some kind of deficit to about $10 billion is no longer, more realizable, because we're already in 2026, and the budget probably may have started running or is going to start running, but oil prices are going high. Now, the influence of petroleum products coming into Nigeria, you know that as crude oil producers, we export. Our refineries are not working. And even if our refineries are working, the refineries get this crude oil at the international prices. Yes, they do the recording, they get it at the international prices, that is at the dollar. So it is not about refining the oil in Nigeria. It will make it cheaper. Yes, it may make it cheaper because they will get it and get the supply straight. The crude high price of petroleum products is as a result of one you load, one you ship, one you freight, one you go to the place where the refineries are done, you now get it back. So all these expenses on top of these refined products, it tends to, show on the prices of these products. That is why, as importers of petroleum products and as dependent on petroleum importation, we are suffering high prices. So if Nigeria possibly may sell at normal rate to our refineries, then the idea of shipping, the freight, offloading, insurance, and all that are not put on, and then the re-importing them are not put on top of it. Just take it from wherever it is to the refineries and refine it. It of course, it will be gotten at a cheaper price. But it cannot be, because we are dependent on importation. And the importation is that some people are making huge sums of money. Remember the subsidy regime. A lot of crude ways that the government was paying subsidy, yet it did not bring down oil prices. At the end of the day, they have removed subsidy. Yet, nothing has happened. Even the money that accrue to this removal of subsidy, which government had said over time, we're going to have plenty of money, we're going to save, we're going to do that, yet the government is borrowing, because even the money is not saved, and it is not even enough to take care of the problems in Nigeria. And the worst of it all is that I wonder if these monies are put into judicious use at the end of the day. Where are these monies? Where are the crude subsidy removal monies? Well, that's the question we must continue to ask the government if they go about borrowing again. And if they are borrowing and sinking money into the power sector, where is the power? They are sinking money into the agri sector. Where are the rice and beans? And where are the finished products that have been converted into export goods that Nigeria should have been earning from, and all that? So there are so many questions to be asked.
All right. Well, now that we are seeing that the prices of crude, is rising, are we going to see less dependent on borrowing, especially from the local lenders?
That is exactly the question I'm asking. We are supposed to have even a budget surplus, because our budget will be met with extra dollars. But at the end of the day, you still find out that there's one problem or the other. There are, extra budgets, supplementary budgets here and there by the state, by the states and by the nation. So you now ask the question, all the monies that Nigeria must have gotten from this excess money from crude, where's the money? Because we use so much money in debt management services. So money that we should have used and plunged into productive areas and things like that, we use it in servicing debts.
All right, Mr. Rez, moving forward, now you did mention that, yes, even though we have some local refineries in Nigeria, speak to Dangote, for example, that will give them, will sell this crude to them at the international price range. And I want to ask, given the fact that the refineries, the Nigerian-owned refineries, are not working, what's the way forward to see that we bring the prices of these products down to be affordable for the common man? But before you take that very question, sorry, we'll go on a short break.
Current Affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap a ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it and want to use the kinetic approach alone, you cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
Thank you for staying with us. And Mr. S, before we went on that break, I was saying that when you were talking, you did mention that yes, Nigeria being a crude oil producer and we have some local refineries speaking to Dangote refinery, that at the end of the day, because they get this crude at the international rate, that they will have to sell bearing that cost in mind. And we are seeing, given the high rising cost of crude, all over the world, that the price of petroleum products will have to, go high. And I'm asking, Nigeria has refineries that are not working. What is the way forward for what to see that the price of petroleum is made affordable for the common man in Nigeria?
Well, it has always been my stand. It has always been my position that these Nigeria-owned refineries should be privatized and handed over to very good managers. In fact, over time, government has not shown managing institutions, especially business institutions, to make profit. But if these refineries are handed over to individuals, to investors, whether international or domestic investors, I think the refineries will work because these investors would have sunk money into it, and they would want to recover their monies and make profit. Therefore, they must be prudent in their management. They must make the management to work in such a way that the refineries will produce, and of course, we make profits for them to smile to bank. And of course, getting such organizations, refineries sometimes requires loan from financial institutions. So they must have to work and repay these loans and all that. And how do you do that? If these crude are sold to these refineries at home here, the idea of exportation prices and all that, the importation prices of this crude is not there. It is from there you distribute your refined products, just like Dangote is doing. And that is why presently Dangote sells cheaper than those who are importing fuel. If you go to the filling station, MRS, where Dangote distribute through, they sell much cheaper than this other one. Today, people have started even selling 900 and this was the same fuel that sold 810, and then MRS selling 700 and all that. But today, it is gone up. This is because Dangote cannot all supply fuel for the domestic consumption in Nigeria for all Nigerians. Therefore, the importers' prices will continue to high up, whatever.
All right, thank you very much for that. Now we'll be taking a look at our next paper for today, coming from the Guardian newspaper, where the headline reads, How Universities Must Produce Research Without Solutions to Societal Ills. A new analysis is questioning why Nigerian universities are producing large volumes of research with little impact on real-life problems. Experts argue that many academic studies are driven by promotion requirements rather than practical solutions, leaving critical societal issues such as health, agriculture, and infrastructure largely unaddressed. The report calls for closer collaboration between universities, industries, and government to turn research into real change.
All right, Mr. Reese, let me bring you again into this. We are speaking to the educational institution in Nigeria, and over time, a lot of us has lent our voices to the quality of research coming out from our higher institutions and the graduates that we turn out yearly. Just recently, it is the data available to us shows that over 600,000 Nigerian graduates will be participating in the National Youth Service Scheme. What do you say to this news headline?
Okay, we know that Nigeria universities have been churning out graduates, and we do not have a commensurate number of jobs to absorb these graduates. And that is a problem to this country. These people come out, they go on service, go to various places. And of course, especially now there's enormous insecurity challenges in this country. They put their lives online to serve the nation. Yet, at the end of the day, there are no jobs. You see about 5,000 graduates writing applications to secure, about 10 jobs in an organization. And so on and so forth. Remember when there were the customs were going to, was this custom or immigration, were going to recruit some people, and some people died in the process because people died of stampede, because so many people were there looking for jobs. So it's a problem. Then we talk about the research in our public institutions. Now, you are researching, even the report, newspaper report says some of these research are driven by promotion ideas by the researchers. Promotion, but I do not want to accept that they are driven by that. I want to tell us that this is a place of poor economy. Poor in the sense that investors who has the money to take the patent of these research materials. A lot of people came out with ideas. I know SEDI is a research institute, Science Equipment Development Institute, SEDI. He did a research on a single engine, but nobody came up to buy over these products, so that it will now open a company, an engineering company that will produce these engines and sell worldwide. Who has the money to do that investment? And what are the chances that if you begin to do it, or produce it, the energy cost of producing it will be high, which means the engines imported from China and other Asian countries will be much cheaper. And you are not going to guarantee that what you have, your product, is stronger, or your product, has greater advantage than those products that are coming. Even if it has greater advantage, people want something that is manageable and cheap so as to make ends meet for themselves. Therefore, the investors are not there to begin to buy the patent of research products. A lot of research work has been done. If you go to the trade fair, some of the trade fairs across Nigeria, you see many works, researches that has been done by some eggheads. Who has done that? Okay, when you see, younger persons, people who are even doing helicopter and all that, younger people doing all these machineries, prototypes and so on. Has Nigeria been able to gather these people together and open an incubation center and call in professors to train these people and make them to begin to develop these things for possible, investors to come in and buy into it and patent it, so that these people will begin to earn their research rights and all that. Who is doing that? There are everywhere. Do you know there is electricity generation without fuel? Somebody can generate electricity with water. Water. I'm not talking about hydroelectricity. I'm talking about water, using water to run an engine, not by building a dam, but just pouring water, and he uses it to run an engine that will begin to give you electricity. Who has got into that? Somewhere in Aba, somebody did that and tested it, and even building same for people. But government is supposed to help these things to grow into a big manufacturing venture so that Nigerians will be employed in that sector.
Thank you very much for that. Now moving over to our last paper for today, coming from the Nation newspaper, where the major headline reads, Senate takes steps to fast-track Electoral Act 2022 amendment. Now in the Nation paper, the Senate has moved to fast-track amendments to the Electoral Act 2022, signaling urgency as preparations quietly begin ahead of future elections. Lawmakers say the plan changes aim to close identified gaps in the law, improve election transparency, and address challenges observed during recent polls. The movement suggests the National Assembly is keen to fine-tune the electoral framework early rather than rush reforms at the last minute.
Mr. Rex, when we talk about the issue of electoral amendment bill in the legislature, the Senate has come under a lot of criticism when it comes to the speed at which they are moving. A lot of critics say that they slowed the process down, especially where we've seen that the House of Representatives has concluded their own part, when it comes to the electoral bill, and all eyes are on the Senate. And over time, even yesterday, yes, we did critique their approach, but we've seen that they moved into a 3-hour section yesterday where they were trying to expedite action to see to the review of these electoral acts. And they've set up a committee. The part of members of this committee one is the Senate Committee Chairman on Judiciary, speaking to NUI, and we'll have Adams Oshomole as a member of that committee as well. You have Danjuma Goje and former governor of Sokoto State, Governor His Excellency Tambua, as part of the committee that has been charged to expedite action, in reviewing the very nitty-gritty of these Electoral Act amendments. And I want to ask you, don't you think, like I did mention, that a lot of analysts, including myself, feel that by now we should have, had in place an electoral act that would enable the INEC come up with a timetable, a workable timetable, and for every citizen and those who participate in the next election to know the direction, especially given the crisis that we witnessed in 2023 when it comes to beavers and IRF. At least we should know by now the position of the law on these whole issues. And more, encouraging is some of the, things that we expected to see in the proposed Electoral Act if the repeal and the enactment of the 2025, serves through. And part of such thing is that we are going to see electronically generated voter cards featuring unique QR codes under the new framework. The electronic transmission of polling unit results would become mandatory, and the voting franchise will be extended to eligible prison inmates. What do you say to this?
That is primarily, let me start from the first one you said. The expectation of Nigerians is that the results of the elections should be uploaded to IREV during collection, the paper collection. The uploading should also equally go on. And that is one of the biggest expectations, because that was exactly what caused a problem to the 2023 election. It resulted in the court cases, claims and counterclaims, and even INEC on their own said there was a problem and that problem couldn't be solved. While the other elections were uploaded in the IREF, that of presidential election, they said, they used the word glitch. And was there a glitch, really? That is exactly what so many Nigerians are still thinking about. There are a lot of proposals. The Senate had been dormant with, coming up with the amendment of the Electoral Act, but just yesterday they have sat and they're speeding up that. They have set up the committee in question. The committee is almost an all governors committee, all former governors committee who are senators, except for Tony Woye and the other. Of course, the secretary, the clerk of the House is going to be the secretary of that committee. And they're going to jointly sit with the judicial committee of the Senate so as to look at the legal gray areas and ensure that these things are, of course, done. But you see, this bill is still in process. We are not even very sure that the priority area by Nigerians, a priority area of uploading to IREF, and then, in short, involving technology in our electoral system, so that everything about card reader is off, and beavers and uploading will now be the intent. Now, we are not even sure that these things are going to be made law. But if they are made law, that is, of course, a very good thing for people to begin to have confidence in our electoral system, believing that you can only rig elections. Excuse me. You can only rig elections at the polling units. You can no longer manipulate the result of elections anywhere. So there are other things like jail terms for those who refuse to upload. For instance, the supervising officers and whoever, the ad hoc workers, Aneke ad hoc workers who refuse to do that, 10 years. And those who are not even qualified to run an election or forge documents to run an election, we have about 5 million fine, and so on and so forth. There are so many things they are trying to actually put together. I think if they put together, we'll still look at it and we'll continue. It is a dynamic situation. We'll continue to look at our laws. And as we go on, if any law is seen no longer important and no longer fruitful to Nigeria, that law will be abrogated and we'll make new ones. The National Assembly will make new ones.
Thank you very much for that in-depth analysis.
All right, thank you very much for that. And this is all for today's newspaper review. Do not forget that you could grab physical copies from any of your favorite vendor or catch the paper online for more broader information. And up next is our sports update from the man himself, Good Hope, the sports oracle. Over to you.
All right, thank you very much. Good morning. Like I have greeted earlier, today in sports, we have Samuel Chukwueze's mom. She died yesterday after a brief illness. That was in the news just yesterday, and NFF, Nigerian Football Federation, and his teammates, of course, people he has played with, have sent in their condolences, strengthening him and wishing him the comfort of God, and trying to encourage him to stay strong, even as he has returned to Fulham to continue his loan spell from AC Milan. And I don't know, just a few days ago we heard that DD2 lost the dad. We had to talk about it here. Mr. Rex, I don't know how this is really coming after AFCON, and we are having our Super Eagles, some of them losing their... Are we to say that is there something behind this? This one is not accident, of course, but this one is just a brief illness.
Well, death is a shorten, is a necessary end, according to Julius Caesar, and we end come when it will come. Death is a necessary end and will come when it will come. We do not know when the death of anybody will occur and by what means. Some people die in the waters, some people die during road accidents, and so on and so forth. Some others get ill and get died. So we are here in Aneke TV, we are wishing uh, the souls of the departed all to rest in peace, and we extend our condolences to our two Super Eagles players who have lost their very own. I think there's nothing better than that. We continue to pray for the repose of their souls.
Okay, yes, we continue to pray for the repose of their souls. Still on the news and around sports, we're talking about Anthony Joshua has been begged from the Nigerian boxers. They have made a formal play for him to come back to boxing. You know that the Nigerian British boxer, he said that he's retiring from boxing due to the event, the fatal accident that happened on 29th of December that took the life of two of his associates. Even yesterday, he came out to say that he is looking at this as life and other things that are surrounding it, that one day it will be his turn. But the Nigerian professional boxers, not really professional boxers, but more like in a boxing conglomerate, has come out to say that please, you have to come back to boxing. And their leader has said that he also needs to understand that he's young. Of course, like I said in the sports show, he has the time and he is still young. He can channel the energy to something else, and it is up to him to know what he really wants to do right now, because I'm sure that he will be up and doing, and he must have, if you watch the video and his reactions also will tell you that he is getting better. He's recovering from that tragic event that took the lives of his associates. Now, still on the news, Iheanacho has returned from a season-long injury to play for Celtic, the match they played yesterday, and we are expecting our very own Nigerian-born Iheanacho to continue his game in Celtic. He went from Sevilla, he went from Leicester City. You would actually know that Iheanacho played Leicester City many years ago, where he moved from Leicester to Sevilla, and he really would not or have not worked out for him in Sevilla. Then he had to move to Celtic, where he has been on injury. I'm talking about hamstring injury, one of the injuries that could keep a player out of the game for a while. And right now, he is back to make it in the play. Still on the news, Serena Williams is set to make a return to the tennis game that he has been playing for years. She's 44 years old, and there has been this rumor about her and the doping team submitting the test and all that. But she granted an interview, but she said that it could not, that she's looking forward to coming back to this game, even though that it is not certain. And the way she was talking in the interview, you could see that she was just trying to, malinga, so that nobody will come and hold her and say, you say you are coming back this time, but you are not yet back. Now, yesterday was Europa League, and some of the teams have qualified for the next round. And the matches yesterday, they were very cool. Aston Villa came from behind to win Salzburg. And same yesterday game, you would see that there are some of the fixtures which we have had. And right now, Nottingham Forest, they look very disorganized a little in the Premier League, but they started getting back themselves as they drew the game with Arsenal. Of course, I wanted to ask Mr. Rex again how Arsenal are looking at him being an Arsenal fan. He will tell us what they're expecting this season. And I want to ask him specially, what if they did not win any trophy as they have been promising to do for other years? What will happen?
Of course, Arsenal has been there for over 100 years. They will continue to be Arsenal.
Okay.
And of course, those who are diehard fans of Arsenal will remain diehard fans of Arsenal.
Okay.
So there's nobody will die because nobody will die because Arsenal was unable to win a trophy for this season. But I believe that certainly a trophy will come.
Okay, well, Arsenal is looking very positive, and me, I believe a lot of people all around the world are believing. I think Miss Luce has something to say about this Arsenal.
No, I have nothing. I have nothing to say. But when you see the positivism of Arsenal fans, it makes one to at least smile.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me just stop at that.
Do you think this season will be?
The owner of Liverpool at one point, when Arsenal added $1 to the price of Luis Suarez, he asked at that time, what are they smoking there at Arsenal? And the question one may want to ask again, why do they have faith and believe that this time around they will come home with trophies?
Okay. Well, they will come home with trophies, and I believe that this time around it will be something, either the Champions League or the Premier League, or they are all in all competitions as I'm talking to you right now. But Manchester City is right behind Arsenal, and it could be a game. It could be as it has been always. Well, I want to bring you how it is going to happen. Just in the Nigerian Professional Football League, this weekend we have a lot of fixtures that are coming, and in the Premier League, same with the French League. But I think we have to look at the Nigerian Professional Football League, how it will be happening. Rangers are hosting at home. Same with the other teams. You're going to see that Barao FC are going to play Ikorodu City, and Ekonami, they're going to play Kun Khalifa. Enyimba is going to host Bayelsa United. Kwara United will host at home Warri Wolves. Niger Tornadoes will host Bendel Insurance. Rangers International of Enugu, they are going to be in Enugu to host Kano Pillars, and that could be the star match of the week. And also talking about Remo Stars hosting Plateau United. Shooting Stars of Akure, they are going to host Rivers United, and Wiki Tourist, they are going to host their guides on their home. And moving over to the English Premier League, where you're going to have a lot of fixtures coming, including Manchester United, Arsenal, and Chelsea too, hosting their own games. And you will see that Brighton, they are going to host Everton. Leeds are going to host Arsenal, the same Arsenal we're talking about. Arsenal, we are talking about you people, and we hope that you don't bottle this league, because if not, here will not be conducive for me and you and the Sports Oracle, because I am seeing this match as something that would be Arsenal is playing young teams now, so it's going to be a lot of cases. Well, we are going down to Wolves and Bournemouth, and Chelsea is doing well. We are looking at them to carry on with their winning spree, and we are seeing Liverpool again playing against Newcastle. This match is going to be very tough, because Newcastle will not let Liverpool get their next point, while Liverpool will not let Newcastle to get any point. Both of them could end the game draw, because Liverpool, we have seen how they have been playing now. Looking down, you could see Paris FC against Marseille, and the Laurent FC against Nantes. And this is how it is going to be. And this is how it's going to be this weekend. When we come on Monday, we're going to carry it along, and we'll tell you how it was. Thank you very much for that.
All right. Thank you very much for that sports update. And moving over to the business update, we'll take a look at the Nigerian stock market update for yesterday, Thursday, January 29th, 2026. And we can tell you that the all share index ASI climbed by 0.22% to close at 165,527.31 points. The positive movement reversed yesterday's dip, pushing the year-to-date again to approximately 6.36%. Market capitalization also improved, ending the session at roughly 105.98 trillion naira. The trading was characterized by a heady mix of bargain hunting in the mid-large cap stocks, though market breadth remained somewhat competitive between advancers and decliners. And then let's take a look at the top 5 gainers. As of yesterday, we're looking at RT Briscoe closing trading yesterday at 7 naira 15 kobo, making a positive adjustment of 10%. And we're seeing SCOA equally on that list, closing trading yesterday at 31 naira 60 kobo, making a plus 9.91% positive adjustment. And next on that list is Deep Capital, which closed trading at 10 naira 43 kobo, equally on the plus 9.91% positive adjustment. And we're seeing Veritas Cap closing trading yesterday at 2 naira 23 kobo, equally making a plus 9.85 positive adjustment. And then moving over to the top 5 losers, and we are seeing HM Call leading that pack with 3 naira 94 kobo as at the closing of the market yesterday, making a negative minus 9.84% adjustment. We're seeing Union Daikon on that list as well, closing trading yesterday at 8 naira 75 kobo, making a negative adjustment of 9.79%. We're seeing UPL equally closing trading yesterday at 5 naira 75 kobo, making a minus 8% negative adjustment, and we are equally seeing Austin Lars on that list closing its trading yesterday at 3 naira 70 kobo, equaling the negative of minus 7.50%. And then Veritas Capital and Fertilizers were among the most active stocks yesterday by volume, reflecting high investor interest in the insurance and consumer services. And then let's take a look at the Naira performance, equally as at yesterday, which, see the Naira continuing steady appreciation against the US dollar in both the official and informal market. And the official market yesterday, the Naira opened at 1,395 Naira 9 kobo and closing at 1,388 naira 98 kobo as against the dollar. While at the parallel market, the naira opened at 1,482 naira to close at 1,470 naira 61 kobo as against the dollar. And when we take a look at the naira, we'll see that the naira gained significantly, breaking below the 1,390 mark to close at approximately 1,388.98, which represents a notable improvement from the closure from the previous day, signaling a strong liquidity in the Nigerian Autonomous Foreign Exchange market. And that is it for the business of this morning.
All right, thank you very much for that. And this is a wrap on today's edition of Sunrise. It's always a pleasure having you here with us every morning from Mondays to Friday. And thank you for joining us on Sunrise every day. I am Deborah Wakaba.
And thank you, Mr. Ress, for those in-depth analysis. It's always a pleasure to have you here on Sunrise.
Thank you, Mr. Sai.
And to you, Mr. Goodhope, the mental mechanic, the man of many parts. It's always a pleasure to have you here on Sunrise.
Thank you very much.
All right. And I'm Uche Osai. Remember, you're not here to be average. Be unique. Keep watching Aneke TV till we come your way same time next week. Bye-bye.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world. In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the broad mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
In functional democracies and competitive economies, meritocracy is not a slogan, it is a system. A system where competence determines opportunity, performance drives advancement, and leadership is earned, not inherited or imposed. In Nigeria, however, the persistent triumph of mediocrity over merit continues to shape recruitment processes, elective positions, and leadership outcomes across critical sectors of national life. From public service employment to political office, from academia to corporate governance, troubling pattern has emerged. Access often trumps ability, loyalty outweighs competence, and short-term political calculations override long-term national interests. In the public sector, recruitment exercises are officially designed to be competitive, involving written examinations, interviews, and eligibility screening. Yet, multiple surveys and independent audits have consistently shown that informal influence, patronage networks, and bribery remain significant determinants of who gets hired. This reality has produced ministries, departments, and agencies burdened with underqualified personnel, struggling to deliver on complex policy mandates in a rapidly evolving global environment. The consequences are not abstract. They manifest in delayed project execution, weak policy implementation, inefficient service delivery, and ballooning recurrent expenditure with minimal value creation. When institutions are staffed without regard for skill or capacity, governance becomes reactive rather than strategic. The problem is not limited to recruitment alone. Nigeria's elective political system reflects the same crisis of merit. In many cases, candidates emerge not through rigorous debate, policy clarity, or intellectual depth, but through financial muscle, political godfathers, or ethnic calculations. Electoral outcomes frequently reward popularity, patronage of vote buying over competence and vision. The result is a leadership deficit that cuts across local government councils, state assemblies, governorships, and even the national legislature, institutions constitutionally taxed with lawmaking, oversight, and representation, yet often lacking the technical depths required to interrogate budgets, scrutinize policies, or design forward-looking legislation. Other sectors tell a similar story. In education, the erosion of merit in academic appointment has weakened research quality and global competitiveness. In some tertiary institutions, promotions and leadership roles are influenced more by internal politics than scholarly output. In the corporate space, family ties and informal networks sometimes override professional management principles, limiting innovation and sustainability. Ironically, Nigeria continues to produce world-class professionals who excel in merit-driven systems abroad, from medicine and engineering to technology, finance, and academia. Their success outside the country reinforces a painful truth. The problem is not Nigerian capacity, but Nigerian systems. Countries that have achieved rapid development offer contrasting examples. Singapore, Rwanda, and South Korea institutionalize meritocracy through transparent recruitment, performance-based promotion, and zero tolerance for patronage. Leadership selection in these systems prioritize competence, integrity, and accountability, even when politically inconvenient. Back home, the cost of failing to do the same is increasingly evident. Brain drain has accelerated as skilled Nigerians seek environments where effort is rewarded fairly. Public trust in institutions has declined, and citizens grow more cynical about processes they perceive as rigged or predetermined. Yet, experts argue that the tide can be turned. Strengthening meritocracy requires deliberate reform, not rhetoric. Transparent digital recruitment platforms, independently supervised examinations, enforceable sanctions for recruitment breaches, and clear performance metrics are critical starting points. In the political space, electoral reforms that reduce the influence of money, strengthen internal party democracy, and encourage issue-based campaigns are essential to improving leadership quality. Civil society, the media, and the electorate also carry responsibility to interrogate candidates, demand competence, and reject mediocrity at the ballot box. Ultimately, meritocracy is not elitism, it is fairness. It is the assurance that every Nigerian, regardless of background, has a genuine chance to rise based on ability and effort. Without it, institutions weaken, leadership falters, and national ambition remains unrealized. For Nigeria to compete globally, govern effectively, and harness its vast human capital, merit must no longer be optional. It must become the standard. In recruitment, in elections, and in every field where decisions shape the nation's future.
We are on campus today talking to freshers about their first days in university, the surprises, the challenges, and the excitement of beginning a new journey. Let's hear what they have to say.
My advice is that always come for lectures and always concentrate because it's not easy in universities like this to not to come to lectures and you think that you just come for exam and that, right? And also be coordinated and also anything they ask for, just always do it and always be punctual in everything. And also if you want to become one of the best in IMT, you have to follow up if it's a practical and all that things. You always be the best. Always in a spiritual life like this, always follow God. Do not backslide. Like my spiritual father always say that any day, anytime, do not rely on men, but rely on God only. Do not ever say that you want to go and meet man for something. Always rely on God. Even though you have problems, just always rely on God. And even for relationship like this, do not think that a relationship can be just for nothing. If you want to be in a relationship like this, always be smart. Do not get in a relationship to get into your head, but always be smart in this kind of relationship.
The advice that I will give to my fellow freshers is that focus on yourself and know what you came to campus to do. Know what you came to campus to do, because so many people are here not just to read but to get distracted, and so many are here to distract others that want to achieve something in the future. And also, like me coming to this school, this place is not my intention. I don't want to come here, but the way I'm seeing things and the friends that I'm making, it's giving me vibe that I should stay calm and look forward for my future. Like, I see so many people with ambition in this school, and many that are here just to have fun and all stuff, you understand? My fellow freshers, I would like to say, anything about God, just take it serious, because you don't know what plan that God has for you. You might just think like me. I had a vision that led me to IMT, because the school that I intended to go is UNN, but I had a vision for IMT, and I know that God has something for me here, you understand? And first of all, in aspect of relationship with God, obedience is better than sacrifice. Just obey and leave everything to God. Like our lecturer on Com 115 said, just do 50 and leave 50 to God, or you do 40 and leave 60 to God. You can't leave everything to God. You understand? And find people that you know they are serious with relationship with God, not people that loves to party and loves whiling their time. You understand? And try to endeavor in a fellowship program or in a society like a fellowship society that can be following you up about your spiritual life and other stuffs. And also try to have mentors, people that if you have problem with, you can go to them and say, sir, this is what I'm battling with. Like, you understand? Like, so many of us are passing through a lot. So many of us are facing a lot of challenges, like, let me say, lust, masturbation, lesbianism. But if you have a spiritual mentor that is highly ranked in the spirit, he will guide you. He will guide you, understand? Don't make friends with hooligans then. You understand? So that's my advice for a fresher. Always love things about
to freshers. To me, from my own experience and perspective, school is not an easy task, but it's easy only when you want to make it easy. It is less for you. Because I know that this life, the way you lay your bed is the way you lie your bed. You as a fresher, as a beginner, all you need to do, one, is to ask those that has been in the game before you. How it has been, like how they have been playing the game, understand? And you as a fresher, never you try to prove to your lecturers that you are stubborn. Always cooperate with them. One, make sure you go to class. Although normally it's not most that everybody will go to class, but try as possible as you can. Make sure you go to class. Take your lectures very serious. Study hard. But to me, it's not more that everybody must study. But at least try your best. Understand? Because when you try your best, they will know how they will help you out. The most annoying part is that you are not putting effort and you'll be expecting somebody to come and assist you. Understand? Anybody that wants to assist you is trying to pull his or herself down. Understand? So when you make a move, they will help you to move.
My advice to freshers is they should, as a fresher, they should focus on their studies and try to be oriented on the environment that they are supposed to. That's the only advice. In aspect of spiritual life, I would say that they should focus, though everybody has their own religion, so they should focus on their religions, trying to pray that the God they are serving should help them pass through.
I'm going to say about the relationship that if you're not ready for anything, just don't go into it because it's going to drain you. Yes. But the academical stuff, I'm going to advise them to take their studies seriously, like in secondary school. That they should not just pass over anyone. Like you should take it serious because most of it you're going to see there and you cannot run away from it. Then about the God spiritual life, they should hold God very well because without God they are nothing. There are going to be so many pressures to join this, to join that, maybe from the new classmates that you met. You just have to hold God and then know God. It's going to help you along the way.
First, I would say let them, take their studies very serious. Wise up because scammers, they fool this school. So, and take God things serious, worship God very well, good, give your life to Christ, many things. So, and the last one, take your studies very well.
Those are the voices of freshers sharing their thoughts and advice as they begin this important chapter. We wish them success as they settle into the university life. Thanks for watching. I am Sharon Uche, Aneke TV.
Welcome to The Insight. Today, we are exploring the intersection of human endurance and social purpose. We often hear that records are made to be broken, but rarely do we see them broken for a cause that touches the very heart of our community. Joining us today is a woman who wears many hats, doctor, advocate, and storyteller, but she's currently donning her most ambitious one yet as she embarks on her Guinness World Record attempt through the Enugu to the World project, a journey that has captured the attention of Enugu and beyond. How does a medical professional, a journalist, find the stamina to chase global history? We are about to find out. We are live with the woman of the hour, Dr. Chigi Chiagorom, who is a healthcare practitioner, journalist, and like I did mention, she's now on Guinness World Record contender. Dr. Chig, it's a pleasure to have you on the inside.
Oh, the pleasure is all mine. Thank you so much, Uchi, for having me.
You know, I did say I'm already making my own history while you are a contender to make history. 100%. I'm already making history, yes. So let's get right to it. Absolutely. And I want to ask, before we begin talking about the logistics of this very, enterprise, I want to ask, what was the exact moment where you decided that good enough wasn't enough, that you needed to go for a world record?
Absolutely. Well, this whole journey started early 2025.
Okay. Just early 2025?
Yes.
Wow.
Early 2025, March to be precise. As a journalist, you do a lot of research. And at that time was, I guess, the peak of the West African surge for world records. So I wanted to research it because I wanted to do a piece on it. But as I researched, I noticed that it is not just a platform where you emerge a champion. It can also be a platform where you can give back to your society. Now, when I saw that category, everything changed for me because I felt it was something that captured most of the things that I love.
Okay.
For example, I love Enugu State.
All right.
And when you say you love someone or something, it's shown in your actions towards, that person or the state. So my love for journalism and my love for healthcare. I saw all these things all encapsulated within that particular attempt. And I told myself, why not? If at the end of the day, I'm able to showcase what is happening in Enugu to the world through this platform, then why not? Because I could recall that after the NBA conference in Enugu, there was a lot of buzz. If you go online, even I had friends that would tell me, oh, Enugu has changed so much. Oh, Enugu has developed so much. Oh, so much is going on in Enugu. And I noticed that nothing was done to amplify that, that noise, that rave, So when this category came up, I thought this is a good opportunity to showcase what the administration or the administrator in Enugu is doing currently, which is Barrister Pitamba, in terms of healthcare predominantly. You could see the 300 bedded specialist hospital that is coming up, the 260 units primary healthcare centers coming up across wards, and then the refurbishment and upgrade that is happening at the teaching hospital, the state teaching hospital. So I want the world to know that Enugu is ready.
Enugu is ready.
Enugu is ready. So one of our hashtags is Enugu Newe Toko.
Meaning?
Enugu Newe Toko is Igbo, but it means that Enugu brings light.
Okay, Enugu brings light.
We use it, or it was used to describe Enugu as a very dull, when people would describe Enugu as a very dull state that is not proactive or commercial enough or industrial enough, they will tell you Enugu Adewe Toko. But we are saying Enugu Newe Toko.
Okay.
There's light in Enugu. Enugu is ready. It's Enugu to the world.
The people are no longer led back.
The time is now. And I remember what happened during the Industrial Revolution, or after the Industrial Revolution, after Henry Ford came up with his V engine. At that time, there were no roads. The government didn't know to build roads, but he went ahead with his V engine, and then the roads showed up. Because people will ask me, oh, but what has Enugu done for you? Or this, that. Why are you stressing yourself, glorifying Enugu? And I'm like, even though the government may not have given me that 100% support, they will latch on eventually. So our job is to look for opportunities to explore so that people say, oh, so this is in Enugu. Why can't I invest in Enugu? And I want to see an Enugu that is a medical tourist state, a state where people say, oh, where can I get this surgery? And they'll be like, oh, go to Enugu. Oh, they have the best doctors, they have the best infrastructures, they have the best hospitals and things like that. So in a nutshell, without boring you so much, this was kind of the motivation for me to pursue this, thinking to myself, it's a worthy cause.
All right. Looking at the current record in this category, we already have 43 interviews in 12 hours.
Yes.
That's quite bold,
Yes.
but isn't one would say that you're now bolder to attempt to break this very record.
Yes.
So tell us about your aim to shatter this very record through the Enugu to the World Perfect platform for it.
Okay, so to start with, kudos to Dalia Freya. That's the Lebanese lady who currently holds the world record. She actually did 91 interviews.
91?
In 12 hours. But here's the kick. Guinness World Records sends you your specific guidelines that are meant to guide you. They define what an interview is. For example, it shouldn't be a yes or no interview. For example, you should ask at least 5 questions and things like that. It shouldn't be a monologue. So when you do a long stretch of interviews, for example, Dahlia did 91 and at the end of the day she was accorded 43.
Out of the 91.
Out of the 91.
So what you're saying now is that according to the guideline, you have to exceed whatever number.
No, you need to exceed the
now,
number.
If she was given, if she did 91 and 43 was accorded, that means we're expecting Dr. Chiege to be doing 150,
Absolutely.
130.
Because if we do 100 should mean that a guest should get at most 10 minutes. But during our rehearsals, we found out that we could actually do less for less. So we're doing, other things being equal, over 100 interviews.
Wow.
And we want to meet up with the standards so that they don't get to exclude as many interviews. So that
Where is that energy coming from?
Okay. You want the political answer or the...
This is the insight. We want it both ways. We want the real and the political.
Okay, so
this is the insight. So feel free.
There are 2 ways someone can get motivated, right?
Okay.
Externally and internally.
Okay.
So your why should come from within.
Okay.
I'm someone who has been blessed with the urge to succeed right from a very early age, regardless.
Correct.
One of my mantras is no ifs, no buts, just get the job done.
Please, for my audience, they need to get that as well. No ifs.
No ifs.
No buts.
No buts. Get the job done.
Wow.
If you want to achieve something, of course there are always challenges and things like that. Find a way around it. Get the job done. So I always have this why that drives me. So your why could be, maybe you just want to get the fame, whatever, it's just you. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. My why goes beyond me. I sat back the other day and I was looking at my team, the Guinness World Record Dream Team, and we are growing. And I see these young people want to give their best. People will call me on phone. How can we support young people? Or someone actually called me and told me, please, if you don't have a red carpet host, I'm willing to do it. So I look at these people and I know that I can't fail them.
Wow.
Because it's not just about me. If it's just about me, then I'll count my losses and go and rest. But I know that there's a young man who is holding on to Enugu because he wants to see the Guinness World Records come to Enugu. He feels that something is coming out of it for him.
Now that you're talking, it leads me to my next question. Enugu to the world. And I want to ask, if you could go that now, Enugu newe talk.
Yes.
Enugu is bringing lights,
Yes.
right? And I'm asking, Enugu to the world, is it the perfect platform?
I want you to rephrase the question. What do you mean is it the perfect
No,
platform?
there are other choices available to you. One would expect that when a record like this, you would choose cities like Lagos. Abuja is there. So why the choice of Enugu, and is it the perfect platform?
Okay. Now I get you. So I've had many people. I've reached out to platforms outside of Enugu and people outside of Enugu, and of course, what they will always tell me is, "I wish you were doing this in so and so city, in so and so city." But therein lies the reason why I'm doing it in Enugu.
Okay.
Like another of our mantra is Enugu Adigo ready.
Enugu Adigo ready.
Enugu Adigo ready. Like we are ready. You know, the rave of Guinness World Records is always in places like Lagos. Why can't we have such buzz here? Why can't we have such attention here? Anybody who hasn't been in Enugu for the past 3-4 years will be shocked to see the level of development. Why can't we show it to the world? What are we waiting for? Are we waiting for a messiah from outside? We have all it takes. We have the people, we have the government, we have the enabling environment, if you choose to say it that way. So what are we waiting? Why not Enugu to the world on a global platform?
Wow. Abandoning scripts now because I'm from Enugu State.
Great.
But yes, although I am new in Enugu, so to say, I've been around, but this time around I've not really settled in Enugu for a long time. I've not seen anyone speak about Enugu with such energy, such passion. Yeah. And I meant to ask again, what has Enugu given you? Is it that you're from Enugu State?
Oh, well.
Or that you stayed here? What has Enugu given you that motivates you to speak about Enugu with so much energy, passion, that you want to attempt a record, event of this magnitude, and you choose Enugu and you're so excited about it?
Absolutely. I'm so excited. Okay, so to start with, you actually did mention that Enugu is my hometown.
Okay.
I'm from Enugu, raised in Enugu, went to school, partly in Enugu, work in Enugu, got married, everything in Enugu. And one would say maybe it's lack of exposure, but it's love for the land. I don't know where that patriotism went to. I think it's probably something I was born with. I love what JFK said, John F. Kennedy, the late former president of America. He said, do not think of what your country will do for you. Think of what you can do for your country. Where it's convenient to blame government, I know that we've not had the best, but what have you done for your people? The Bible says that if you're willing and obedient, you eat the good of the land. I believe there's good in this land, and I'm willing to eat the good and to also show other people how to eat the good of the land.
Okay.
If you don't talk about your state, if you do not promote your state, who will?
All right. Well said. And I know you did speak about it. You talk about people calling, and I want to ask about that acceptance from the people, and how they are they as passionate as you are about this very project happening in Enugu as well?
Okay, so the answer is yes and no.
Okay.
Usually the excitement is from the younger ones.
The younger ones.
The younger ones.
They seem to understand better.
They understand what is happening.
Okay.
They think it's just brilliant. But the older ones, which is why some people think Enugu State is not there yet, but I don't believe it. I feel that we are ready and others will catch up. So the older ones, they'll ask you, okay, when you win this thing, what would they give you? So they don't really understand the concept of the Guinness World Records and the global visibility and what comes with that. So the younger ones are more excited, they are more willing. However, there are still those in the older generation that actually understand what is going on, and those ones, as few as they are, they're very good support, and we are grateful to have them.
All right. That's quite encouraging to know that the younger generation supports, because a lot of individuals, some people may, tend to think that you're too ambitious for that.
Yeah.
And for that reason, they may not, be encouraging as well.
I get that too, but when you're doing something for the first time, you're the pioneer. I'm not really the pioneer per se, because we've had 3 people attempt Guinness World Record in Enugu, but didn't get as much buzz.
Wow.
And for some reasons, couldn't break the records.
Okay.
So I'm the one that has come up that has pushed a little bit further. We're everywhere online and things like that. So people are finding it difficult to understand, but we feel that that jinx will be broken once we're able to break the records, right? So when you're a pioneer, your trade, blazing the trail, it will be difficult to find people who will, cheer you on. Because when we came up at first, when this idea came up, we felt that the whole Enugu would be like, let's go, let's go, let's go. They've been doing it in Lagos, but it doesn't happen that way, and that is life for you. So the most important thing for us now is to break the record so that every other person, including government,
Yes,
will join in the rave.
I'm coming to that exactly because I've spoken about the people. I wanted to
Yes.
talk about the government
Yeah.
because a lot of attention, and when you were speaking, you did mention them, a lot of what government is doing. And by that, means there be attention on the developmental strides of the government. And I want to ask, have they reached out to you or have you spoken to them? Are they in support? How are they open and willing to see to it that this happens, that it is for all Ndi Enugu and not just for Dr. Chigi Chiagorum?
Well, I'm the one that has been doing the reaching out
Okay.
so far. But you do remember the story I told you about Henry Ford,
Yeah.
right? All I can say is that I have to find a way to break this record.
There's
And
been
government
there's been bottlenecks. We know that with government protocols.
not just bottlenecks. Let's just say we've not been able to sell the concepts to them such that they will, or let's just say that they are more concentrated on other things rather than events like this.
Events like this. When I know the government is, they create room for much awareness, trying to showcase Enugu. And this is one thing I know that would showcase Enugu to the world.
Yeah, sure.
Maybe we need another approach.
Well, we're still working at it. I said no ifs, no buts, just get the work done. So you go, you come back, you re-strategize, you go back. But for now, the support is very, very abysmal coming from the government.
On the government.
Yeah.
Hopefully, before the due date, we'll see a change of heart because you'll be doing a free PR for the government and Indian Enugu in general. So everyone should embrace this. Now, let's get back to it again. Let me go back to script a bit. And I want to ask the date, February 14th.
Yeah.
Why the choice of February 14th and why that very date? Because Valentine's Day, yeah.
Okay. So, a couple of reasons. First is because my guests are predominantly professionals, right? We had to put it on a weekend. But to start with, the first date was November last year. That was the first date. But because I didn't get the approval of the application early enough, by the time I got it, it wasn't feasible again, carrying it out in November. So we had to move it so we had to put it on a weekend so that professionals can afford to be available. Then secondly, since we want to showcase our love for Enugu, our love for the things that are happening in Enugu, our love for the community we're building in Enugu, what better date signifies love, or what better date are you supposed to show it than a date that actually, signifies love, sharing, giving, and this is us giving back to Enugu. So that's the significance of us, placing it on Valentine's Day.
All right. Now let me ask, how prepared are you in terms of logistics? Because we're going to see a non-stop interviews for over 12 hours from his guests lined up. How are you handling all that?
This is nothing like anything anybody has ever done, at least from my perspective. There are so many components to the Guinness World Records. There is, of course, you, the host, and your over 100 interviewees, so you have to onboard them.
Are they lined up already?
They are already lined up, onboarded. We have been sending them updates down to, because we have to categorize them. All of them can't come at the same time, so you categorize them. They have their unique numbers, they have their areas for conversation and things like that. So they are already there. There are students, there are professionals, there are business people, it's the whole mix. And then we have strategies that will ensure that we have a plan A, plan B, and a plan C.
Okay.
But our highest challenge is coming from the issue of power.
Okay.
Because we have to be captured for 12 hours non-stop. And within the frame of the camera must be myself, the host, the interviewee, the timer.
Okay.
So at every point, even when I am resting, the camera must be on, the timer must be going.
Okay.
So our issue is with power, because if there is power outage and the timer for any reason stops, it nullifies everything.
It nullifies
It
everything.
nullifies everything.
It means you have the opportunity to start afresh, or you still go the whole process one more time?
You have to start from the beginning. You can't join it.
Wow.
Yeah. So and imagine that you are 8 hours into it and power goes off. And power is very costly.
Yes.
So don't even go, because we tried several, do we pay for generator for the 12 hours? The amount is humongous. So we're looking at inverter. So power is a very big issue when it comes to this. So we're still trying to work that out. And then we have what they call independent witnesses and timekeepers. Now, these are the eyes and the ears of Guinness World Records, because normally you're supposed to pay for an adjudicator from the UK to come and witness what is happening. But in our case, you have the option of getting independent witness, independent of you and the attempt, and independent of each other.
Okay.
You have to get, and they are usually lawyers, clerks, policemen, civil servants, people whose pedigree is clean and known. And then the timekeepers, because it's a race against time, should be able to say, okay, if we're doing 10 minutes for each person, they have to document every single thing, and it came with a template.
Wow.
There's that category too. So nobody can ever say that he or she is 100% ready, but you try as much as possible to put systems in place to ensure that even if one fails, there's always something to substitute and make sure that the record goes on seamlessly.
All right. When you were speaking, something occurred to me, when we were talking about speaking to the government. And again, I realized that I didn't know that the magnitude of this until you start talking about it, because given that power in Nigeria is epileptic. And I want to ask, beyond the government, have you tried reaching other sponsors?
Yeah.
Because this may be, it may be requiring humongous amounts to be able to carry this out.
It does actually. And I would give a shout out, if that is okay.
Good.
Yeah, I would give a shout out to Honorable Ebel Mogodo.
Okay.
He's the chairman CEO of NAU Properties Limited.
Okay.
I'm giving a shout out to him. He has been of a huge support, and he's an individual. I will also give a huge shout out to the Group Managing Director, GMD Copen Group, Reverend Dr. Ugo Chime. He has been supporting this from day one, not just in words, but in action, and then there are several others that I may not be able to, but these two people, I want to give a huge shout out to them. They have been instrumental to us getting to where we have gotten to so far. So it's humongous, but
yeah, but these are just individual. What about corporate organizations?
Okay, so with corporates, there's something we notice with corporates. You don't just write letters and drop and expect someone to reach out to you. With corporates, you must have a track record. There must be someone of influence who they trust that will lead you by hand to those corporates. If they don't, we've had some meetings with a known fintech in Enugu, reasonably. But after a while, they kind of slacked, and we're just analyzing what could be the problem, and we just came up with the fact that, okay, you're not a known name, so they are slacking to see maybe she wins, maybe she doesn't win, and things like that. So I guess corporate is the psychology of sponsorship. If you are not known or you're not led by hand by someone who they know, it's usually difficult. And I try to balance things, because I am the one breaking the records. I have to conserve my energy. So if I pursue a lead and it's as if it's not yielding, I would actually stop at a particular time. Not because if I continue, I will not succeed, but it will take me a whole lot of time and energy.
Yeah.
So I pursue to a reasonable extent, and if I see there's no red line, there's no green light, rather, I switch off because I have to conserve energy for the events.
All right. I was going to ask a follow-up question, but I will reserve that follow-up question, hoping that in few days, when you become a Guinness World title holder, that will be able to have a follow-up, and then I will ask that
This
question. Yes, so I'll keep that question when you become, and that question will be to the corporates. But that is when the title is in hand, and we're in this studio. You're displaying these titles. And on that note, we'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll continue to speak with Dr. Chigi.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world. Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world. In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Thank you for staying with us. And in case you're just joining us, we've been speaking with Dr. Chigi Chiagorom, who is a healthcare practitioner, a journalist, and currently a Guinness World Record contender. Dr. Chigi, it's been a pleasure speaking with you on the inside, but let's move a little bit higher. And I'm coming to you personally. I've been asking about motivations and all that, but there is an aspect. She is a wife. She is a medical practitioner. She is a journalist. And now, a Guinness World Record contender. How do we reconcile all this?
Quite frankly, there are no, there are no equations, or there are no, I'm looking for the right word now. There are no, I've forgotten the word I'm looking for. However, there are no methods to it. You just have to know how to manage your time the most and how to delegate. God being so kind, my kids are all teenagers. So some 10 years, 15 years back, 18 years back, I wouldn't have been able to attempt this because, of course, my kids were in their very young, ages. But now my eldest is a full-blown adult girl, so I delegate a lot to her. And then I also make out time for my family. For example, once I get home at a particular time, I don't take calls because I have to give it to my kids. So any little time that I have, I find that I am spending it with my family because at the end of the day, it is family that counts. Yeah. It's family you go back to. What are we talking about? So, but with journalism started as, it hasn't been long journalism started, actually. But I will say this, take care of those proclivities you have, even as a child growing up. It's a strong pointer to what you have acumen. I noticed that I loved In fact, as a teenager, I watch shows, Oprah, Gail King, Nigeria, Moa Budu, and I'll be like, oh, these women talk shows. I would like to have a talk show. And after the event, I'll jot down the crew members. Oh, there's a set designer, there's a director, there's a producer, executive producer, and things like that. But after a while, I forgot it because I had to do my medical thing. But come 2019, 2020-ish, just within that COVID time, I saw an advert from West Africa Broadcast Media Academy, WABMA, on presentation. I was like, why not? So I went in for presentation training, and after that, I was going to just go back to my regular 9 to 5, but they called me and said, we have an opening for you. Would you mind covering our fake news debunker, online fake news debunker? I said, why not? And I had one or two trainings, and I started doing that. And before you knew it, TV started, came along. But I must come to that point where I know how to categorize things. I do my 9 to 5, and then on weekends I do journalism. I'm able to do journalism because it's something that comes to me naturally. I know that even before I joined journalism, I would do MC jobs for my colleagues, and they'll be like, "Oh, you do this thing really well.
Wow.
Are you?" And I'm like, "No, I guess I'm a natural," and things like that.
Yeah.
So when you do things you have passion for, you always find time. But you have to learn time management for real. If not, you would run into problems.
Okay.
Yeah.
A medical doctor by the week.
I'm not a medical doctor.
A medical practitioner by the
Yeah.
week, health practitioner by the week, sorry, and by weekend a journalist. That's wonderful. And I mean to ask, what message would you be wanting to send out to Nigeria and the world with this World Guinness Record attempt?
Absolutely. Most times we look to the outside for growth, because the life of a tree is in the seed. Greatness is inside of you. So if we can have very deep introspection, we can find out that greatness is in us, and is in applying value. It's in doing those things that ordinarily you feel, this was not giving me money, but it's a compilation of events. Life is like a chain reaction. There's a butterfly effect. It's like a domino effect. It starts with one decision, and then it moves on to, snowball into something great. So do not neglect that point where you're a beginner. Do not neglect your days of little beginning. Just be consistent, be persistent, show up every day.
Wow.
Show up every day, and a compilation of those activities will take you to the top.
All right.
Yeah.
We'll take you to the top, and I hope Nigerians are listening. But
you're not done yet, are you?
I want to ask, it could be doubting, are there moments where when you're alone,
yes,
you have doubts?
Yes. But that is why, if you remember what we were discussing earlier, and I said your why is very important. There are moments I doubt myself. Everybody goes through that, what's that syndrome they call it, where you doubt yourself, imposter syndrome. Aside that, there are also, if it's not imposter syndrome, because there are some people that have actually overcome imposter syndrome after, over time of practice.
Yeah.
But you doubt yourself in terms of, who sent me this message, you understand? But then I remember my why, that there are people who are actually counting on this attempt.
Wow.
And it just pulls me out of that state. And I'm already on my computer, on my phone, I'm already working, I'm already making calls. So your why for doing things should be important, because when the lights are out and no one is encouraging you, you have to encourage yourself when you remember the reason why you started doing this in the first place. So that does it for me.
All right. That takes me to the other part of you, your advocacy.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Let's talk about it.
Okay, so Steve Support Foundation is a brainchild, and there's a story behind it.
Okay.
So in 2013, I had my son.
Okay.
And he was diagnosed with infantile spasms. Infantile spasms is a neurological challenge where a child will be jerking. It's like epilepsy, yeah? But it's not full-blown epilepsy. So I was a young mother then. He's my third, my last. I was pursuing my PhD. I was having issues in the home front. had an accident, kidnapped. A whole lot of things was happening to me at the same time, right? So I needed a support group, where I can go and ease off tension. I had this doctor friend. I made him a friend because he will just I will consult him and then he will talk to me. Doctors hardly have time for that because they're overwhelmed. But this particular doctor, God rest his soul, he's late. So he will talk to me and I will talk to him and I'll be like, I'm overwhelmed, I'm tired because every week, every Friday I had to take him to the hospital, UNTH. So he said, you should form an NGO. Since it's coming to you and you can't find any group to join a support group, maybe you should start. Maybe something God is telling you to start something. And I laughed it off because I've not even helped myself when I'm looking for someone to help. But years passed by and I still felt that nudge. So I said, okay, so what do I need to do first? What are the low-hanging fruits? Of course, I'm in the medical field and I still had interest in media, although I wasn't in the media. So what I'll do is that I'll consult doctors, bring them to ETV, bring them to radio stations, and we talk about epilepsy and how to take care of children with. So I was doing that, and then after a while I stopped. But then again, in 2021, 2022, the nudge came back again. So I had to now register, do all the paperwork and things like that. And fast forward to today, we're paying school fees for kids. We have a scholarship, special education scholarship program, paying school fees for children from very humble backgrounds. Those kids that parents will say, okay, let's raise the ones that are normal. These ones later. So we pay for their school fees. We do intermittent training for CPR. We've gone to 2 different schools, one in Nigeria, one in Enugu here, to train students on first aid, seizure care, first aid, and CPR. All right. So we have even extended because I was approached by a clergy, and I told the man our scope is basically children with special needs, and he was like, yeah, people in prisons also they have special needs, so we have extended, given our little resources to. Yeah, we went to Ujiriva prisons last year, and we're going again this year after the attempt. So that is my work with advocacy, but it hasn't been easy. It hasn't been easy because government doesn't just hand you things on a platter. But the problem with advocacy with these children is that their parents don't even want to come out. They don't want to be identified as parents with children with special needs. And advocacy has to do with numbers.
Yeah.
So these children, they find schools difficult because most schools that say that they have special needs, They don't even have a clue because special needs education has to be individualized. And there's a lot.
Lots more.
There's a lot.
All right. When we were talking, I wanted to ask how one can be involved, to partner with your foundation.
Absolutely. We are open for partnerships because we have a lot of outreach. I didn't mention medical outreach. In December, we closed the year with a medical outreach to an orphanage for children with special needs. We brought physiotherapists because they often have musculoskeletal issues, right? So we are open for partnerships, any help that we can get. And we're also advocating that there be flexible insurance packages for these children because most of the time their parents are not able, their drugs are costly. Supportive care is costly, physiotherapy is costly, speech therapy is costly. So these are the things that, and then for government to train more teachers with special education. Yeah, because most teachers don't understand, special education.
All right.
Yeah. So we're open to partnership.
Okay, and back to the discussion. How would this world record, impact this advocacy?
So like I said, it was predominantly health based. So we have people coming to talk about telemedicine. We have people coming to talk about insurance. We have people coming to talk about all aspects, cardiac care, kidney care. We also have people coming to talk about special needs and special education.
Okay.
So it's a conversation that we hope to be very holistic. So I am the interviewer, And I'm the one that is involved in the advocacy, so I know those questions to ask to bring out all these things to both the government and the global platform. Yeah.
All right. Now, let me take it back to the Enugu. Because I saw your passion. It was, it's so infectious. And I tell you, I did confess, I've not seen anyone since I got back here who speak about Enugu State with such passion that you did talk about Enugu with. And I'm asking, going back to the things you want to showcase about Enugu, how this interview is going to showcase the energy, the culture, and the media legacy of Enugu State. You've mentioned the 300-seater bed being built by the governor. So, and I want to get into that, how you want to use this to bring out this laid-back state, like so people always say, na Enugu Adiewe Talk.
Okay, so one of our interviewees is the Honorable Commissioner for Health, Professor George Ugu. So he's going to be speaking on Enugu's healthcare infrastructure so far. So who better person to talk about it than the Commissioner for Health, right? On the education part, we also have the NSUPEB Oga coming to talk about it. So that is exactly how we want to expose. Because I noticed, everybody knows that our governor is investment centered.
Driven.
Driven. So if we expose these things and more investors are like, oh, so they have this infrastructure, maybe we should open talks. I didn't even mention the diagnostic center. There's a diagnostic center that is also, coming up. People will want to come and when I say people, I mean in diaspora. We'll come to, okay, can we have a partnership on the diagnostic center? Someone who is a cardiologist doing so well in America can say, oh, I can actually partner on this, So that is our strategy to showcase Enugu in that light.
Okay. Now, let me get back to a question I asked you earlier. Okay. While we are talking, I started thinking again. 12 hours speaking. This is going to be a marathon. How will you make this conversation so impactful that they would make impact and not water down after a bit?
Okay, so we had to cut up the long haul, the 12 hours, into 4 different hours, right? So the first 4 hours was students, the second 4 hours is for professionals, government officials, and then the rest is for MOPO, because the bulk of the interview will happen in the first 8 hours. So we cut it up into 4 hours because we've done a rehearsal to get a feel of what the whole thing will be. So after every 4 hours, I'm expected to have take a rest of 5 minutes.
Okay.
And the good thing is, well, according to stipulations of the specific guidelines, you are not expected to use an aid. So I can use an iPad and I can use paper. So what that leaves me is with the fact that I have to generate those questions organically, and it's something that comes to me naturally. And you will understand that the first question will lead to the second question if you're paying attention. So if I'm not supposed to use aids, which means you cannot prefabricate questions because I can't use any aid. You understand what I mean?
Yes.
So we'll have to generate the questions organically, which means it has to be conversational.
Wow.
Yeah. So
it's even going to even be more tedious,
impactful. It will be
tedious and impactful. It's a whole lot of brain work.
It's a whole lot of brain work.
Wow. The more we talk, the more I get, to put myself, in that position. But, again, let's go back a bit to where all this started. And I asked you earlier on, when you were alone, don't you get afraid? And you took me to the whys, the ifs. But apart from those, whom you're asking for sponsorship and all that, what's your inner circle? What do they say?
Well, they are amazed.
They are amazed.
Some are flabbergasted. But most often than not, they are just in awe. They are just in awe and they encourage me.
They encourage
children.
Okay.
My children encourage me the most.
Wow.
No, they encourage me the most because they are like, if mom can do this, we too, we can do something, we can make something out of our lives. I have a mentor that called me the other day and said, Chidi, do you know I used you to do example today in the office? I said, what's happening? I said he was trying to encourage the younger ones, the staff, and he was, look at Dr. Chidi, she has kids, she has a family, yet she's doing this. So it's awe-inspiring, but I try to encourage myself. At times, when the lights go off, I encourage myself.
All right. Before we continue, I'll call for a video on this. Yeah.
To where hard work and discipline is taught early. We were taught that excellence is intentional so that we stand firm, build and do our work well. Rooted in the knowledge of our origins and the strength of our people, our stories are shaped by resilience, our paths are built on consistency. From the hands that create with precision, skills live here, creativity thrives here, excellence is practiced here, where every detail matters. We tell our stories with clarity and share our truths with confidence. We build influence with intention, our voices reflect who we are and carry our identity. We build a strong foundation in the dignity of honest work, pride in showing up every day, strength in consistency, respect for the process, and strong value in our efforts. This is who we are, rooted in service to humanity, guided by compassion, driven by responsibility beyond self, committed to life, and purposeful in every action we take. It is not just a conversation, it is representation, it is preparation, it is intention made visible. And it is history taking shape from the dream team. We can do it.
February 14th, 2026.
International Conference Center, ICC. This is bigger than one person. This is about all of us. You are invited.
Enugu to the world, that passion, it really is getting to me. The more I speak to you, it's getting to me, I did tell you I've not met anyone who speak about Enugu with such passion, but the Guinness World Record, let's get back to it again. It's not a small feat to attempt. So, what is it for Dr. Chigi after this record? Because I'm already seeing this record home.
Amen. Okay, so I'm going to give you a general overview because, of course, after this, there must be outcomes, right? Well, what we planned earlier was to present a communique to the Enugu State government, but we're still waiting for them to respond. But beyond that, we want to launch a vlog and a mini documentary series. I won't tell you the name because it's still in the offing. To tell the world why we love Enugu. This is why we love Enugu. This is what is happening. More like extending the Guinness World Record attempt. Just capturing places, organizations, events, people, culture in Enugu and just showcasing it to the world. We're very intentional about that. So that is what we're looking to start post the world record attempts.
Okay, but there'll be more attempts after that, bigger attempts?
Definitely. From my end,
yes.
I can tell you that. But I know that I've had some people meet me and say, we want to attempt this, we want to try our hands with the Guinness World Record. So that should be another outcome where more younger people are motivated to, because in Lagos, countless number of people attempt and win this, world record, on a regular. So I think my attempt should be a jump start for younger ones to attempt to be, the Guinness World Records.
All right, that's quite.
It's something that gives me joy, thinking about it. Yeah.
But there's something we are missing here. We've been speaking about this very event, and we keep saying Enugu, but we've not speaking to the very location where this will be happening in Enugu.
Okay, it's the International Conference Center. One besides Okpara Square.
Okay.
It's 14th of February 2026 From 9 a.m. to 9 p.m.
From 9 a.m. to 9
9
p.m. and we'll be record holders.
We'll be
I'm
record
saying we
holders. We
because we
will
are
be
the
record
Enugu.
holders. We are the
Yes.
Enugu, yeah.
Yeah,
Sure.
and I
And
hope
that will be the first time Enugu will be recorded in the Guinness Book of World Records.
all right. And that's it for today on The Insights. And in case you're just joining us, we've been speaking to Dr. Chiegi Chiagorom, who is a healthcare practitioner, journalist, and currently Guinness World Record contender. I have made my own history today. I'm speaking with a Guinness World Record contender, and hopefully, Doctor, I hope that when we have this record in hand, you would be here.
We're coming back here. You can
All
count
right.
on
Doctor, it's been a pleasure speaking with you
so
on the
much for
inside,
having me. Thank
and
you so
we wish you all the best. And of course, we will be there with you all the way. Thank you. And to you, our wonderful viewers, let us know what you think. Remember that you are the primary focus on this program. Reach us with the hashtag The Insight, all at Aneke TV on Facebook, TikTok, Twitter, and YouTube. Let us know what you think. To come your way next week, I'm still your host, Uche Osai. Bye-bye.
Ndibo. This is a call to unity and thanksgiving. A historic day has been set. A day for one people, one voice, and one heart lifted in gratitude. For the first time in our history, Igbo archbishops and bishops, in one spirit, with Ohaneze Ndibo, have set aside the last Saturday of January as the Igbo World Day of Adoration and Thanksgiving. On January 31st, 2026, from 9 a.m. to noon, the Igbo people at home and across the nations will stand as one. One language, one faith, one voice of gratitude. In churches everywhere, worship will rise in the Igbo tongue, echoing a story the world cannot forget. A people who walked through war, loss, and long years of marginalization, yet refused to be broken. This is not just a service. It is remembrance. It is survival. It is thanksgiving for a people who endured with faith. Anglican, Catholic, Methodist, Presbyterian, Pentecostal leaders, together with CAN, Southeast Zone, invite every Igbo heart, young and old, near and far, to join this sacred hour. Prepare your spirit. Lift your voice. Give thanks to God for the Igbo journey, a journey of courage, faith, and triumph. January 31st, 2026, the Igbo world rises as one.
As technology continues to advance, artificial intelligence is finding its way into every aspect of our lives, including education. But as school experience with AI teachers and virtual classrooms, one question remains: can we trust AI to educate our children? Today, we hit the street to find out what Nigerians think.
I wouldn't trust AI to, they educate, but they can inform. There's a difference between education and information. Education is like training, taking over. You have a teacher in school. You should listen to your lecturer. It's not about what somebody says. Or this is garbage in, garbage out. Even those of us who use computer know that at a stage, computer gets confused on which word to put. The same thing applies to those of you who use Google to travel. At a stage, Google can carry you to another place. So you can consult AI when the need arises. is especially for research work. If you are writing your project now, there are things you want to get to know. You ask AI. AI will tell you. You put it in your work. Or if you are a student, for instance, or you are doing a research. Not that things you are supposed to learn in school, then you drop it and AI will take over.
Yeah. Because it's more understanding than anything. It's more they are more understanding.
One thing there is that change is the only thing that is constant. In this era, if you say that you wouldn't want your children to learn through AI or whatever, that means you don't understand the extent that AI is going. Yes, of course, they must have to learn through the use of AI, but that cannot replace the involvement of human beings, because AI may be efficient, but it doesn't have that empathy that human beings have. So there are certain things embedded in nature, made by God himself, that no technology can reproduce. And those things are why we cannot ignore certain other things that must be brought in, even as we use technology. But as for whether I would want my children to imbibe the AI stuff, that one is certain, because this is the era for it. A lot of things are now being done using AI.
I prefer human being. AI is a robot. It's not everything that he knows. But human being, naturally, there are some things he explained. It's not just how do I put it? It's not. It's sometimes you ask question and human being explain with nature, but robot don't know anything about nature. He cannot explain. It's only what he thinks is better. But let me just say, most of the time, ask AI a question, he will say he don't know it. But as a human, once you are educated and you exist, you just have a little reference to what someone has, even if you cannot tell the full detail of that, but you can give out something that the person will hold on.
I trust AI to educate me because it's an artificial intelligence which can make you to be what? To be computer literate, that will guide you, and also you can use it to empower yourself in order for you to be financial dependent. It can lecture you into technology aspect of life, which you can use it to produce a lot of things and be useful to yourself. I don't think that there is any negative side of it, because for my children, it helps them in solving their homework, which there is artificial AI, that is artificial intelligence app, that is in my phone, that will help my son to do some of his homework by himself in mathematics.
AI, there is the human factor. AI is not as calculative. AI cannot calculate, okay, this is what you need. For example, when you say my educational level, you mean as like different professions now. So for example, in medicine, AI does not know, AI does not have experience. So AI cannot train me according to what's happening in real life situation. It only has intelligence. There's intelligence and there's real life circumstance. So AI can't give practical examples. So in the negative side, I realize maybe it can make people become lazy, because every little thing people now jump to AI. It can reduce their intelligence quotient, because what makes people intelligent is stress their mind to think more. So AI can make people stop thinking, and which is now reducing their intelligence quotient, which means that whenever there is no AI, they can't function properly.
I'll prefer human beings to educate my children because I think they foremost had a knowledge about education. AI just came like a year ago or 2 years ago. In as much as, yes, the world is internet based and AI is what is the main issue right now, but I would still prefer a human than AI. Concerning our society these days, the children these days are so internet inclined. So, and we parents these days are trying to be very, very careful with what our children see online. So, if my child is above 16, I can trust AI, but below that age, I wouldn't want to because of what is in the internet these days.
The opinions on AI education are mixed. While some see it as future of learning, others remain cautious. One thing is clear: as technology shapes
our classrooms, the conversation about trust, qualities, and human touch in education is only just beginning. I am Chinaza Ifeanyi, Aneke TV. I'm Deborah Wakaba. Glad to have you join us. And now moving over to the headline. Representative demand one unified plan to save 141 million Nigerians from poverty. Nigeria deploys first phase of 100 electric airports shuttles. NAFDAC ends the era of such as alcohol in Nigeria. And now to the details of the news. The House of Representatives has called for an urgent overhaul of the nation's welfare system, urging the federal government to harmonize all poverty alleviation programs into a single coordinated strategy. Following a motion by lawmaker Khadija Ibrahim, the House highlighted the staggering reality. 139 million Nigerians are currently living under or living below the poverty line, a figure projected to hit 141 million this year. Lawmakers argue that the current fragmented approach is failing to provide a safety net for the 61% of the population struggling with skyrocketing inflation and stagnant economic growth. Central to the debate is the looming hunger crisis, which United Nations estimates suggesting that 35 million Nigerians will face acute food insecurity by the end of 2026. The House particularly noted the dire situation in the Northeast, where
Displaced farmers remain unable to return to their lands due to lack of equipment, seeds, and credit. To prevent a cycle of permanent dependency, the Green Chamber mandated the Ministry of Agriculture to fast-track the integration of these agrarian communities into the National Recovery Plan, ensuring they receive the tools necessary to feed the nation and restore local economies. The Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport in Abuja has officially entered a new era of sustainable travel with the deployment of 10 electric shuttle buses and 20 electric sedans. Launched on Thursday by the Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria (FAN), the new fleet is designed to streamline airside logistics and passenger movement while drastically outing carbon emissions. FAN Board Chairman Abdullahi Ganduje hailed the move as a major step in aligning Nigeria's aviation sector with global net zero targets and modernizing the country's travel infrastructure. This initial rollout is just the start of a broader green revolution for Nigeria's aviation hubs. FAN Managing Director Ms. Olubomi Kuku revealed that approval has already been secured for a total of 100 electric vehicles to be split between Abuja and Lagos. Beyond just cleaner air and quieter terminals, the initiative is being paired with a go cashless payment system to boost transparency and revenue efficiency. By embracing solar power and electric mobility, the government aims to position Nigeria airports as leaders in eco-friendly management across the African continent. The federal government has issued a stern mandate to its resident information officer warning that honesty and proactive networking are the only ways to effectively sell President Bola's renewed hope agenda. Speaking at a high-level stakeholders meeting in Abuja on Thursday, the Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, and told officers that they must act like ministers in their own corners by prioritizing transparency and coordination over speed. Minister Idris cautioned officials against acting as informal opposition, stressing that their primary capital is public trust. He reflected on the December 2025 security incident in Sokoto, noting that he chose to delay his official response to ensure accuracy rather than commit blunders by rushing. He urged information managers to hunt for facts themselves rather than waiting to be briefed, insisting that a well-informed officer is the only defense against the rising tide of misinformation. Echoing these sentiments, media experts and presidential aides at the session reminded the officers that while political bosses may come and go, their loyalty must remain with the nation. They were encouraged to master the specific mandate of their agencies and ensure consistent, professional storytelling in the national press. The meeting concluded with a clear call to action, aligned with the government's thematic goal or risk becoming a bottleneck in the nation's communication pipeline. The Nigeria Senate has officially revived a high-level probe into the Abuja-Kaduna-Kano railway line, labeling the deteriorating service a national emergency. After years of decay, the ad hoc committee tasked with investigating the project's contract and operations has been cleared for takeoff following a period of stall due to funding issues. Lawmakers expressed outrage on Thursday over aging infrastructure, frequent derailments, including a major incident in August 2025 and a massive slump in passenger traffic, which was plummeted from 10,000 daily travelers to fewer than 1,000. Senator Abdul Ngigi detailed the grim first-hand experience, noting that a standard one-hour journey now takes over 3 hours due to worn-out coaches and failing tracks. Senate President Godswill Akpabio added a stinging critic, equipping that even a bicycle or keke is currently faster than the flagship train service. With billions in Chinese loans tied to the project, the Senate is now demanding accountability from the Nigerian Railway Corporation to determine why a once modern symbol of progress has become an operational eyesore. Kaduna State has officially taken over newly rehabilitated public primary schools in the Daga community, GPR local government area, making the completion of a major humanitarian push. Funded by the European Union and implemented by Mercy Corps, the project is a key component of the Conflict Prevention, Crisis Response and Resilience Program. The intervention aims to restore normalcy and provide a safe learning environment for children in areas heavily impacted by regional instability. During the commissioning ceremony on Tuesday, Deputy Governor Farouk Lawal Job revealed that the school is the final piece of 26 project framework launched in 2025 to reconstruct communities. Beyond education, the initiative has delivered solar power, clean water, and veterinary services across 8 local government areas. Officials are now calling on the Daga community to take full ownership of the facility, stressing that local maintenance and the commitment to enrollment are the only ways to ensure the project's long-term success in building lasting peace. The presidency has launched a scathing attack on Peter Obi, accusing the African Democratic Congress ADC figure of abandoning his principles in his desperate bid for power. Presidential aide Bayo Nanuga claimed that Obi has made a stunning U-turn by aligning with political heavyweights he once dismissed as part of structure of criminality. The criticism follows a viral video where Obi reportedly acknowledged figures like Atiku Abubakar, Nasir El-Rufai, and David Mark as key leaders, a move the presidency describes as eating his own vomit. According to the presidency, Obi's shifting alliances prove he lacks ideological consistency and is willing to throw his supporters under the bus to suit his current political ambitions. Onanuga argued that effective leadership requires clarity and reliability, qualities he insists are absent in Obi's approach to the 2027 race. By embracing the very establishment he once campaigned against, the presidency contends that Obi has undermined his own credibility and misled those who believed in his message of radical political change. FCT Minister Yesom Wike commissioned 12 high-tech ambulances yesterday to bolster Abuja's emergency medical services, even as the territory's workforce abandoned their duty decks to resume on indefinite strike. While unveiling the vehicles and ordering the immediate recruitment of new health personnel, Wike insisted that his administration has already settled outstanding allowances and is currently rehabilitating 14 health centers. He warned that there would be consequences for staff who refuse to return to work, maintaining that the government remains open to negotiations but will not be held to ransom. The healthcare milestone was overshadowed by empty offices across FCTA secretariats, as the Joint Union Action Committee, JUAC, officially ignored a court order to suspend their industrial action. Despite the National Industrial Court's ruling and the direct order from the acting head of service to resume duties, union leaders filed an appeal through Femi Falana San and instructed workers to stay home. JUAC Secretary Abdullahi Sela urged members to remain disciplined and pray for the success of the struggle, signaling a deepening deadlock between the minister and the thousands of workers demanding improved welfare. Governor Chukwuma Soludo has declared war on the Monday sit-at-home order by introducing a mandatory attendance register for all traders in Anambra State. Speaking during a high-stakes meeting with market leaders at the International Conference Center in Awka, the governor directed that line leaders must now record daily attendance with registers submitted to local government chairmen every Monday morning. Soludo warned that while traders have a choice to stay home, the government holds the ultimate right to revoke the land titles of shops that refuse to open for business on the first day of the week. The governor slammed the continued closure of markets as a self-inflicted wound on the Igbo homeland, revealing that even Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has personally disassociated himself from the directive. To ease safety concerns, the state has pledged to deploy massive security presence to strategic locations and motor parks, insisting that anyone enforcing the illegal shutdown is a criminal aiding elements trying to destabilize the southeast. Beyond security, Soludo has hinted at a radical modernization plan for the Onitsha main market, which could see the aging structure demolished and replaced with a world-class facility featuring modern motor parks and walkways. The Ogun State government officially handed over the Tai Solari University of Education TASU to the federal government on Thursday during the institution's 17th convocation ceremony. Governor Daba Abiodun and the Minister of Education formalized the transfer of signing a memorandum of understanding, marking the end of the university's status as a state-owned entity. The move, originally announced in March 2025, is designed to strengthen teacher education and ensure a more equitable distribution of federal academic institutions across Nigeria. The historic event also saw First Lady Senator Oluremi Tinubu conferred with as an honorary Directorate of Child Education. In a major boost for the institution, she announced a 50 million naira endowment fund dedicated to the overall best graduated female student for the next decade. Governor Abiodun and former Governor Olusegun Oshoba also received honorary degrees, while the university celebrated over 4,700 new graduates, including overall best student Bolahan Awofala, who secured a 4.92 CGPA and millions in cash prizes. You're watching Aneke TV News and news across the country. For more news and live updates, remember to follow us across our social media platform, Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, or Aneke TV. Now here's a quick reminder of the major developments in the news. NAFDAC ends the era of such as alcohol in Nigeria. We'll be right back. In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Ndị Igbo, this is a call to unity and thanksgiving. A historic day has been set. A day for one people, one voice, and one heart lifted in gratitude. For the first time in our history, Igbo archbishops and bishops, in one spirit, with Ohaneze Ndị Igbo, have set aside the last Saturday of January as the Igbo World Day of Adoration and Thanksgiving. On January 31st, 2026, from 9 a.m. to noon, the Igbo people at home and across the nations will stand as one. One language, one faith, one voice of gratitude. In churches everywhere, worship will rise in the Igbo tongue, echoing a story the world cannot forget. A people who walked through war, loss, and long years of marginalization, yet refused to be broken. This is not just a service. It is remembrance. It is survival. It is thanksgiving for a people who endured with faith. Anglican, Catholic, Methodist, Presbyterian, Pentecostal leaders, together with CAN, Southeast Zone, invite every Igbo heart, young and old, near and far.
Welcome back. Still on the news, NAFDAC has officially resumed the enforcement of the ban on sachet alcohol and small glass or PET bottles under 200 milliliters. Director General Professor Mojisola Adeyeye clarified on Thursday that while the agency isn't shutting down factories, it is strictly prohibiting the specific pocket-sized containers to curb underage drinking and addiction. The agency argued that the cheap price and small size of these products make them too easy for children to hide and consume, leading to a rise in social vices and school-related alcohol abuse. The move follows a 5-year phase-out agreement that finally reached its deadline after extensions were granted through December 2025. Despite the health-focused mandate, the enforcement has triggered massive backlash from the Manufacturers Association of Nigerian Labour Unions, who warned that over 5 million jobs are at risk. While protesters argue the ban ignores economic realities for low-income earners, NAFDAC insists it will grant no further extensions, stating that the nation's health outweighs economic gains. The Nigerian Meteorological Agency has issued a nationwide weather alert for Friday, January 30th, 2026, predicting a mixture of dusty skies and isolated storms. Northern states including Kano, Katsina and Jigawa are expected to see visibility drop to between 2 and 5 kilometers as the moderate dust haze settles over the region. While the North Central will experience a slight haze throughout the day, the southern coastline faces a different story with sunny skies giving way to potential thunderstorms in Bayelsa, Rivers and Akwa Ibom. The Anambra State government has launched a major enforcement drive at the Orca Millennium City Estate, warning property owners to begin construction immediately or face revocation of the land titles. Led by the Orca Capital Territory Development Authority, ACTDA, officials moved through the site on Friday to address the disappointing pace of development, which has seen less than 20% of the allocated plots built upon. Managing Director Osi Onuko made it clear that the state will no longer tolerate land speculation, stating that developers who have held onto government-allocated land for over 3 years without activity are now in violation of the agreements. The crackdown is part of a broader operation, Keep Orca Clean and urban renewal strategy aimed at turning the capital into a functional residential hub. ACTDA is working directly with the Ministry of Lands to reassign undeveloped plots to serious investors who are ready to build within the government's time frame. Estate management has welcomed the intervention, noting that while they have tried to sensitize owners through meetings and emails, the swift government enforcement is necessary to transform the area from empty bush into a vibrant community. Nigeria's telecommunication giants are set to shatter investment record this year, pledging to exceed the $1 billion, which is approximately 1.4 trillion naira spent on network expansion in 2025. According to Nigerian Communications Commission (NCC), the massive financial injection follows a highly productive year that saw the rollout of over 2,850 new network sites nationwide. These upgrades have already led to faster download speeds and better video quality in both urban and rural areas. But the regulator insists the 2026 spending spree is vital to meeting the country's exploding demand for data. NCC Executive Vice Chairman Dr. Aminu Maida revealed that the upcoming investments will focus on closing the digital divide and strengthening the 5G backbone. While the sector previously faced financial strain, a recent 50% tariff hike has allowed telcos to return to profitability and restart ambitious growth plans. Nigeria's post and courier industries enjoying a massive windfall, generating 248.14 billion naira in turnover during the first 9 months of 2025. This represents a 56% growth compared to the previous year, a surge largely credited to the relentless rise of e-commerce and home delivery services. As Nigerians increasingly trade their physical shopping trips for digital orders, the logistics sector has become a vital bridge between sellers and buyers, even as the weak naira makes small-scale exports more attractive to the diaspora. In a major move to revitalize sports at the grassroots level, Zamfara State Governor Dauda Lawal hosted Super Eagles head coach Eric Shelley on Wednesday to discuss youth engagement and infrastructure. The high-level meeting focused on leveraging sport as a tool for social development, coinciding with the nearly 90% completion of the revamped Sadona Memorial Stadium. Governor Lawal emphasized that the partnership aims to create professional pathways for the state's youth, particularly with the new sports complex set to inaugurated in February 2026. Eric Chelle, who recently guided Nigeria to a bronze medal finish at the 2025 African Cup of Nations in Morocco, has been a central figure in the Super Eagles' ongoing 2026 World Cup qualifying campaign. The governor's followers have lauded the initiative, calling for similar world-class supporting facilities to be built across all local governments to attract and nurture young athletes. As Nigeria navigates a competitive international calendar, including the upcoming 2027 AFCON preparations and critical World Cup qualifiers, Lawal's focus on sports infrastructure signals a proactive, whole-of-government approach to youth empowerment. Kano Pillars forward and general manager Ahmad Musa has vowed to drag the club out of NPFL relegation zone after netting a crucial 1-0. The decisive strike marks Musa's third goal of the season and gives the four-time champions a lifeline as they claw their way back from a disastrous first half of the campaign. The club's survival mission has been a steep uphill climb made harder by a 3-point and 3-goal deduction following crowd violence during an October clash with Shooting Stars. Musa, who took on a dual leadership role this season, emphasized that the club's massive fan base remains their greatest strength. He stated that the best gift the players can offer the supporters is a consistent winning streak to exit the drop zone. With 23 matches played and 15 more to go, the race for survival is wide open, and the presence of the veteran captain could be psychological edge. Pillars need to navigate the high-pressure final months of the 2025-2026 season. Nigeria's famous socialite and celebrity barman, Cubana Chief Priest, has once again proven that his greatest hobby is mismanaging funds on his wife, Angel. Celebrating her birthday in a grand style, the socialite shared a viral video unboxing a mountain of luxury gifts, including 10 designer bags, high-end sneakers, and premium interior decor. Chief Priest jokingly apologized to his wife because one of the bags didn't make it on time, promising an even bigger surprise to compensate for the minor shipping delay. This latest splurge is part of a consistent pattern of extravagance for the couple. In early 2025, Chief Priest surprised Angel with a 2025 Range Rover autobiography and a Patek Philippe wristwatch, following a 2024 gift where he replaced her car simply because she mentioned being bored with the old one. Nollywood is reeling after actress Olatun Oloraju launched a blistering attack in Iya Laduke, the estranged wife of actor Femi Adebayo. In a series of explosive social media posts, Olatun claimed that the marriage hit a breaking point during the filming of Jago Jago 2 in October 2024, where Laduke allegedly did unspeakable things to her husband. Olatun, who was once a confidant of Oladuke, stated that she has been bullied and used as a scapegoat for a predicament she says the wife created herself. The most shocking revelation involves an alleged plot by Aladuke to destroy Femi Adebayo's reputation. Alaton claims that Laduke tried to force her to lie by telling the public that Femi was diabolic and had used the glory of his children and industry colleagues like Latif Adedimeji to achieve success. This public falling out follows months of marital turmoil for the celebrity couple who have since unfollowed each other on Instagram. The crisis reached a boiling point recently when Aladuke's eatery in Yaba was reportedly sealed by armed forces over an unpaid bank loan. Nollywood veteran Stella Damascus is the latest A-lister to join the viral 2026. 2016 is the new 2026. Social media trend reflecting on her journey over the last decade. Sharing throwback photos from her 2016 era, the actress poked fun at her past photos or past fashion choices, noting her eyebrows were given the Nick logo, while expressing deep gratitude for her personal and professional growth. The Nostalgia Challenge has taken over social media feeds with stars like Laura Ikeji, Toke Makinwa, and Mercy Abe sharing how their lives looked 10 years ago. Laura Ikeji described 2016 as her fire year of endorsement and engagement, while Queen Mercy reflected on her transition from a beauty queen to a mogul building generational wealth. Toke Makinwa used the trend to celebrate her role in inspiring women to write their own stories, proving that 2026 was a foundational year for many of today's biggest media icons. And now to end news across the country, here at the main point again. In a major shift towards sustainable aviation, the federal government has launched 10 electric shuttle buses and 20 electric sedans at the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. The Senate has declared a nation emergency regarding the Abuja-Kaduna-Kano railway line following reports of severe infrastructure decay and a 90% drop in passenger numbers. Meanwhile, the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, (NAFDAC), has officially begun enforcing a ban on alcoholic beverages in sachets and bottles smaller than 200 ml. We told you Governor Chukwuma Soludo has taken a hardline stance on urban development and civil order in Anambra State. He has warned property owners in the Awka Millennium City that undeveloped plots held for over 3 years will be revoked and reassigned. And that's news across the country at noon. For more news and live updates, call us or visit us on our social media platforms like Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, X, YouTube, or call our phone number 070-3043-7110. On behalf of the producer Chidima Osogwa and the entire news team, I'm Deborah Wakba. Thank you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day. In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
God is not far. He is in the stillness after the chaos, in the laughter of children, in the stranger who smiled at you for no reason. He is not confined to buildings or books. He walks with us in dust and rain, in heartbreak and healing. He is the answer before we even speak. To seek God is to seek love, and to find God, truly find Him, is to love deeper, live fuller, and give without counting.
Enugu State Government has convened a town hall meeting on land sector development as part of efforts to modernize land administration in the state. Held at the Dome Hall of the Enugu International Conference Center, the event brought together public officials, landowners, community leaders, and key stakeholders to deliberate on ongoing reforms in land governance and land titling. The engagement forms part of Governor Peter Mbah's broader initiative to strengthen transparency, improve efficiency, and provide clear guidance on land use policies, reflecting his commitment to inclusive governance and stakeholder participation. Speaking on behalf of the governor, Secretary to the state government, Professor Chidebere Onya, highlighted the importance of land as a critical asset regulated by legal frameworks. He explained that ongoing reforms are designed to protect legitimate land ownership and clearly define land classification within the state.
If we acquire the land officially, you have the right to be informed. If the land has not been acquired and you're being charged all sorts of things, you need to also contest it if it's not harmonized and in line with our land laws. You need clarity, and that meeting will help you. And again, you particularly, when you're done, please send an email to that. I'd like to know some of the issues relating to that area.
Also addressing the gathering, Managing Director of the Enugu State Geographic Information Service, NGIS, Mr. Chiwetalo Nwatu, provided updates on the state's land harmonization process. He revealed that ground rent, land use charges, and other property-related fees are being consolidated into a single annual payment structure, simplifying compliance and enhancing revenue administration.
The idea is to make land accessible, also ensure that issues of double allocation, issues of land grabbing, and issues related to people not being able to access their properties are sorted out while this administration is on. The impact of this in the states is simple. Today, before, even as we were in this meeting, several developers who were interested in coming here have signified further interest because of this reduction. One good thing that is going to happen is that you're going to have influx of people in the states, developing properties, house rents will drop, and there'll be more buildings, both for commercial and residential use in the states.
The executive chairman of Enugu State Internal Revenue Service, Mr. Emmanuel Ekene Nnamani, emphasized that tax filing remains mandatory and announced that residents with a national identification number (NIN) are automatically issued a tax identification card.
When we agreed with the matter and the market leaders, we agreed that when somebody pays his tax, he should not pay any other thing apart from security levy, which is being used to maintain what they call the order in the market. So I'm hearing for the first time that you are still paying any other thing outside the security levy. What the government approves is make payment of your tax, 36,000 in the market, then the union or the leaders collect what we call security levy. So outside that security levy, I've not heard of any other thing in any other market. And we have been doing it for the past 2 years, getting to 3 years now. So we have not heard about it. You saying it happened, then we need to do more investigation about it.
The town hall concluded with an interactive session where participants sought clarifications on policy changes and explored practical steps towards achieving a more transparent and efficient land administration system in Enugu State. Jennifer Onibo, Aneke TV.
Corruption in Nigeria is not limited to isolated scandals. It is systemic, deeply embedded, and sector-specific, affecting critical areas of governance, particularly oil and gas, power, the judiciary, and local government administration. These sectors highlight how weak oversight, institutional fragility, and accountability gaps continue to constrain national development. Nigeria's oil and gas sector, the backbone of the national economy, remains highly vulnerable to corruption. Despite contributing the largest share of government revenue and foreign exchange earnings, the sector faces challenges of opaque accountability, weak audits, and repeated allegations of under-remittance. Independent investigations into the period between 2011 and 2017 uncovered unresolved revenue discrepancies running into tens of billions of dollars. Crude oil sales, fuel subsidy claims, and joint venture arrangements have been particular areas of concern, while reforms like the commercialization of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited and the Petroleum Industry Act were designed to improve transparency, implementation gaps persist. Recent international asset recoveries, including over $50 million repatriated from the United States, illustrates the scale of past governance failures and the slow pace of accountability. The power sector also reflects the impact of weak governance on economic and social development. Since 1999, Nigeria has reportedly spent over $16 billion on interventions in electricity generation, transmission, and distribution. Yet, supply remains unreliable for a population exceeding 200 million. Audits indicate contract inflection, poor project supervision, and regulatory uncertainty as major challenges. Debt within the gas-to-power value chain has forced government bailouts and emergency payment to suppliers. Recent steps, including settlement of legacy gas debts, aim to stabilize the sector. But experts warn that without transparent procurement, stronger regulation, and disciplined subsidy management, energy insecurity will persist. The judiciary is critical in enforcing anti-corruption laws, but public confidence remains low. Surveys conducted by the National Bureau of Statistics and the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime show that judicial officers receive some of the highest average bribe payments among public officials. Perception studies consistently rank the judiciary among the most corrupt institutions, particularly in politically sensitive or high-value cases. Prolonged trials, frequent adjournments, and the procedural loopholes contribute to public skepticism. Legal analysts argue that stronger judicial discipline, improved remuneration, and institutional safeguards are essential to restore credibility. At the local government level, corruption directly affects citizens' daily lives. Councils responsible for primary health care, education, sanitation, and rural infrastructure are often cited in surveys for routine bribery and mismanagement. The National Bureau of Statistics reports that more than half of Nigerians interacting with public officials encounter demands for unofficial payments, particularly in local administration, policing, and utilities. Weak financial autonomy, political interference, and limited oversight exacerbate these problems, reinforcing distrust in government. Across all sectors, corruption thrives where institutions are weak. Oversight is limited and consequences are uncertain. While anti-corruption agencies report thousands of convictions and hundreds of millions of dollars in asset recoveries, experts stress that enforcement alone cannot fix systemic issues. Economic studies estimate that corruption costs Nigeria billions of dollars annually and could erode up to 37% of GDP by 2030 if reforms stall. Beyond economic loss, it undermines service delivery, widens inequality, and weakens democratic legitimacy. Policy analysts now advocate for a governance-first approach, strengthening institutions, ensuring transparency in public finance, digitizing service delivery, protecting whistleblowers, and guaranteeing judicial independence. For Nigeria, the challenge is no longer diagnosing corruption, but sustaining the political will to reform the systems that allow it to persist. In a country facing economic pressure, security challenges, and rising public expectations, governance reform remains central, not optional, to national progress.
Sexual and gender-based violence, SGBV, is one of the most pervasive and pressing human rights issues globally, affecting 1 in 3 women in their lifetime, often by intimate partners. Non-partner sexual violence affects at least 6% of women globally and among adolescent girls aged 15 to 19, with about 15 million having faced forced sex. In regions like Sub-Saharan Africa and parts of Asia, including Nigeria, the problem is particularly acute, reflecting deep-seated cultural norms, weak legal systems, and the lack of political will to combat it. In Nigeria, sexual and gender-based violence remains a challenge despite efforts being made by different stakeholders to curb the scourge. This is buttressed by the National Demographic and Health Survey (NDHS) 2018, which revealed that 30% of women aged 15 to 14 have experienced physical violence since age of 15. 7% of women in that same age group reported experiencing sexual violence at some point in their lives, while 1 in 4 women, that's 25%, have experienced spousal violence, emotional, physical, or sexual, by their husbands or partner. What is more disturbing is the prey on children and adolescent victims. According to UNICEF, 25% of girls and 10% of boys in Nigeria have been sexually abused before turning 18. This implies that 1 in 5 Nigerian girls experience sexual violence before 18 years. From metropolitan cities like Abuja and Lagos to rural areas in states across Nigeria, women, girls, men and boys continue to face physical, emotional and sexual abuse, often from those closest to them. In some cases, this abuse is perpetuated by influential members of the society. Even more disturbing is that the majority of cases go unreported, buried under layers of fear, ignorance, family ties, shame, and societal silence. Sexual and gender-based violence is not a new phenomenon. Its roots are deeply embedded in history, culture, power dynamics, and deep-seated inequalities in power and social structures, particularly those that perpetuate the dominance of men over women. It's a complex issue with roots in cultural norms, society beliefs, and historical practices that normalize violence and discrimination against women. One of the oldest and most significant roots of SGBV is patriarchy, a societal system where men hold primary power. Societies have historically placed men in dominant roles, with women expected to be submissive, obedient, and silent. This imbalance has often justified violence against women as a means of control or punishment. Harmful traditional practices such as child marriage, female genital mutilation (FGM), widowhood rights, and honor killings are deeply rooted in societal customs. In many cultures, these practices are normalized and rarely questioned, even when they involve violence. Historically, laws and institutions supported or ignored violence against women and marginalized groups. For example, marital rape was not considered a crime in many countries until recent decades. Slavery, colonization, and armed conflicts also contributed to institutionalizing sexual violence, especially against women and girls. SGBV is often used as a weapon of war or conflict, where sexual violence is inflicted to humiliate, dominate, or destroy communities during wars and internal conflicts. Women and girls are often disproportionately targeted by sexual violence. Women have also fallen victims to rape during armed robbery operations. Additionally, economic dependence on men has made many women vulnerable to abuse, as they fear losing support or livelihood if they speak up. In workplaces, schools, and communities, people in authority often exploit their power through coercion and harassment for the purpose of emphasis. Some of the factors contributing to the prevalence of SGBV include unequal power relations, inordinate sexual fantasies and orientation, harmful traditional and cultural practices or beliefs, gender stereotypes, lack of enforcement of laws, poverty, armed conflict, denormalization of violence in communities, stigma and victim blaming, family ties, the Nigerian factor, suppression of cases, low awareness about rights, weak institutional frameworks, unwillingness of victims' family to pursue justice, among others. In many cultures, patriarchal norms reinforce male dominance and female subservience, discouraging victims from speaking out or seeking justice. SGBV refers to harmful acts or abuse committed against a person because of his or her sex or gender. It is forcing another person to do something against his or her will through violence, coercion, threats, deception, cultural expectations, or economic means. It includes a wide range of abuses such as domestic or intimate partner violence, forced marriage and child marriage, female genital mutilation (FGM), sexual harassment and exploitation, emotional and psychological abuse. Sexual violence is any act attempted or threatened that is sexual in nature and carried out without the consent of the victim. Sexual violence includes rape and sexual assault, sexual abuse and harassment, exploitation and forced prostitution, It can happen within marriages, especially when there is a lack of consent for sexual activity by one of the spouses. Any sexual activity with a child, any person who has not yet completed 18 years of age, constitutes sexual violence. The impact of SGBV is far-reaching. These acts not only violate fundamental human rights, but also lead to long-term physical, mental, and emotional trauma. It has devastating effects on the development of a child involved, as well as on his or her physical and mental health. SGBV has health, economic, and social impacts on the victims. Victims may suffer from health disorders. Victims may be unable to work or attend school, affecting their economic independence. Survivors often face ostracization, stigma, and isolation from their communities. To combat SGBV effectively, there is need for a multi-sectoral approach that would involve as key actors public awareness. There is need for public awareness on the ills associated with SGBV. Victims, survivors, their families, and other members of the public need information on how to seek help and justice. They need a new orientation on how to handle SGBV cases. They need to be educated on the need of speaking up and seeking justice. Even when community leaders want to cover up, they need to know that there are support services available for them. Community education and media campaigns can help change harmful gender norms and encourage reporting. Strengthen legal. 1. Public awareness. 2. Strengthen legal frameworks. There is a need for strong legislation on SGBV, as well as strict implementation of laws. Existing laws like Child Rights Act 2003, Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act, VAP Act 2025, and Trafficking in Persons Prohibition Enforcement and Administration Act 2015 should be enforced to the letter. States yet to domesticate the VAP Act should do so and possibly establish special GBV courts or gender response unit or team. The Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act, passed in 2015, has been a significant milestone, but its implementation remains weak and uneven across Nigeria's 36 states. 3. Empower victims. Create safe spaces, hotlines, and shelter for survivors and support them with legal and psychological assistance. Only 30% of victims seek help due to fear, stigma, and lack of trust in law enforcement. 4. Promote gender equality. Address the root causes of gender inequality through education and economic empowerment. 5. Funding. Prosecution of SGBV cases requires funds. Prosecution of SGBV cases requires funds. The victims and their families are usually financially incapacitated to prosecute the case. In all cases, the prosecution is done by a government agency or ministry within the limited resources available to them. There is need for adequate funding to agencies or units and the Ministry of Justice to help them prosecute the cases. Logistic supports to volunteers and service providers on SGBV issues. 6. Increased number of state councils. Having a reasonable number of state councils willing to specialize in SGBV cases will definitely add an impetus in the fight against the scourge. 7. Naming and shaming. Just like Lagos and Anambra states have cued into the policy of naming and shaming the offenders, other states need to align. The Sexual Offender Register, managed by the National Agency for the Prohibition of Trafficking in Persons, NAPTIP, is only accessible online currently. The register serves as a tool to document and track cases of sexual violence and abuse, including those reported, arraigned, or convicted under the Violence Against Persons Prohibition VAP Act. The register includes information on convicted offenders as well as those who have been arraigned or reported, with varying levels of access depending on the user and the nature of the information. 8. Train law enforcement. Equip police, judiciary, and healthcare workers to handle SGBV cases with sensitivity and urgency. Aside the already listed measures, establishment of specialized SGBV prosecution units, a national SGBV agency, launched grassroots engagement structures, making it easy for victims to report and seek protection and justice in the case of SGBV. Strengthening of data collection and reporting systems, the designation of special courts for SGBV cases, operationalization of the VAP Law 2017, and robust multi-agency coordination can go a long way in fighting the systemic social malady. The origin of SGBV lies in systemic inequality, reinforced over centuries by culture, power structures, conflict, and law. To eliminate SGBV, societies must address these root causes by promoting equality, education, legal reforms, and accountability. SGBV is so pervasive that the United Nations Children Fund, UNICEF, and the United Nations Population Fund, UNFPA, have committed to the global movement to end violence against women and children, which began at the inaugural Women's Global Leadership Institute in 1991. Despite growing awareness and advocacy, millions of women, girls, men, and boys continue to face various forms of violence simply because of their gender or sexual orientation. This is why efforts must be doubled to tame this scourge, which is more than a societal issue, but also a public health emergency, a human rights violation, and a barrier to sustainable development. We must join hands together in fighting this menace. If you cannot prosecute or fund a prosecution, you can volunteer information on SGBV. You can volunteer information on SGBV. If you cannot volunteer information, you can create awareness or create a safe space for a victim. If you cannot create awareness, you can contribute to diluting the patriarchy, societal structures, and cultural hegemonic practices that normalize violence and discrimination against women. It is also important for state governments to support community initiatives as well as non-governmental organizations' efforts aimed at preventing sexual and gender-based violence crimes in the country.
Ndị Igbo, this is a call to unity and thanksgiving. A historic day has been set, a day for one people, one voice, and one heart lifted in gratitude. For the first time in our history, Igbo archbishops and bishops, in one spirit, with Ohaneze Ndị Igbo, have set aside the last Saturday of January as the Igbo World Day of Adoration and Thanksgiving. On January 31st, 2026, from 9 a.m. to noon, the Igbo people at home and across the nations will stand as one. One language, one faith, one voice of gratitude. In churches everywhere, worship will rise in the Igbo tongue, echoing a story the world cannot forget. A people who walked through war, loss, and long years of marginalization, yet refused to be broken. This is not just a service. It is remembrance. It is survival. It is thanksgiving for a people who endured with faith. Anglican, Catholic, Methodist, Presbyterian, Pentecostal leaders, together with CAN, Southeast Zone, invite every Igbo heart, young and old, near and far, to join this sacred hour. Prepare your spirit. Lift your voice. Give thanks to God for the Igbo journey, a journey of courage, faith, and triumph. January 31st, 2026, the Igbo world rises as one.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle, and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
God is not far. He is in the stillness after the chaos, in the laughter of children, in the stranger who smiled at you for no reason. He is not confined to buildings or books. He walks with us in dust and rain, in heartbreak and healing. He is the answer before we even speak. To seek God is to seek love, and to find God, truly find Him, is to love deeper, live a fuller, and give without counting.
Ndị Igbo, this is a call to unity and thanksgiving. A historic day has been set. A day for one people, one voice, and one heart lifted in gratitude. For the first time in our history, Igbo archbishops and bishops, in one spirit, with Ohaneze Ndị Igbo, have set aside the last Saturday of January as the Igbo World Day of Adoration and Thanksgiving. On January 31st, 2026, from 9 a.m. to noon, the Igbo people at home and across the nations will stand as one. One language, one faith, one voice of gratitude. In churches everywhere, worship will rise in the Igbo tongue, echoing a story the world cannot forget. A people who walked through war, loss, and long years of marginalization, yet refused to be broken. This is not just a service. It is remembrance. It is survival. It is thanksgiving for a people who endured with faith. Anglican, Catholic, Methodist, Presbyterian, Pentecostal leaders, together with CAN, Southeast Zone, invite every Igbo heart, young and old.
Yeah, you're welcome to another program of Arena on Aneke TV, Enugu, Southeast Nigeria. That is where we bring you very incisive discourse on many of our national issues and, of course, even international issues. Today, we are going to discuss on a topic: energy crisis in Nigeria. This is a problem that has plagued the country, Nigeria, has almost brought Nigeria down to the lowest ebb, economically, socially, and otherwise. Every day there's problem of energy, especially where it involves electricity. The electricity in Nigeria has been wobbling. Today we have 2,000 megawatts. Tomorrow we have less than 1,000. Next tomorrow we have 5,000.
And of course, if you go to many parts of the world, many of these nations that are with the same level with Nigeria produce up to 30 megawatts, 30,000 megawatts of electricity. In Nigeria, we have all the resources. We have the coal for regeneration of thermal power station. We have the rivers where we generate from. And of course, we have large expanse of land and enough sunshine to generate solar energy. We have so many things to generate with, and even the wind turbine. But in Nigeria here, we are still looking for energy with which to gear up and become a productive nation. You'll find out that most industries perform below optimum level due to deficiency of power supply. And today, I have an erudite scholar who is going to help me dissect this topic. And I have engineer Dr. Edmond Chidoke Ogochukwu, an environmental energy consultant. You're welcome to the studio. He's also a teacher.
Thank you.
And when
I'm glad to be here.
So, you see, like I said earlier, the problem of power in Nigeria is a very difficult issue. Energy generally, we talk about energy, we talk about even the oil sector. Sometimes you have gas, not being supplied for the electricity production organizations to perform optimally. So, and I ask you, Enugu has been into this power generation thing, although the generating plant has not been done, but they have set the ball rolling. I want to ask you, the energy situation in Nigeria, how far?
Thank you, Rex. Energy crisis in Nigeria is a long-standing and multidimensional issue. It has been ravaging the country for many years. We all know that. Even a child of 15 years, 14 years, 10 years has got to know that there's an energy crisis in Nigeria. Despite the enormous energy resources, abundance of crude oil, we are richly blessed with crude oil, natural gas, wind, solar, sun rays. We are still battling with energy solutions. So it's appalling that it has been like this, and it is still unsettling. There's no sufficiency of energy supply, and it is still unreliable. One of the major challenges of the energy in Nigeria is inadequate power supply. And this stems from lack of maintenance of infrastructure, power infrastructure. The existing power infrastructure has not been maintained owing to poor funding. Apart from that, there should be periodic upgrading of energy system, energy infrastructure because of a growing population. We understand there's an improved healthcare, so population is obviously increasing, not decreasing. There's a reduced maternal and child mortality rate. So because of that, there is increase in the number of people in the country. It's appalling to note that Nigeria has an electricity capacity of 13,000 megawatts, but up to 5,000 megawatt is not generated. What is the reason? There are energy losses from different facets. Energy is transmitted to the consumer, but much of it doesn't go to the because of losses. How do they incur losses? Obsolete use of transmission lines and overloading of lines. So those lines need upgrading for them to cater for the existing population. Otherwise, the quest for solution of energy still becomes a mirage, a wild goose chase. So there should be system upgrade to match the existing population. Another major reason is over reliance on fossil fuel. Nigeria heavily relies on gas for powering of energy stations. And this has brought about a disruption in the supply system. It has made the system vulnerable to gas pipeline vandalization. It has made us to be dependent on that energy source for the powering of our station, which should not be enough. Instead of having an integrated grid, integrated power system that encompasses both renewable and non-renewable resources. Now, of course, we know that crude oil and natural gas, that's petroleum, is a non-renewable resource. One day it will deplete. And when it does that, when the chips are down, you find out that those countries who are not started harnessing renewable energy like solar, wind, turbine, will be left behind in darkness. So that's our problem, and it all borders on leadership. Because laxity and ineptitude is one of the major problems that is.
Yes, we will come to the laxity and the inept condition of our leadership. You said that the causes, you have enumerated a few causes as being the problem of energy in Nigeria. But I want to quickly ask, because you mentioned leadership. I want to quickly ask, so much money, so much fund, because you are talking about infrastructure, maintaining infrastructure, upgrading them, and all. So much fund had hitherto been plunged into power generation, power transmission, power infrastructure. So much money, and this money plunged into it sometimes do not seem to have any effect on the energy situation in Nigeria. You can see, or you can attest to the fact that power supply had hitherto been epileptic. That is why no organization in terms of production, companies, ever produces up to optimum level. So, what do you attribute these problems to? Is it because you are talking about leadership? You are talking about funding. You are talking about, of course, there could be more to it, sabotage and the likes of it.
Okay. It still borders on leadership to a reasonable extent. That's what we call poor or inconsistent energy policy, poor regulatory framework, and weak enforcement. Another important, very, very important, is integrity and ensuring that those qualified personnel that have the technical expertise to manage power sector are employed. It shouldn't bother on any maybe ethnic sentiment. The best brains should be there, not just best brains that have integrity. brains that are patriotic, brains that understand that Nigeria belongs to all, the brain that will understand that they are altruistic, that are selfless, that understand that if you don't do it well today, it may be a problem to your child in future. People who think in that direction. What happens is that before a power sector is or installed, there must be feasibility studies. There should be round-table negotiation. Team of engineers, the financiers, everybody, the government, they should be involved. Now there should be funding, and there should be contingency plan. That is the money that will cater for unforeseen expenses. I see no reason where a project should be abandoned because there is a lot of abandoned power projects in Nigeria, and I'm sure if all of them they are completed, we'll be out of this power crisis. Okay, look at the Ikere Gorge Dam. That's in Oyo State. That was built in 1982, but it had not been functional because of the use of obsolete turbine. Now look at Ohio Dam. It is in Ogun State. Abandoned. It should generate 9 megawatts daily, but it's abandoned. It's not operational. And there's another dam, hydropower plant in Delta State. It was estimated to be built at $39 million, but was abandoned in 2017. You can check out the Kashimbila hydropower in Taraba State. That one should generate 40 megawatts. Not functional. Okay, are we talking about this Mirage Mambila power plant that should take it over 3,000 megawatts? It's over 5 decades, since 1972, but it's not functional. And there are so many power plants, mini power plants that are yet to be completed in rural area, over 1,600 power plants from the studies. So if they should be completed, I'm sure that this epileptic power supply will come to an end. We have enormous infrastructure. We have economic infrastructure. We have a manpower to do that. The problem may lie on our personality issue, which is corruption. So I see there's no reason a project should be started and it's not be completed. You rarely see that in the Western world, where a project is started and is not completed. Is it that there's no feasibility studies? Because the feasibility studies take care of the financial risk. So if they say that there may be a disaster, maybe rainfall will damage a lot of things. They'll go with contingency plan, making sure they must complete the project. And this project should have the start date and end date. So the project have a timeline. So when it comes to Nigeria situation, I wonder what happens that some projects, government project that should have enough funding is not completed. That's a question for the gods.
That's a question to the gods. Projects are started, are not completed, and you have enumerated many power plants not completed, abandoned, or possibly abandoned. Yes, we have seen such development in the area of steel planning, steel plant. We said that it is said that the Jokuta steel rolling mill could not thrive because it is an obsolete Russian technology. That the people who actually wanted to get the steel industry developed in Nigeria went for something that is obsolete. And somehow you have mentioned that some of these other ones in the power sector are seen to be obsolete technologies that could not do. And what do you think? What do you think that the human tendencies, did in all that. Are you saying that there's a kind of sabotage by the people vested with responsibility, or that those who are importing manufactured electricity generating plants are somehow playing some tricks and roles so as not to make the power sector function in Nigeria? Because Nigeria is the biggest market in Africa for all these generating manufacturing plants overseas. And some of these plant manufacturing agencies might close shop if electricity functions in Nigeria. So, what's your take on that?
Yeah. Well, I think I had the conviction that there's a sabotage in power generation in Nigeria because that what we call quality assurance. We have SOM, Standard Organization of Nigeria. These are the government process. This is the government process that is best charged with what? Ensuring that the products that are brought into the country that have met the desired standard for usage. So if assuming we are importing products from the international community, from the Western world, that should be used, it should be certified to have that minimum requirement for usage. They should pass the ISO International Standard Organization 9001 for quality assurance, and it's also passed ISO 14001 for environmental management standard to ensure that the byproduct does not degrade the environment. That one is another big problem, pollution. So to give the byproduct is lack of social acceptance because the byproduct may not become environmentally friendly. So what I'm trying to say is that there is a sabotage. The product brought into the country should pass the quality assurance test. One, then the skilled personnel should have that technical acumen to do the installation, and there should be project monitoring and control team that ensure that the project is carried out in line with the best standard operating procedures, in line with the best practice. After that, okay, above all, there should be a policy that should be strictly adhered to. The work plan, the maintenance plan. In fact, they should have a Gantt chart which is embedded in the policy. When the project should start, when it should end, and the period of maintenance. Then there should be room for upgrading as the population increases. In the past, we used to have a very big television, but it has now been replaced by plasma, nanotechnology. That is it. So this, when as time goes on, the new technology overrides the old ones. There used to be Xander that used to send a message from one phone to another, but now it has been overwritten by WhatsApp. Just save the phone in your WhatsApp and just send it to the printer. You just print it for you. So gradually, technological advancement should give room to make it possible for there to be a revamping of power energy industries. Well, I'm sure they are now using new technologies which you have not started using in Nigeria. Otherwise, because I lived in the UK for 3 years cumulatively, and I've never experienced power outage. So what's the magic? We can do that if we try to shun ethnic sentiment and develop the willpower. We can do everything. There's nothing we cannot do in this country. So that is it. So and this lack of steady power supply, it is hitting hard on the economy. We all know that.
So, what is the effect on the economy?
Okay. Now, it discourages business investment. There are some enterprising entrepreneurs who are willing to invest in businesses that require constant electricity generation. So now when they invest now, and their aspirations are not met because there's no steady power supply. They will start using resort the use of generator, so leading to increased business costs. It can make the business not sustainable. One. Another one is that when you cannot meet meet up with the number of desired product that will serve the population, it will lead to poor economic growth. Because assuming you are required to produce 10,000 tons of fabric a day, because to meet the existing population daily, and you don't produce it, the economy is imploding. You are losing money. The government is also losing if it is government investment. So, and it leads to poor quality life, because you can imagine what people who live in areas where they don't have light, what they experience. They know they don't live, their standard of living is very, very low. So that is it. So power supply is very, very important for the optimal utilization of every resource, the optimal utilization of domestic gadgets makes life very, very easy. So of course, we know how we feel when there's power outage in the homes. So you can imagine what the businessmen who use electricity for the production of their goods and services, you can imagine what they experience, and it can even lead to a lot unemployment. When you employ someone and you don't, at the end of the month, you don't have money to pay the person. Of course, like a week ago, a company sacked some people because they cannot longer pay salary. So when you talk about sustainable development, it's not every investment is profit oriented. So if you are doing business and it's not getting returns, that is money, find that business is likely to implode, because this sustainable development is tripartite, has three fingers. Your business must be socially acceptable, it must be economically viable, and it must be environmentally friendly. If it is economically viable, but it is not environmentally friendly, there may be agitation from the masses. That is, you now lack social acceptance. So that is why I'm just giving an analogy to, and the analogy I'm giving, so that it will not match the issues of power supply. So when there's no power supply, people are bound to be unemployed. The government will be losing a lot. So it will be there will be a decrease in gross domestic product. So that is it.
There's going to be a decrease in gross GDP of the country when there is inadequate power supply in the system. And let me move a little from electricity. We are talking about crude, that is the non-renewable, you said, energy. You see, it is energy crisis, non-renewable. Yet, we have the crude, we have refineries, yet the prices of refined products in Nigeria are high. Why?
The prices of the refined products are high in Nigeria because of inconsistent energy policies. That's one. Two is because of weak regulation and enforcement. Some marketers, I believe they are dubious, and because of corruption, there might be that most likely there's connivance with some herdsmen and at the power sector. So that's why you find out that the fuel price is dangling, is just moving up and down.
Let me stop you shortly. We are pausing for a break. When we come back, we'll continue with our topic, energy crisis in Nigeria. Our guest, Engineer Dr. Edmond Chidoke Ogachukwu, is still here to speak further on this topic. I'm still your anchor, Rexarum. Just stay there Be tuned ever to Aneke TV.
God. God is not far. He is in the stillness after the chaos, in the laughter of children, in the stranger who smiled at you for no reason. He is not confined to buildings or books. He walks with us in dust and rain, in heartbreak and healing. He is the answer before we even speak. To seek God is to seek love, and to find God, truly find Him, is to love deeper, live fuller, and give without counting.
Our short break. Our topic today on Arena is energy crisis in Nigeria. And we had earlier said Nigeria is suffering serious energy crisis due to mismanagement and some of the things that Dr. Edmond Chidoke Ogachukwu has enumerated here. But I want to come back to you, Doc. You we were talking about the non-renewable energy, starting from crude oil, liquefied natural gas, and the likes. We have enough crude oil in Nigeria. In fact, it tends to be controlling our economy. In fact, we are running a mono economy as a result of that, because it is only from the sales of crude that the federal government and the federating units share in money to take care of themselves. Some of the states cannot even sustain themselves if they do not go into the federation account. So I want to ask, we have these things. We have refineries. The refineries are not working. And as such, the fuel prices are high. And the refineries has been there. And whooping sums of money were used in getting the refineries done. And the Dangote of yesterday is working and selling fuel less than the government sells. Of course, the ones that is being sold are imported as a result. So, why is Nigeria in this kind of situation?
Thank you, Uncle Rex. I still believe is a leadership issues, because I can't understand why Kaduna refinery or refinery why they will not be fixed, and a private sector, one man did the refinery and is giving fuel to Nigerians at a reduced cost than what Nigeria is giving. So it's a leadership issue. If the infrastructure, if they are moribund, they can be revamped, they can be upgraded. Government can do it. Nigeria has enough financial resources to do that. Because we are running a mono economy, just like you said, over dependence on one resource for survival. But that crude oil is a major exchange earning, and it gives enough money, enough funding to revamp the three refineries and adding it to the one is existing Dangote. So I believe it's a governance issue, it's a leadership issue. So if they should fix those refineries, and even that, like I always say, there should be a homogeneous governance in Nigeria, where the governors come together with the president and they will say that what you see in state A, you see it in state B and state C, so that they will close the gap between the rich and the poor, and also discourage rural-urban drift. So anywhere you stay, you will find out that all the necessary infrastructure you are enjoying in the state A, you'll be enjoying it in state B. If you want to solve insecurity problem, let it be homogeneous. If they want to solve water problems, energy problems, should be the same. Because it's one Nigeria, just like in the Western world. If you see Morrison's shop in maybe London, because London has a higher population, you see Morrison's shop in Leicester, you see it in Liverpool. There'll be, according to the population, there's this, but you find out that you don't need to go to London to stay because you live in the UK. So that's what I'm trying to say is that Nigeria can do better if they want.
If they want.
Yeah, we can do better if we want. I'm also Nigerian.
Yes,
so, but all it should be all hands on deck for you to actualize it. So that is it. So the refineries need to be revamped. It used to work before, so it can work now. If there's an upgrade. I even think if they upgrade it, you get to a higher capacity. If it gets to a higher capacity, it will take care of this existing. We have a population of over 200 million. Now, how can we have an electric installation of 13,000 megawatts, and it's giving you are generating only 5,000? It can't go anywhere. All those abandoned projects, including Opai, that project in the delta is Opai power plant. It's estimated to about $39 million. I check, abandoned in 2017. You can imagine a station, a power plant built, completed, is not functional because of obsolete turbine. Why don't they get upgrade the turbine? So that's what is amazing about the powers. So I don't know whether I should call it the sabotage. Maybe the leaders are trying to fix it, but the numerous middlemen that should get there are not doing what they're supposed to do, because the leader is sending C, B, C, D on an errand, or sending C, D on an errand through B. So I don't know whether it's the numerous middlemen that is the problem, or because the help, somebody that has some affairs may not get to everywhere. So I think there should be a total overhauling of the system.
Okay, sometime huge sums of money were also put into what they call turnaround maintenance term. Yeah. Huge sums. And in most of these turnaround maintenance, nobody has ever given account of what it has been able to achieve. We saw the last maintenance during the Buhari administration. I don't think there's been any other maintenance since then, or they are still putting in money. But after you put in money, you see the refinery comes out not producing. And one wonders, where is the money? Did the money go into the refinery, or the money, grew wings and flew away? That is a question that, so, and in your thinking, do you think that those given the responsibility of driving the policies in the power sector and implementing same, apart from just driving, implementation and so on, and those who are supposed to do the oversight, check whether these things were done as was planned by the government? So, who do we hold responsible?
Thank you, Rex. Yeah, is a turnaround maintenance is a maintenance approach that will ensure that the continuous and sustainable functioning of that system. That's called turnaround maintenance. And it is done periodically. If there is any money allocated for the turnaround maintenance, the management should ensure that those who are in charge of the maintenance are doing it the way they should do it. So there should be a monitoring team that will ensure that at any phase of the maintenance turnaround maintenance, they know that they have carried it out judiciously and in line with this best practice, so that if there is any flaw, it will be on the next section. So if there is a proper monitoring and control, I don't think so. The leaders, they have a lot of work to do. Like I said, the leaders should employ trusted men of integrity who know what they do, who are very adept, who are very skilled, who have the technical expertise in ensuring that the turnaround maintenance is carried out in line with the operating procedures, and they make sure that all the money voted for the tournament is used for it. Not only that, they will also ensure that there's continuous running of the project, the operation it is continuously. So it should be a continuous process. If you go to some other our neighboring communities, countries, those who are still very serious with power stability, you find out that power is a serious issue in any country. That's why the Western world, they have done very well to ensure that they have steady power supply. So without power supply, the country will be at the lowest ebb when it comes to GDP growth. We all know that. So the turnaround maintenance should always be monitored by a team, and the leaders, the administrators, or the management, the top management, their eyes should be on the turnaround maintenance.
And after doing all that, don't you think that there are questions for those people to answer?
Yes.
And if there are questions for those people to answer and nobody asks them, where are we heading to when people do not do what they are supposed to do? Because you will probably have seen that what persons given jobs to do, supposed to do, the person do not do it. Yet, the person walks free on the street with his head so high, and nobody gives a demand to it, or nobody interrogates why it has been like that. So, who will bear the cat? How do we make a demand on the system so that somebody will begin to know that he or she has failed in his duty?
Okay. Anyone who fails in his or her duty knows people should be held accountable for their misconduct, for their financial misappropriation, or for embezzlement. People should be held accountable. If you are given, if money is allocated to you to solve societal problems, it should be your own glory and living gain to solve it and print your name in gold than to misappropriate the fund. That is unpatriotism. It's lack of patriotism. So if people should have a sober reflection and understand that if you are given a task of solving power problems, if our power problem has taken us taken us backwards. So we should know that there's no, in fact, that's why it now becomes a norm. If it is a power supply for 2 days, people will be jubilating. But in the Western world, some places it's not. They don't think about it. They don't even. If you call somebody who has been there for years, was born there, and tell the person that you don't have, there's always power outage here, the person will not understand what you're saying. So it's terrible. So this power supply, power outage, power energy crisis can be solved. We have been depending on crude oil, petroleum resources, that's crude oil and natural gas. It has helped, but to a reasonable extent. The government, I'm confident the government is now trying to divest the energy resources by having an integrated energy system that will integrate non-renewable energy with renewable energy, just petroleum resources with wind, solar, and hydro. If they can do that, I'm sure it will go to a reasonable extent in solving energy problems in Nigeria.
So what's the role of corruption in all of this?
Well, the role of corruption is that it's a sabotage to economic development. That is it. The sabotage to economic development.
And in a corrupt situation, what is the government? What's the government's role to stem the tide of corruption, so that most of these your their projects and policies will see the light of the day.
Yeah, government. If the government, if they really want to tackle energy problems, they can by imposing stiff and stringent sanctions or punishment on 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 the parastatals or those who are responsible for any facing energy problems in Nigeria, and they're not doing it because it has been a thorn in our flesh. Energy energy solution has been a mirage, has been a wild goose chase in Nigeria, seeming unrealizable, but it can be realized. The government can do something to make sure that there was a time in Nigeria, in Enugu State here, where we have had a steady power supply to a reasonable extent. So if they, I'm sure, but I'm optimistic that with time, this energy problem will be solved. And if it is solved, our GDP will increase and Nigeria will become a greater nation.
Well, your optimism, let it not be another mirage, because we have the anti-graft agencies. The anti-graft agency, ICPC, EFCC, the other bureau, these are agencies that are vested with, and the police even, vested with checkmating corrupt practices. And all this while, we have not seen people coming out to say something as to taking corrupt persons in the power sector, in the energy sector, to court and jail such persons. Or those that Nigeria voted money to sink into turnaround maintenance, sink into distribution lines, sink into generation lines, sink into hydro. Even those who took the contract or who did the contract of these abandoned, obsolete turbines, what is it not economic crime? So why has the government not gotten these people to book?
Yeah, that's a critical question, and it requires an answer.
Critical answer.
Yes, critical answer. So why they have not been brought to book is a critical question. I will answer it. Well, like I told you, Nigeria is buffeted with ethnic sentiment, nepotism, and tribalism. That is why that's what I fear. And most times, special favors are given to relatives. So that before Nigeria will work, if somebody misappropriates fund in the energy sector, for it to work, that person should be brought to book. So that it will serve as an example to others. It should become a deterrent to others who anticipate to indulge in such nefarious activity. Otherwise, it will continue. So when special favors are given to relative in Nigeria, and it will be tied to sentiment, it is it's my cousin, it's my brother, it's my relative. So that's why Nigeria is not working. Let us become pan-Nigerians, become patriotic citizens. I don't want to blame National Orientation Agency, because a hungry man is an angry man. So the leaders, they also have their own things to do. They should create employment jobs for the masses, for the citizens, create social benefit for those who are not working, stabilize energy. This energy crisis should come to an end. I'm sure that if energy crisis comes to an end, it will solve a lot of problems. They can do that by upgrading power plants. Those abandoned power projects, they can revamp and they can upgrade it. They can do that. So I call on the government to upgrade those abandoned power projects. If they can do that, that means they'll be able to give the masses, the existing population, give them power at a reasonable cost.
Okay, sometime it could be said that our universities are churning out unemployable graduates, and as a result, lack the skills to work in sophisticated technological places. Let me talk about lack of skill in the power business, starting from generation, starting from transmission down to, of course, use. You find out that you don't have the this required skill for the sophistication that the power technology has assumed in the present time. So, do we have the skill?
Well, well, they lack, virtually lack the skills because, we don't have research institutions. Most times, the academic system in Nigeria will not give you the room to think creatively. If you have the research institutions, you find out that innovations from the research will fed into teaching, and innovation from the teaching will fed into research. Like those who are studying electrical engineering, computer, ICT, they should have research institute where they go for their internship. So I will employ competent power people in future. When you employ somebody who is very enthusiastic about his job, he will do very well. So if we have so that's why I'm saying that it borders on leadership. So if we have a good, if we have research institute that will groom prospective engineers that will take care of power industries, I believe it will go a long way in solving power problems. It still requires funding from the government.
Okay. Um, there is this question of infrastructural decay and poor maintenance culture. We already talked about it in turnaround maintenance, but we'll talk about it again in the electricity. There's decay in infrastructure. You see that so many of the places you have uh, transformers, when you're stepping down transformers, and in many places, some of these transformers are bad. Sometimes it will blow, and so on and so forth. That makes electricity not to go down to the homes for domestic uses. And of course, electricity not to even go to companies that require them for production. Sometimes a company will have to buy their own transformer, and even when the distribution agency are called, before they will, come and install this electricity for that transformer, you spend huge sums of money owing to corruption also. So, what do you think about that?
Okay. Each power distribution in the state, like for instance in Enugu State, Enugu Metropolis now, the power distribution system supplying electricity to the Transekulu maybe and GRA may be different from those supplying Old Biago, New Land and all that. So each station has those whose responsibilities are maintenance and making sure that there is adequate power supply, and making sure that there's no system breakdown. Maintenance of the system regularly, even daily. So they should be there. So each station, each unit has its own members of staff who take care of them. So if they continuously do the maintenance and monitoring, I don't think there's any breakdown there's any accessory that has broken, that they can easily change it within a fraction of minutes, and the power outage will not be more than like 20, 30 minutes. So it depends on the swiftness of those who are charged with the responsibilities.
And finally, you were talking about your research institutions in Nigeria, and you don't have a very serious research institutions in Nigeria. Is it a problem of government policy, not wanting to develop their own technology, or funding, or lack of will? Why is it so?
Well, we may see I may see it as a lack of will, because if they have the will, there's nothing in terms of socio-economic and infrastructural development that we cannot back upon. So I urge the government to develop the will to come to the rescue of the masses by solving energy problems.
And then what about the research institutions we have talked about?
Okay, well, the research institution will help to teach, to educate, or to enlighten the upcoming electrical engineers, service engineers, those who work in electrical power companies, on the latest, the best available technology, upcoming technology, emerging technology, not entailing excessive cost, that can be deployed in future in solving electrical problems. So it is possible we can do that. That is what is driving the Western world, who have been in steady power supply. So we can do that here.
On the area of electricity, how do we expand our involvement in wind, solar, and what have you?
Okay.
Do we have the environment for these ones?
Yes, it's an integrated system. We have it.
Okay,
Assuming we have
how do we get there?
Assuming we have 5,000 population in any metropolis, and we have a grid that generates a hydropower station that generates 2,000 megawatts, 2 megawatts a day. Then we have a solar that generates 1.5 megawatts, and we have a wind that generates 2 megawatts. And any metropolis needs 3 megawatts. There should be a closed system, automated system that can, when you have the cumulative number of, when you add any of the two sources, if it's able to give supply energy to the masses, you shut the other one down, and it keeps coming up until when it is filled, it shuts up completely. And when that one is exhausted,
you're becoming too technical. I said, do we have what it takes to get energy from solar energy, and how could we do that from the wind?
Yes, we are blessed with air and sunlight in Nigeria. We are blessed. So what we need is solar system. We can have an integrated solar system that store photovoltaic system that stores energy. After the storage now starts transmitting it. We can do that if we can do that.
And finally, what's your take in Nigeria attaining an energy optimum in level?
I'm optimistic that energy crisis will be solved in the near future, because I've experienced fairly steady power supply in this Enugu metropolis for some time. So if that is the case, Enugu state is just a state just like other states. So if there should be a cohesive and homogeneous system that will drive this energy solution.
Thank you. There should be a homogeneous system that will drive this energy problem and put it on track for Nigeria to attain a good energy level that will be able to drive her economy and grow her GDP, and make Nigerians get employment as productivity will be on a high side. Via this is where we draw the curtain on today's edition of Arena on Aneke TV. And with me, may I thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you. Yes.
And thank you. Watch Arena at Aneke TV all the time. Thank you.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070 30437110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Ndị Igbo, this is a call to unity and thanksgiving. A historic day has been set. A day for one people, one voice, and one heart lifted in gratitude. For the first time in our history, Igbo archbishops and bishops, in one spirit, with Ohaneze Ndị Igbo, have set aside the last Saturday of January as the Igbo World Day of Adoration and Thanksgiving. On January 31st, 2026, from 9 a.m. to noon, the Igbo people at home and across the nations will stand as one. One language, one faith, one voice of gratitude. In churches everywhere, worship will rise in the Igbo tongue, echoing a story the world cannot forget. A people who walked through war, loss, and long years of marginalization, yet refused to be broken. This is not just a service. It is remembrance. It is survival. It is thanksgiving for a people who endured with faith. Anglican, Catholic, Methodist, Presbyterian, Pentecostal leaders, together with CAN, Southeast Zone, invite every Igbo heart, young and old, near and far, to join this sacred hour. Prepare your spirit. Lift your voice. Give thanks to God for the Igbo journey, a journey of courage, faith, and triumph. January 31st, 2026, the Igbo world rises as one. In functional democracies and competitive economies, meritocracy is not a slogan, it is a system. A system where competence determines opportunity, performance drives advancement, and leadership is earned, not inherited or imposed. In Nigeria, however, the persistent triumph of mediocrity over merit continues to shape recruitment processes, elective positions, and leadership outcomes across critical sectors of national life. From public service employment to political office, from academia to corporate governance, troubling pattern has emerged. Access often trumps ability, loyalty outweighs competence, and short-term political calculations override long-term national interests. In the public sector, recruitment exercises are officially designed to be competitive, involving written examinations, interviews, and eligibility screening. Yet, multiple surveys and independent audits have consistently shown that informal influence, patronage networks, and bribery remain significant determinants of who gets hired. This reality has produced ministries, departments, and agencies burdened with underqualified personnel, struggling to deliver on complex policy mandates in a rapidly evolving global environment. The consequences are not abstract. They manifest in delayed project execution, weak policy implementation, inefficient service delivery, and ballooning recurrent expenditure with minimal value creation. When institutions are staffed without regard for skill or capacity, governance becomes reactive rather than strategic. The problem is not limited to recruitment alone. Nigeria's elective political system reflects the same crisis of merit. In many cases, candidates emerge not through rigorous debate, policy clarity, or intellectual depth, but through financial muscle, political godfathers, or ethnic calculations. Electoral outcomes frequently reward popularity, patronage, or vote buying over competence and vision. The result is a leadership deficit that cuts across local government councils, state assemblies, governorships, and even the national legislature, institutions constitutionally taxed with lawmaking, oversight, and representation, yet often lacking the technical depths required to interrogate budgets, scrutinize policies, or design forward-looking legislation. Other sectors tell a similar story. In education, the erosion of merit in academic appointment has weakened research quality and global competitiveness. In some tertiary institutions, promotions and leadership roles are influenced more by internal politics than scholarly output. In the corporate space, family ties and informal networks sometimes override professional management principles, limiting innovation and sustainability. Ironically, Nigeria continues to produce world-class professionals who excel in merit-driven systems abroad, from medicine and engineering to technology, finance, and academia. Their success outside the country reinforces a painful truth. The problem is not Nigerian capacity or Nigerian systems. Countries that have achieved rapid development offer contrasting examples. Singapore, Rwanda, and South Korea institutionalize meritocracy through transparent recruitment, performance-based promotion, and zero tolerance for patronage. Leadership selection in these systems prioritize competence, integrity, and accountability, even when politically inconvenient. Back home, the cost of failing to do the same is increasingly evident. Brain drain has accelerated as skilled Nigerians seek environments where effort is rewarded fairly. Public trust in institutions has declined, and citizens grow more cynical about processes they perceive as rigged or predetermined. Yet, experts argue that the tide can be turned. Strengthening meritocracy requires deliberate reform, not rhetoric. Transparent digital recruitment platforms, independently supervised examinations, enforceable sanctions for recruitment breaches, and clear performance metrics are critical starting points. In the political space, electoral reforms that reduce the influence of money, strengthen internal party democracy, and encourage issue-based campaigns are essential to improving leadership quality. Civil society, the media, and the electorate also carry responsibility to interrogate candidates, demand competence, and reject mediocrity at the ballot box. Ultimately, meritocracy is not elitism, it is fairness. It is the assurance that every Nigerian, regardless of background, has a genuine chance to rise based on ability and effort. Without it, institutions weaken, leadership falters, and national ambition remains unrealized. For Nigeria to compete globally, govern effectively, and harness its vast human capital, merit must no longer be optional. It must become the standard. In recruitment, in elections, and in every field where decisions shape the nation's future.
Hello, good afternoon. Welcome to the entertainment segment of today here on Aneke TV. I am your host, and I'm not doing this alone today. Of course, yesterday you missed the red pepper. Today we have the black pepper we're talking about. We're talking about the social lawyer and NG Baby. She's here today and she's here with the basketballs, with the tatafo, with the G's. But today we're going to have the what we call black tatafo. And I want to tell you that she's ready for all the controversy. Well, the Mr. Controversy is going to be here on Monday. I'm going to bring him to tell you that, so you guys will be ready for what it is. But today I'm having NG, and she's here supporting Nigeria, but wearing black and mourning the weekend, because morning the weekday, because the weekend is about to end. Now we're about to do it. Thank God it's Friday, and thank God really, really is Friday. I'm talking about no other person than one and only social lawyer. Hello, social lawyer.
I don't know what to say.
Social lawyer is shy. She's so shy.
I'm not shy, but I just want to say, Erin, every day you keep changing my name.
Yes, because
red pepper, black pepper, golden pepper,
yes,
brown pepper.
Brown pepper, do you get?
I reserve my comments.
No, comment your reserve, because when you reserve your comment, that means you have a lot going on in your heart.
Yeah, I have a lot, quite a lot going on, and I have a lot to say. And for today, it's like we'll do it vice versa, communication. Yeah. You name me black pepper. Okay. Green pepper.
Well, I cannot be green pepper guy because I'm already the commissioner for enjoyment. So are not pepper. No, pepper people. We bring the fun and the vibe, and we do enjoyment.
So what is meal without pepper?
Well, meal without pepper is like a sea without the sheep.
And so both of them go hand in hand.
They go hand in hand, of course.
So do you understand what I mean?
I am not still green pepper. She is the black pepper, and she's ready to give it to you hot. I know that you are ready for us this afternoon, and we are coming with a lot of stocks for you, and I'm sure that you're ready and you are seated with your popcorn. Grab your popcorn, tea or hot coffee, and get ready for this segment, because it promises to be long and
fun,
very entertaining and very fun. Man, she said fun.
Yeah, fun.
Yeah.
It's the ginger,
the ginger, the swagger, the ginger. Forget my cap. I am ready for you, because sometimes you see, Angie. I wanted to ask you: Have you seen a guy who is very calm and he's not talking? Then now next thing the conversation switches and he takes it all up. Have you ever seen such a scenario?
Yeah, I do that a lot. Most times when I become so calm, I just at that point I'm calculating one or two, and you're talking and talking. I just look at you, and once ever you get to that point where I have an interest in,
you pick it up.
Pium. I skyrocket.
you skyrocket. Because what we do here, we don't have rocket, but we sky. Man, that is what we are bringing to your way this afternoon in the Entertainment Show. And I want to start this edition with announcing to you that Kolu and Katefe are back to streaming live. That should be a good news for people. Should be a good news.
I got Kolu, I hate you. I missed.
You missed these guys. Okay, let me tell you something.
Kolu is
Kolu is releasing a song.
Okay.
Guess what? I was just reading about this guy. Portable signed him before.
Yeah.
So what really made why will Portable sign?
They say birds of the same feather.
They flock together. Right?
They flock together. So when too much people meet themselves,
they can. Okay. Let's both of them are back to stream, and
this is going to be mad and dope for.
And in the same news, Katefe is planning to go on a tour around Nigeria and African countries.
Do you understand?
They want to do speedway. They want to speed. But you actually know that Angie, I was asking you.
Who knows Katefe like that if not in Nigeria? That's another topic.
No. Who knows Katefe like that if not in Nigeria? The same way I could ask who knows speed like that.
No, they know speed though.
They know speed because speed actually has to, just put himself out there. Katefe has done a great job. Of course, it's not what you think.
So Katefe and Pella, who do you think is more great in this?
That's what we're saying. Katefe and Pella, who do you think? Well, I don't think Katefe is more popular than Pella, because Pella just had his stardom from the same streaming from TikTok.
But different streaming lines.
Different streaming line, of course. I know that this streaming thing. I don't know if you have seen that it's a problem. That there's nothing. Some people that are over serious will say there's no educational thing to get from it. But is it like working out? Do you think people can go and start streaming now and then they will have the same success as Katefe has had over just from last year till now? Do you think streaming is one of the ways people can get money and social media can give you that money that even being in a physical location cannot give you? Do you think that's really true?
Yeah, I think so. There's something that happened. I don't know if you actually saw something like that. Fina, the previous winner of Big Brother Africa, Big Brother Nigeria, she was like meeting Tasha. She went to an event. She wanted to stream live at Mrs. the last year winner of Big Brother, her birthday bash at night. She wanted to stream. And they were like, please, you don't stream here.
Yes, I saw.
You don't stream here. She was like, how can, do you know who am I? You don't even have a right. I said, everybody wants to stream. And, at a point, so when she had a little liberty to do that outside, and now she met the popular Tasha, Big Brother Tasha. Yes. And I was like, you should just put the camera and see, I'm here. Do you understand? Yeah. I'm live with because she was not behaving all rugged and mad. I don't know if there's a rule or mandate that says if you start streaming, be mad.
Well, there's a rule on Monday that says it. I used to
I don't know why everybody's mad when they're trying to stream.
It's because
they are trying to be. I was like, you are not borrowing. Calm down now. Must you disgrace yourself?
The thing is that the madder you are, the madder people come to your stream.
Are you serious?
Yes.
All I said to go put
now. 1, 2, ready, go. Madness. Setting.
Not me and you.
From mental mechanic to madness.
It's not me and you. I left that group chat.
No, I left it too because.
Oh my God.
No. The thing is, one thing you have to know about the streaming thing is that these guys, the more mad you are, the more mad that you are, the more you have followers. Now, yesterday, let me tell you a little story. I saw on X yesterday the son of the Prince of Qatar. That's the profile of the young man. He was crying that he's missing Kai Cenat. That he really wants Kai Cenat to come back to streaming. That his life goal is to meet Kai Cenat. That he doesn't mind giving Kai Cenat $100,000 sub on his live stream. 1, 2, ready, go. Because like very small ball. You know what I say? Small boy. It's a small boy. But you see that, this. Let's bring it to what these guys in. The other day, Katefe cashed out. He withdrew $120,000 cash. He got it cash, and he was counting. He was showing Pella. He was calling Pella on video call. And Katefe now has 2 G-Wagon, and he has a Rolls Royce Cullinan.
Katefe.
Yes. These guys are super rich. Not to talk about Pella. Pella himself is someone that that Jarvis returned the phone Pella gave him. Gave her, sorry. And Jarvis had to, say, that phone you gave me, that thing she now got the same iPhone 17. So how are these people getting this money? That's why I'm telling you that entertainment money. Okay, let me ask you, entertainment money and football and music money and streaming money. Well, let's not talk about this because let's talk about football money and music and music money. Which one do you think is more bigger?
Music
money and football money.
Football na blood money now. Na blood money. See, if I was opportunity to be a boy,
you will be playing football at this age. Wait, target name or target Or you go estimate target. Target. And then you
So
go.
no, it's also Chideke my yoga.
Okay.
Hit the target, get the mullah.
Well,
Do you understand? Are you compare what?
well,
No.
that is actually what we are seeing. Because
These people are being paid.
weekly.
Ah.
Okay, that weekly now. You know, most of them, they pay tax, they pay. But talking about streaming in Nigeria, as Nigeria has to, the federal government has to incorporate the tax law and all how it is going. Don't you think that there's still something about music money?
There's not so much
Okay,
about it. It's only when you're a big artist. Do you understand? You have known. Is it this thing that you have to promote and promote? This one, you don't need to promote anything. They'll pay you.
They'll pay you back.
I'm telling you, you don't need to promote anything. They will pay you. They will just be like, what are you doing? I will pay you.
Okay.
They'll just pay you.
I want to bring you to the next story that we have here. You know that they pay people on X. Do you know they pay people on X?
Yes.
Yes. So there's this man on X. His name is Lobby Stars. He like his name. He is bowed like Mba on X, and his name is bowed like Mba, like Pooja and the rest of them. His name is Lobby Star on X. That's where we got the screenshot of what he said. And he says, if X pay you 4 million naira every month, can you quit your job to take it to your full-time job?
Let someone say that again. Say power.
Powers. You get? He said, I think
no question. I don't think it's a question you are meant to ask me because who does that?
No.
I will overquit.
How do you overquit?
I will listen your destiny helper. I am still struggling. Jesus.
Well, he said, I think
the village people are very tight on that matter.
So that the people will say it. If X pays you 4 million naira every month, can you quit your job and make it your full-time job? NG baby, it's your baby. What do you think?
Don't. I'm not thinking like that. I don't even need to think.
I'm not thinking.
I'm not thinking anything at this point. I know what I want, and I know what X employ me. Hey.
Okay.
Who am I?
Okay, you know that.
You don't need to think.
Okay, 4 million naira.
Before you earn 4 million naira in Nigeria now, you know the kind of level you are.
Let me ask you, because these guys are earning a lot on X. How much do you think you will spend if you earn 4 million naira every month? Will you think that you just need to focus on that particular, because you have been shouting here? So yes or no, are you going to make X your full-time job? Why?
Why I'm going to make my ex a full-time job?
Not your ex.
No, my ex. I said ex.
Okay. Yes,
okay, why I'm going to make it a full-time job is the fact that it pays me high. Before you get a job paying as much as that in Nigeria, my brother, you know the line level you are, you know the kind of thing you would have said, and you know the kind of level. And see, let me tell you now, I've calculated it. Online money is just like blood money.
Yes, of course.
Do you understand?
Yes.
Now the only thing you just have to be creative.
Creative, right?
That is the only thing you owe.
But do you think it's only creativity that brings all this money?
See, you see, like I always say, once you ignite fire, do you understand? The problem is to ignite it.
Abi?
Once the fire is on, it's something that can be flaming up. It only stops when eventually that maybe say you try to quench it down.
Okay.
You can actually keep igniting the fire by adding some things. So you add fuel, you add this thing. So the problem is to start.
Okay. I like how you say the problem is to start. Now let me ask you, what like as a celebrity you are, because you're a celebrity. Are you not a celebrity?
I am.
You are a celebrity. Black pepper, red pepper, a celebrity pepper. I want to ask you, what investment do you think young people, apart from Dirty Friday that is going to happen this evening, what investment do you think 4 million naira can even get? Do you think 4 million naira investments what do you think 4 million naira you can use it and invest that will give you good money, because you actually need to have other streams of income? What do you actually think about that?
Okay, like I said, everybody just have to know what he actually is good at.
All right.
Do you understand? Somebody like me, I already know what I can really invest with, like with the 4 million naira. I mean, I know my area of specialization. I have a craft. Do you understand? Yes. So what I need to use to invest more money into that craft.
Okay.
Do you understand? Yeah. There is always, like I said, where the problem is the starting point.
Right.
No, to build up is not really that, because the starting, we will have you have to summon a lot of courage to start efforts to make the start, you know. And once you start building, it's just like the plan is already set. You are just taking it up. Do you understand? So I already have a craft that I know. I actually stream of income that. So when you give me the
How
formula,
many streams of income, I believe, of income do you have? NG baby, tell us.
now that question is what I don't know. So that my destiny people, my destiny helpers will not come after me eventually.
Okay.
So that's one thing I don't know what to say. But at that point, I feel like my source of income is just meant for God and God alone.
Okay. NG baby, she doesn't want to cast herself because me, I have many streams of income. I have river, oceans of income. As I'm talking to you now, the commissioner for enjoyment, I am live. And you see the way I'm dressed today. I'm dressed to bring it as it is, and that is what I'm doing. So after this show, meet me downstairs, meet me upstairs, meet me everywhere. Because if you don't have anything upstairs, you will not have anything outside stairs. Let me move on from that and bring you this.
But I want to ask you something. This question is a very tricky and finished one. You say you have
asked.
So you have multiple sources of income.
Multiple streams, rivers, oceans. Tell me.
So let me ask you.
Okay, ask me.
Do you think when someone has multiple things to do, when he or she is given that $4 million, he will not get confused on where to invest it?
Yes. Now you are bringing it, you are driving it home because you are zagadaring that.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah.
Now, if they give you 4 million naira, if you have many streams of income, being confused is part of it. It's normal. So there are people that will do, first of all, because I'm the commissioner of enjoyment, I want to triple this money, not through any other means, but through legit investments, through oil and gas, and through whatever it could be.
God, oh, my destiny helper, continue. So you have, like, when you say you want to invest in oil and gas, like this.
Entertainment too.
No.
As the commissioner of enjoyment, I'm an entertainer too.
Wait.
Let's
go one after the other.
Okay.
You want to invest in oil and gas.
I'm telling you what I will do, not that I want to.
You would do. You said it's part of, like, I mean, it's part of your multiple source, and now you have the 4 million naira, and you think
now I don't have it. They will give it to me.
Okay, they will eventually give you 4 million naira. And where do you particularly think you can actually invest it in that oil and gas? You just have to come oil, gas.
Hello, oil and gas. Yes, it is your one and only commissioner for enjoyment. I am live here on Aneke TV. Please meet me upstairs because I'm ready now. You wait receipt. Can make investment. What do you even mean? Are there not many things that you can invest? Please leave this matter. Let matter die in the hand of Matthias. Amen. Amen. Moving on, because I want to show you guys something, and this is a gist that I want to read it. It's from Miriam. It's a tweet from Miriam Obonna.
Miriam Obonna. I have a problem with that lady.
You have a problem?
I have with that.
What problem do you have with the lady?
She's just one particular person that. Okay. I don't know, will I say she knows how to control her audience and speculate some ideas into young ladies' eye, and we start grooming her. It's like that she has a fan base where people, like that fan base is just more like, I won't say ambushed women, but or bitter women, but I think at that point I will just make use of the word anguish.
Anguished women. Now, because he got a bit about language and he got a word about anxiety. Let's move on. Let's see what she said. She said, some men amuse me. Some men. Some men amuse me.
I'm not even ready to it, but I know that.
Especially the ones on this Twitter. Anyway, it just feels like they are out of touch with reality. You don't want to put any form of effort when going for a woman you like. You don't want to buy her flowers. Mommy, I can attack flowers, but let's move on. Take her out. Jeez. Buy her nice things. You don't want to do these things. I can attack flower. I said flower. She say you don't want to buy her flower. You don't want to get her things. You just don't want to do nothing. And you just want to tell a woman that you like her and that she say she likes you back and relationship don't start. No form of effort. I pity the woman settling for some of you, Sha. Hey! Angie, what do you think about this particular
thing? Told you that she sounds like a bitter woman.
Like a bitter woman?
Yes, but I totally understand her.
What do you understand about her?
Why would you want to take a woman out and you don't want to spend?
No, you don't understand. See, I wish that, okay, let me tell you. First of all, I like a woman.
This is about that you like before.
No, I'm just giving an instance.
Okay.
Because, first of all, I like a woman.
We all
and then, I want to bring this girl or to date this girl or to relate with this girl. Now, this girl now, what she's saying is that I should buy this girl, I should do extra. I should buy her flowers first. That's the woman I like. I should buy her flowers first. Take her out second. Buy her nice things three. Flower and nice things, not be one thing. You don't want to do nothing. Now, the thing is that looking at the scenario of relationship in Nigeria right now and how it is, how many men are doing this? And how many girls can you say that, okay, this one, you buy things, you buy. What if the girl you like is in a relationship?
Okay, let me tell you something. That's prior to what you have to talk to a lady.
Okay, so you don't you think it's good that when you are talking to this girl now, Angie baby, it's your baby. Don't you think when you are talking to this girl now, you should actually, first of all, have a conversation, and it is on the basis of her allowing you, not you bringing gifts.
Let me tell you something.
I be gift now, gift. Okay, your name is Gift.
My name is Gift. That's even why I know. But let me tell you something.
Okay, yeah.
In Nigeria, it's only poor men that complain of this. Poor habitual men. Poor habitual men. Because you can't tell me nothing. It's only,
what did you say?
You see that thing? Yeah, I'm not calling names, I actually did not call names, but somebody is reacting, overreacting.
Well, as the commissioner for enjoyment,
and you are not. Do you understand?
This reaction is for poor men.
I don't think.
Not poor. This reaction is for poor
men.
No,
let me tell you something. I don't think you understand the meaning of your name.
Commissioner for Enjoyment.
I don't think you understand it.
No,
and at this point, I question that name.
You know why?
Because these are things you don't even need to debate on this. Because assuming you are the instigated and propelled Commissioner of Enjoyment, like you claim to be, at this point.
For this thing you are saying, to show you that we are not playing here. Take, buy anything you want.
I'm taking it. Who am I?
Anything you want, buy. Let me just tell you that there's nothing. What do you mean?
No, let me tell you something. It's only a poor man
that does what?
That is always paranoid with this kind of things and this kind of tweets.
Nobody's paranoid.
You are paranoid because if you are not, why will you even bring this thing up? Because it's nothing.
No.
For a rich man, it's nothing. See, let me tell you something. If a rich man wants to woo a girl like this, let me tell you, you don't even need anything. You just be, please, you should just style your address. Everything will just land. Be like, the girl will be like, oh God, when will you even ask me out? Like, it's only a woman that struggles to woo a girl.
Wait.
You beg her and convince her you are the armor of my life. Without you, I can't breathe. Without you, I can't poo. Without you, I can't even do anything. But you see, a rich man does struggle to woo a woman.
Well,
he just needs to send you flowers.
Let me tell you.
Buy you good things. Take you on shopping.
Even
give you a black card.
Can I tell
what
you
are you saying? Commissioner of Enjoyment, I don't know how to enjoy.
Where is Mazi? Mazi, where are you?
Commissioner of Enjoyment, I don't know how to enjoy.
Where are you? Come and destroy this. Come and destroy the people. Oh, you are lucky the army. Where are these men?
See, today I dethrone you with that name. See, you see this card? Take it.
Give me your own now.
Take it.
If you
I did not claim to be a commissioner of enjoyment. Assuming I claim to be one, that the necessary things I will be doing, like I will tell you, please, I'm shutting down this place. That is what you said. Shut down.
Shut down the place where we are doing our show.
Yes, I would definitely shut down
the show, please.
Hey, see, commissioner of enjoyment that cannot shut down places for us. Commissioner of enjoyment that is always paranoid because of a tweet about what a lady is demanding from a man. I don't understand it. Today I dethrone you. What are you talking? See, today henceforth I don't want to hear commissioner of enjoyment. Today, commissioner of Guinea.
No enjoyment.
No enjoyment. I don't understand.
I cannot be commissioner of. I'm commissioner for. So that one is your own cup of tea. Now, as we move on.
Invest you. I know you say invest. My women out there. So I know you guys are supporting me. Like you understand.
Listen to me.
You understand? Let's dish it out to them. They don't know how it's going on. They don't know what is going on.
Okay, can I talk to you?
It's only a poor man that know how to speak English. A rich man don't speak English. They don't even need to warn you. They just move straight to the point and say, send your account number. It be like you be asking the man, when are you going to come? You're not calling me. The lady will be begging you. You're not calling me.
Send
but details. I will see your DM. I don't even
send it to my bank.
To your bank?
Yes. Send your account to my bank.
I don't know your bank.
Because my bank.
Ope. Did you? What
do you mean?
Which one?
Because I'm wearing green.
Oh my God.
Don't worry. Let's leave it. Well,
commission of enjoyment.
Let me tell you.
Henceforth, Lucy. Henceforth, today I dethrone you. When you were saying this, I was just, I didn't start it well. I just wanted it to land. When I said this lady is like a scorn, she always reacts like a scorn woman.
I want to ask you a question on a serious level. Let me ask you a question. I know that there's an art of wooing, an art of asking out. It's very cool. Any guy that will not do it is not really serious. Do you get? What I'm saying is, what this woman is introducing from this point of view is actually that you are going to put some effort, right?
Yes, now.
Now, when you put that effort, will you put effort without understanding or communicating? So now, let's talk about the taking outside. Because if it's to take out, that one is normal. Hey, Ange. Hey, Ango. Because it's not
You
Ange.
don't even need to call her Angel.
Hey, where are you? I am coming down to this place to pick you. Oh, you are done with work? Don't worry, I'll be there. My driver is coming to pick you. Now you're women. Take 1 minute and respect women. Don't fear women. We respect women. Now, let me tell you something.
Respect also.
No, I do. Now, what I'm trying to say is that looking at what she's saying, she's actually trying to talk about guys who are not putting the effort. If you like a girl, what do? You put effort. You go out, you ask her. But the going out is not that going out that is simping going out. Simple. Because there's a way a man will take you out. You will take him as a fool. Simple. Make I leave him there.
No.
I disagree. You're going to enjoy.
I disagree. I disagree.
Like, excuse me, dance.
I disagree.
Excuse me, dance. There's the way a man will take you out. You will not be serious with this guy.
You
if
think
he's
so?
Not talking.
You think so? You think so? Why would I? Let me tell you something.
Okay, what if you are engaged or you are in a relationship? So a guy,
guy, see, let me tell you. Let me ask you one thing.
First of all, find
let me ask you one question
before you begin to spoil her.
Commissioner of what?
Yeah, love you. Like a go better because a lot of silent killers. And a lot of what? Want to ready go? Silent killers. And a lot of silent killers.
Can I ask you one question?
Ask me one question.
Can I ask you a question? Yes. You will see. Have you seen? What will I use? If they give you good thing and bad thing, what will you select?
Bad thing go turn to good thing. I take good thing.
You take good thing. I said good and bad. Which one will you take?
I will take a bad thing go turn to good thing. So I take good thing.
So it's the same thing when you see do you like suffering?
Like suffering? How will I like suffering?
I'm asking that. Do you like suffering?
No, I don't suffer.
I know you don't like suffering,
I don't even want my enemy to suffer.
Do you understand?
Yes.
You see someone that makes life stress-free and someone that makes life stress-gaining.
Stress-free. Because
you
see the man. No, Angie, see the man.
Let's tell ourselves the truth, though.
No, let's tell ourselves the truth. We are talking about
in dimension of pocket. I'm talking about dimension of pocket.
Pocket, Abi?
Yes.
It's not like that. Okay, let's talk about this. You know that girl. Me, I'm pro woman. You know why I'm pro woman? Because these people are doing a lot for us as a society, and they are doing a lot for us.
Thank God that you accepted that women do a lot for you guys.
They do, of course, they do. I won't even talk down on that. That's amazing. Now, I want to talk about, you know, that last year, that period where a girl and a guy, that breakup, that guy was standing up to engage that girl.
Okay.
You know that a particular event that guy
that was content too.
That was content.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's say it was real. Because I know those things are content. Because how will you? All these things are just ras. Good marriages are not shown on the screen a lot. It is the ones that we break up, they will always bring out. So we know how these things plays and we know where we are. Now, I want to ask you, what if the guy, that was not really content. And the guy now insists that the girl will give him back everything that he has done for the girl. For instance, the girl will give him back the boutique, okay, or the girl will give him back because the guy actually bought car for her. So now the girl will give him back the stuffs he has done for the girl. Now, do you know, at that point, I was angry. You know why? You have done something for somebody already, and you guys have reached to this point. So why don't you leave it for her and let her be, and find you? Because if you came from poverty, or you came from your low self, your lowest point of your life, and you grew in your finances, and you're able to buy something like that for somebody, that means you have more. Do you get? So why are you asking her to give that thing back?
If it's someone like me, if it's someone like me that is very knowledgeable in the Lego field, it's a sweet case. So a very, very sweet case.
Did they add on it for this?
I like it too, because do you know this kind of thing? I'll be like, can you define a gift? Because once is a gift. Once is a gift. Once is a no. Once is a gift. I'll ask you, define a gift. Once is a gift, is a gift. And I will ask you one question. Have you ever benefited from me in any way? And you know, I am, as a man, if you answer that question, you are in a trap zone. You're in a trap zone. And once you answer that question, you don't enter.
Oh, excuse me, but what if safe? Nothing done.
That's where you have to be shaken as a woman, when he has not benefited from you. And most of this thing he gave you is just maybe to help you, and it's not a gift. Do you understand? I insist, if it's a gift.
Gifts are not meant to be refunded.
No, it's not.
Right?
Yes.
So when I give you a gift, because God gave us a gift, and he cannot, like,
assuming you gave the person on a contractual agreement that at this particular duration, you have that obligation to return it back. But because it's
wait, let's enter this law, because mental mechanic can't this law. What do you mean? As a contractual what do you say? Contractual what?
Entertainment.
No. Let me tell you, contractual
commissioner, why?
As a commissioner, my consequence, I am now. Come in, just come in. Now, let me tell you something. As the commissioner, when you talk about contractual agreement, is it not meant to be signed? Is it not meant to be? It's not just about. We will have a third party, ba?
So let me tell you. They are third party agreements.
They are fourth party.
They are fourth party agreement.
They are how many parties?
They are two party agreements.
They are one party.
Now, most especially, two party agreement is always a little bit hard to prove unless it's written down, signed and sealed.
Okay, so
now when we have oral agreement, do you understand? And that one is you can actually convince the court that this agreement was actually made. Do you understand? But it was an oral agreement.
Okay.
Do you understand? But to be on a safer side, it's always advisable that it becomes written and signed. Okay. Do you understand? But eventually, if the other party starts to deny, do you understand?
Okay, let me tell you something. I'll not ask you, but let me tell you something. If you look at how this thing is going, do you think that these guys, that girl particularly would want to, like, on what basis will I be loving somebody and I'm having a contractual agreement with them? That's number one. If I love a girl and I want to get some things for her, it's not going to be on contractual agreement.
Have you ever heard about prenup and postnup?
Yes, that's this marital kind of thing.
If they can have something like that in marriage,
do you know why they have those things? Leave this thing in our car. Do you know why they have those things?
Why?
You know that this is coming from, how many of our parents have those things?
Some well educated and sophisticated.
Well educated. You see where. Do you know? I don't want to say this on this show, but I think I have to say it. You know, there is something that there's a boundary in the mind. Back to mental mechanic. There's a boundary in the mind that when you exceed it, you have gone beyond. You are not going into immorality. You are going beyond. We call it pseudo morality. Where you are turning things around and you are turning things around, and you don't really know. Now, it's a mental pseudo morality. Now, look at what it means. It's a bit extreme from the normal morality. That's why you are seeing them having those contracts, and it's caused by when you are educated into oblivion. Ask one more Igbo now. What do you think? But no, let's talk about it, because, okay, will you do prenum?
Is it me?
Yeah.
I will do that under few circumstances.
Okay, tell us the few circumstances.
When I feel like when my other partner gives me a reason to do so.
Okay.
Maybe when I feel like this person has an aim, goal, and target for me to safeguard what I have.
Okay.
Or for him to, maybe he feels like I have a because for me, actually, I pray not to have someone that doesn't trust me. Okay. That's just the safest thing. Just have some, because a man that introduced this is trying to tell you, "Ne, I trust Okwange." Do you understand? Okay. Do you understand? But just know that the element of doubt is in that relationship, in that marriage, and it's inevitable.
Now, let me ask you,
because
we're talking about celebrity game now. We are talking about something we are talking about. Now, looking at this whole thing, do you think that it is something we should adopt, looking at the situations we've had around this earth? Like, do you think, or that you advise somebody? And first of all, why are we going to marry or be in a relationship? Of course, relationship can actually be like this, but why are we going to seal marriage without knowing or without finding out if this person is somebody that can take such a thing? That's my own. Now, we are not that, okay, we're going to be celebrities.
Yeah.
We are celebrities. But what I'm saying is, why is it happening? I just want to have your
There is a contradicting fact here.
Okay.
Now, see the basis of the assumption of prenum and postnum. Okay. Now, there is a circumstances where human beings are unpredictable. They can actually, there's something that the people will always say, change is constant. Okay. And you know that for the fact that change is constant, a person can actually, get what he wants, and, or like, that's why most times you marry a wife, some people complain, they marry a wife to a foreign land, all of a sudden the woman feels like, you can give her enough of what she already have. She cannot get enough of what she already have. At this point, she wants to leave the marriage. Okay. At this point, she feels that she can get it elsewhere, better than what you are giving her. She fell into a better opportunity. Do you understand? Yeah. It was not planned. You brought her into your house, your home, to make sure, like, you'll be like, this girl, I want to spend my lifetime with this person. I want to do it. At the point, she feels like, you cannot do it. She just needs to, channel her energy to another side. You see this kind of thing, you did not predict. Maybe she didn't even give you the initial side. So what you do, most men do, is just, should in case it comes to that. Okay. Let me just protect myself. Somebody like Hakim, that Hakim, the footballer, when he was winning, he had no intentions of safeguarding his property. Okay. Do you know? But for someone that is so much attached to the mom, maybe when this thing happened was when he was at a younger age, when he started playing football. This thing was just moved to the mom. Maybe he was too young to control this asset. No, most of this asset was moved to the mom at that point. Now, she is in charge. She's in control. Now, when maybe because of their closeness of relationship, now if he needs anything, the mother can never deny him. Obviously. Yes, now she don't know eventually that one day it will come to that point where those agreements or this contractual agreement will favor him, because see now people call him hero. People call him smart, being the now. If maybe he did not eventually.
We love you, bro.
No, he did not eventualize this kind of thing before.
Hakim, we love you, bro.
Do you understand? Now it comes into the play box to favor him, and he's actually using it to his advantage. See, another person will be like, so this thing can actually happen. So this thing we call social media is something that sells up some knowledge. Do you understand? Okay. Even to the innocent person can be a victim of that. It's just like you marrying a wife for how many years, and at a point, someone will be like, this is your son. See, Aboli looks like Musa that is down the street. Please. Tomorrow now, the mom will be demanding for a DNA test. And maybe when the thing is carried out, it eventually means like the boy is his, but it'll be like the question and DNA thing. They'll go to another hospital. Yeah. Now, you see, what impression are you creating inside the woman? An element of that, this man don't even trust me. See, that's where division and, argument and anything that can, destroy the marriage comes in. Because see, what is marriage without trust? So do you understand? So it's because when you trust your woman, when someone like this comes to you and be like, this boy doesn't look like you, what will you tell him? Okay, if he doesn't, now you give my woman belly, you ask him, he will be shocked. He'll be like, oh, sorry, I just meant to ask. There are things you just necessarily, like I said, marry who you trust and who trusts you. And you people will just, have this kind of flexible union. You understand? I'm sorry, rigid union, because I don't say flexible. A rigid one.
Angie, wait. Well, she has said a lot of things, and I want to let you know that it is something that we are learning, and we are learning it from now, and we are learning it from yesterday till now, till the next day, and we will keep learning because the world is full of knowledge. We will not be able to exhaust what we have in this world as knowledge. And I want us to go on a short break, and when we return, we just give it a little spice to the stories and entertainment. I hope you have been entertained and informed too, because the wow is what we do. When I return, I'm going to give you the rest as it is. Stay right here. Don't touch that dial.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070 30437110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
All right, welcome back again. I told you we're not going anywhere just for long because we are here dealing with the issues. And I want to tell you, just as we have been talking about this whole thing, by next week, we're going to bring you what it says pre-nop, post-nop, and I was doing this, and I'm doing this with
black
pepper. Because I told you guys today, just call me the man of the spirit, because when I tell you people something, just believe me, because there's no way I did not see this happening, or I did not see this coming.
Oh my God!
What are we? Today they wanted to demote your commission. If it will happen, well, as we're saying, as we are looking into what is happening, because we have just a short time to round up the show, I want to tell you that the band just yesterday gifted Slim Case a brand new SUV. Man.
Now I reached to shout. When I saw the car, I said, man. When we have this kind of sorry.
Okay, it's okay. It's okay. We understand. It's okay. All right, so
you need to cry.
You need to cry, man.
This car is sweet.
You know Slim Case. You know his song as a man.
Yeah.
He's the real as a man now. But he met the boss of as a man. That's the band. Nobody would believe that the band has such. In fact, I would have believed, because wonderful thing. I was thinking about the band yesterday, just randomly, because I used to think about some of these things. I started thinking about the band yesterday, and I was just thinking about the band. I was like, this guy, looking at how him and how they were doing more hits, his song Oliver Twist, all those things. I know that you actually know how the internet works. The internet recycles.
Yeah.
Right? The internet, the work of internet is to recycle a lot of things. When it comes back, it comes to a new generation. That's what happened to a lot of people who got popular. In the next 10 years, the songs we had last year, are going to come back next 10 years.
Yeah.
And they are going to be, that generation, they are going to embrace such sound. That's what happens. But looking at the band and Slim Case, what do you really think about, when will you start giving, as the commissioner for enjoyment, I want to give 100 people 10 SUVs, but it's not toy. It's not toy. I'm going to give you the real key. I'll give you people 10 SUVs. I will do, if the band did one, I will do 20. As the commissioner, what do people mean? And thank God it's Friday. That's what we're doing. But Angie, how many will you give if you are in the shoe? Like, okay, let's not talk about how many you give. Let's talk about Slim Case. Looking at the band, who has the band been to you? What's the song the band with? Like, what's one song you say, we have Oliver Twist, we have I go be your scapegoat for it. This song too. He sang with what's this name? I'm trying to get the song. You don't make me fall in love. This song.
When I was growing up, I used to usually take when I was like I like that song Oliver. Oliver.
They told us it's a Illuminati song.
I like that. I used to sing it random like carelessly like Oliver. My brother would just now come and band to it. Oliver.
Okay, awesome.
Oliver. Do you understand? I like that music very well. Oliver. He will not say twist, bim bim bim.
Bim 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 bim. Come on.
I come and dance. Anyway, actually when I found out that it was Devant, I said, "Are you sure the song was not copyrighted because Devant singing Oliver?"
Who sang it first?
I somehow there was.
Is it Choma Jesus that sang it? Choma Jesus sang it first.
You want to put more time in my mouth. You want to put word 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 in my mouth. But anyway, I forgive you.
Joe, forgive me because forgiveness is with you, as the forgiveness is with our daddy in the heavens. Well, I'm telling you that the band has really been a sensation, and congratulations to Slim Case. Slim Case, I love his song a lot. As a man, that song I played it a lot of times many years ago. It was the song I used to enter the stage as the celebrity referee. Well, I just unlocked one of my skills, and that's a celebrity referee. And I'm going to take this up next week when we come. Angie is wondering what kind of guy is this? Well, I'm special. And I am always and will always be special because I have a lot of things. Well, we are telling you that today is Thank God it's Friday, and I hope you're not just going out there.
TGIF.
Yes, GIF. Thank God it's Friday. Well, thank God it's Friday because you have to, calm down, relax. You know what we do on Fridays?
So
What do we do on Fridays?
I don't know, but that's what I'm saying. What's your Friday like? Let's schedule.
Okay, my Friday is going to be more of just a lot of work tomorrow, but
what's your Friday going to be
my
like?
Friday is going to be like rest, prepare, just think, do my stuffs and prepare.
Boring.
Rest, think. It's
boring.
What about your own Friday? To fry
Oble,
and to
Oble,
Oble. What's
Oble?
Oble?
My Oble fans understand.
Right?
Yeah, they do.
That's awesome. That's really awesome. Well,
yeah,
I'm not
they
an
do.
Oble person because I don't want to obey. I want to obey. That is very, very key to my life. Because Oble is the opposite of obey, so I want to obey.
Obey what? After obeying, what are you? What is it?
When I obey and the money comes, we can now do disobey. That's obey. It's okay. Well, moving on, I want to tell you that this is where we call it. This is where we're wrapping up the show because we have taken you on this journey where things got hot, things were heated up, and we had to settle it down because I'm telling you that this black pepper here would not let me rest. She would not let the matter rest. We entered Miriam Obona and everything escalated. Well, on Monday, I'm going to bring you the best of best, and the best of the guys, and the best of the men, and the best of the men and women, as we always bring them your way. I hope you had a good time. My name is Goodop Chukuma, and thank you very much, Angie, baby, for doing this with me today. Well, I think we are going to unlock something on Monday together. We really unlock something today.
Monday is going to be very, very hot.
You are going to watch Red Pepper on Monday, and I'm going to be here.
Wow. I think I'll come, I'll call, I'll give this glassy
so
view. So that nobody, you can't see me, you can't see me,
you can't see me.
You can't see me.
We are doing that on Monday. We are doing on. We can't
so anticipate very hard.
Let's come on Mondays. We can't see me edition of the entertainment segment. We can't see me. You can't see me, man. And this is where we call it a day. Thank you very much for doing this with us.
Yeah.
And thank you very much, you that is out there. I'm also your commissioner of enjoyment, and I want you to know that I am there for you, and I'm always going to be there for you. Have a wonderful time. Have a wonderful weekend. I will see you again.
And have a wonderful bule.
Bye. See you. Bye.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Ndị Igbo, this is a call to unity and thanksgiving. A historic day has been set. A day for one people, one voice, and one heart lifted in gratitude. for the first time in our history, Igbo archbishops and bishops, in one spirit, with Ohaneze and Igbo, have set aside the last Saturday of January as the Igbo World Day of Adoration and Thanksgiving. On January 31st, 2026, from 9 a.m. to noon, the Igbo people at home and across the nations will stand as one. One language, one faith, one voice of gratitude. In churches everywhere, worship will rise in the Igbo tongue, echoing a story the world cannot forget. A people who walked through war, loss, and long years of marginalization, yet refused to be broken. This is not just a service. It is remembrance. It is survival. It is thanksgiving for a people who endured with faith. Anglican, Catholic, Methodist, Presbyterian, Pentecostal leaders, together with CAN, Southeast Zone, invite every Igbo heart, young and old, near and far, to join this sacred hour. Prepare your spirit. Lift your voice. Give thanks to God for the Igbo journey, a journey of courage, faith, and triumph. January 31st, 2026, the Igbo world rises as one.
Aneke telivishọn heu agịrịgbo m dị egwu nkwa azụghị n'ahịa mgbochi ogwugwu kakwa ogwugwu mma heu mba ụwa bịa na ihe ebube eme mgbagbu ụwa gbatawa na ihe ebube emewa Aneke telivishọn na-emere ogbenye mere amadi ihe ị na-agba nkwụ ị na-eme nkepụta nwa ị na-akwa ozu ị na-agba akwụkwọ bịawa na Aneke telivishọn bịa ka ezuoru gị ozi ọma bịawa na Aneke telivishọn yidume heu na-emere ogbenye mere amadi ihe ụmụ Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị ịmara ebe oge ọrụ etiwo mọnwụ ntakịrị tụkwamọgwụ si nne ya mere ha ji wee weta Aneke telivishọn ọ bụ onye gbagburu agụ nna ọ dị na soshal midia ọ dị na mgbagbu ọ dị n'Enugu site.
We are happy to have you join Youth Focus once again on Aneke TV. It is the program whose duty it is to look inward to the lives and the activities of young people, and of course to provide solution to them, especially the areas where they are out of place. To achieve this, we'll make opinions, we'll give commendations, motivations, criticisms, and lots more. My name is Chukwuemeka Obasi, and today our focus is on the activities of the Young Farmers Association Nigeria. And our focus today, of course, we are making the Enugu State chapter of it case study. You can always find us on our socials. We'll have our Facebook handle, we'll have our TikTok, we'll have our YouTube, and as well Instagram at Aneke TV. And you'll never regret you did. That's where you see how amazing we can be with programs. May I introduce to you some very important personalities we have in the studio today for this program. They are the key executive members of the Young Farmers Association Enugu State chapter. And of course, they are here to have a one-on-one interface with you on the activities of the Young Farmers Association Enugu State chapter and Nigeria, as the case may be. From my left is the Secretary General of the Young Farmers Association Enugu State. She is Benedicta Naji. She is here for the program. You're welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Again, I have the President, Enugu State Young Farmers Association. And then he also measures at the Director, Agricultural Directorate, National Youth Council of Nigeria, Enugu State Chapter. Kenneth Eze, you're welcome.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Moving forward, focus for today, as you have heard, is that your association, which I think I'm a member. If you permit me, I will become a member. All right. Let me start with you, Benedicta. This association, Young Farmers Association, could you please give us a highlight of how it got started?
Okay, thank you so much. So, Enugu State Young Farmers Association, NCFA, was actually established as a movement, as a result of concern, to bridge the gap between old farming method and new farming method. And that's why we say that our slogan is new approach to farming. And so we help to
New approach to farming.
yes,
All
new
right.
approach to farming. So we help to bring young people together in a unified platform where modern and profitable as well as technology driven method are being used.
Okay, thank you so much. Ken Eze, you are here. You are the president. Yes, we are talking about how the Young Farmers Association existed, or how it come to exist.
Yeah, thank you very much. When I tell people this story, they'll be like, wow, really? 2014, when I came out of school, I went for youth service. So I did my youth service here in Enugu with the Federal Ministry of Radio Nigeria. Yeah, so I was a presenter. I served for 5 years. This thing that they tell you it's a federal job, you need to do, continue, then they will now retain you as a staff. So then I was just doing the job as a youth corps member. So when I stayed there for 5 years without salary, I was like, whoa, is this what people that will leave school will come and face? How can we solve this issue of unemployment and poverty and starvation in the society? Then I found that answer in agriculture. And I said, okay, then how do we go into agriculture? Because if you just tell the youth to go into agriculture, for them to go and start farming, seeing the kind of crude way that they go into agriculture, the traditional way, no youth will listen to you to go into farming. So I was like, okay, how can we make this thing attractive for the youth? That was why NCPA came to be. So when I said, okay, we need to make it attractive. How do we make it attractive? Let's start doing things the modern way. That is why in Enugu now, you now hear of sack farming.
But please, if I may come in, are you saying that before then there was nothing like Young Farmers Association?
No, there was nothing like Young Farmers Association.
You are the founder?
Yes, I'm the founder.
Okay, go on.
My brainchild.
Go on.
So when I tell people that this is my initiative, like, but it still bears the name of Enugu. I said, yes, this is what I want to give back to the society. It shouldn't bear my name for it to stand. Yes, like I can't even be the president. It shouldn't be like that. I will not be the president forever. Once I have the capable hand that is ready to drive that vision that I've created, I'll have to step aside and go to somewhere higher so that person can drive and continue. Like I said, it's for young persons. But the definition of young person is that once you are young at heart and you can drive and do the initiative of the young persons, you are fit to join us. But the age bracket is from whatever age range, 15, 18 to 35. So you can come in and fit in. We want to make sure there is food surplus in the society. We want to make sure that nobody goes to bed hungry. We want to make sure that we have food security.
Before you come to what you do, let's finish the background of the Young Farmers Association. You said it was 2014, right?
Yes.
Right. Then Benedicta, you're the Secretary General. Did you join the same time? You guys started at the same time. The same time.
That initiative started 2019 when I went to get my own farm alone, 2 hectares. So I got 2 hectares. I started alone. Then it was with somebody called Chibuzo Keke that has traveled to Lagos. Because when we started with 2 hectares, we lost in 2019 over 200 and something thousand. We went down the drain like that. So the guy now left out of frustration. Then I had to continue. Then I now met somebody called Honorable Kene, who's Odema. You must have heard about him. He's a rice farmer. So when he was telling me his ordeal with some herdsmen in his farm that they came to, ransack the farm, ate his crops and all that without any compensation, I was taken aback. I was like, wow. So if as a young farmer, then you have this kind of encounter, nobody is there, no association that will have the one voice that will represent your interests, it's not there to fight for you, then I say there must be an association of young farmers, or maybe a farmer group that can represent the interests of farmers, that can even protect their interests. Because with these headers clashes, you go to your farm, you don't see your crop, bandits. So we need a unified voice that can come out to act as an intermediary between the farmers and the government. So that was why we came about.
All right, I think I am interested in knowing when Benedicta joined. Benedicta, tell us when you joined and what interests you most. How did you come to be?
Okay, so actually a lover of technology. And because of that, we see that our approach to agriculture, when you tell a youth the old method of agriculture, just like you said, nobody will listen to you. I will not even listen to you, because what actually motivated me to join Enugu State Young Farmers is I love the fact that there's this gap that are bridging unemployment for youth, and also they are giving a new method using technology to drive agriculture, and that was what prompted me to join.
All right, thank you so much. Before we come to what actually is the activities of Young Farmers Association with the chapter, it is good we understand again from when this Young Farmers Association was formed till date. What has publicity been like? Are people aware of it?
Yes, it has been massive. When we started, right now, I laugh when I look at this thing. We created a WhatsApp group. It was just I, myself, and some of the executive members. We're up to about 15 or 10. So when the governor now, Dr. Barrister Peter Nvisumba, came into power, that was in 2023, right? Ending 2023-2024. Then, he came with this ambition of he's going to drive the economy through agriculture. So I think that was what prompted the massive influx of our members. So we grew from 100 to 1,000 and something members on our platform. And even up till now, up to today, I'm still getting calls that I want to join, I want to be a partaker of this thing, I want to join this movement, this vision. And now we now have a partnership with the ministry. So publicity has been wonderful. So once you go to the ministry to go and register as a young person, they will tell you, okay, you register with the ministry. There's also something called Young Farmers Association that you have to register with, because we also have some things with other states. Like we are in partnership with Nigerian Export Promotion Council, NNPC. We are in partnership with Raw Materials Development Research Council, MRDC. We are in partnership with the Nigerian Agribusiness Group, NABG. Right. So these groups are in the southeastern states of Nigeria. And the vision is to connect these other states to Enugu. Enugu are leading. And the big idea, the bigger picture is to be the leading name when it comes to agriculture in Nigeria. So before they will mention agriculture, they will mention young farmers, because we are young and we know we can do this.
All right, thank you so much. Let me come to more of what the activities is. What activity is.
He also I forgot that they're across the local governments.
Exactly, yeah. So we have coordinators across the 17.
Okay, that's wonderful. Yeah, no, I think Benedicta, tell us more of what the activities are.
Okay, so the activities are basically we train, we also promote startups as well, young people that are into agriculture. I remember, I think last year we had a lot of trainings on sack farming, where young people are actually trained on how to do to actually plant their crops on sacks, and then be able to and also they were also empowered. So we also do empowerment program as well. So as we train, we also empower them.
All right. Before now, there was nothing like training in agriculture.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I think agriculture was more like you follow your parents to farm.
Yes.
After that, what next? That's maybe the beginning and end of agriculture.
Exactly.
What you plant, you eat, and all of that. But today you talked about training. How do you go about training people, and what do you train them for?
Yes.
I think agriculture should be more of practical, where you go to the farm, you plant, and all of that.
Yes. First of all, you try to redirect the perception about agriculture. People see agriculture as a dirty business, as a business led for the old, tattered, unkept people that are tired, people that don't even know what they want from life. But no, agriculture should be seen as a thing that everyone must learn. It's a life hack, it's a life skill. Because if you don't know how to grow the food that you eat, now somebody can serve you poison, and you end up buying poison with your money because you don't know the process of how that was grown. So now what we are advocating for is that you should at least learn how to grow a crop, even if it is pepper.
You want everyone to be a farmer?
No, not that. Just like you say you must learn how to cook. as a man. I don't want us to.
Okay.
I just want so you now see cooking as a survival skill. Then just like you say, you must learn how to drive as a human because you don't know the circumstance that will befall you, and you see yourself facing that event for you to know how to grow your food. Because with the rate of how the demands are coming up, the population is increasing, things are going, and the food production is not meeting the demands day by day. That is how we have some people, the globalists will now come, and even in China now, they are now saying one family, one child because of that. Now they are now moving into other areas. That is why we now start having some kind of concept they are bringing into, so that before you plant, I don't want us. I'm just trying to regulate this thing to our discussion. So is a must for every household to know how to grow what you eat.
Okay, this Young Farmers Association now, is it not better we'll say it is an NGO, non-governmental organization? Benedict, sir.
So it's an organization that is impact driven. I want it's is it an NGO?
It could be per se because we work in partnership with the Ministry of Agriculture. So and the vision itself is driven around helping people without any other support. It's not for profit making. But in as much as we have the company angle of Young Farmers, which we have the enterprise. So what we do now is we sell some of our products, we offtake from our farmers, we process, we add value, and we sell. Sometimes we export, So there is an angle that if you say this is an NGO, it could be right. If you say this is a company, it could also be right. And if you say this is a farmer's body, it can also be right as an association.
Okay, this Young Farmers Association, does it only exist in Enugu here?
Yes, as the name implies, Enugu State Young Farmers Association.
That of Young Farmers Association, Nigeria.
Yes, we have Young Farmers Association, which was brought up again by the president or the wife of the president, that is Bola Remi. This is Remi Tinubu. They are brought up now this Young Farmers Association, so that we can have this club in schools. Now it's been driven by the wife of the first lady.
But growing up, I learned of a Young Farmers Club.
Yes, Young Farmers.
That was the old days.
It's not really active.
Okay.
What we have active then was just drama club. When you see people, club. Yes, or press club. You see, you go to schools now. If you can see a garden that is functional, you should be glad. But you hardly see a garden that is functional in a school. So these are the things we want to bring back up again, so that people can actually know the relevance of having a garden around. Now, why the issue of sack farming came to be is that you shouldn't be complaining of space as an excuse for you not to plant. That is why we have sack farming. So what is the concept of sack farming? Getting an empty sack, clean it up, get your good soil, mix it with your manure, put it in a bag, and you put your seed or seedlings there and you start growing. If you come to my house now, I have potato planted in my sack, I have pepper, tomatoes, I have ugu, and these are things that can actually save you money. It's not everything you go to the market to buy. Sometimes they use chemical and pesticides to preserve these things that are harmful to your body. Somebody said something that farmers are the only people that use chemical to chase away rodents from attacking the plants, and they end up eating that same plant. You see, so we can have organic method of farming, which you can say, I wouldn't apply anything chemical to my farmland. Everything should be organic, because once I eat organic, I am looking healthy. And somebody says, you are what you eat.
All right, thank you so much. If it's now you're joining us, this is You Focus on Aneke TV. Topic for today is Young Farmers Association of Nigeria. Then we're having our focus to the Enugu State chapter of it. And we have the president here, we have the Secretary General. Thank you so much. Let's continue. Are you saying, President, are you saying that Young Farmers Association Enugu State chapter, yes, it has not transcended to having a state chapter?
We have in the southeastern state.
Okay.
Under the umbrella of Nigerian Agribusiness Group, I am their regional champion for Southeast. So just like we have Enugu State Young Farmers, we have Abia State Young Farmers, we have Anambra State Young Farmers, we have Abia State young farmers. We have Ebonyi State young farmers.
What about other states of the federation?
We are still getting there.
Okay, now the wife of the president has also brought in the Young Farmers Association of Nigeria.
Exactly.
Have you, for any reason, maybe had a conference together?
Yes, there was one time the wife of the governor, was Mrs. Ginka, right? Or Ndidi, the wife of the governor. What is that? I've forgotten her name. So they had this program at Aneke Lake Hotel. You know, so I was one of the facilitators of that program as a young farmers president. So we taught them on how to actually grow things in a smart way using modern techniques to farming. So I'm really part of that, but not solely into what they are doing. But I believe very soon we'll get really involved. We pray that they should expand it and not just make it like a whitewash thing, something that the more you look, less you see, you know, make it farm fair. Because farming, there's a time it gets dirty. There's a time you need to roll up your sleeves and actually work things out, even if you want to work the smart way. But there are some times you really need to get your hands dirty, touch the soil. But that is a way of interacting with nature.
That's funny. That's funny. Let me come to you, Benedicta. What is the qualification for the membership of this association, Young Farmers?
Okay, so when you come to the qualification, there's no particular qualification. Just be passionate about farming and then be a young person, both at heart and physical. And then if you have farming, or whether you're a student or you're a farmer and you're passionate about being I'm passionate about this organization, I'm passionate about farming, I'm passionate about food security.
You have been emphatic with this being passionate. I think I like that. Yes.
Passion. Do you know what really keeps farmers now, right now, as we speak, is just passion.
Okay.
Yes. If it's because of the money, I don't think farmers make that much of money. I can put it to you that when I started 5 years ago, when this association started, that I've made much more money than people that started long time ago. And why? Because I came in and started smartly. Okay, I sell my service.
But I heard you say this is non-profit making organization.
I said there's a company angle to these things. If you got me correctly, I said there are three angles. There's an NGO, an association, there's a company which is called an enterprise. Integrated farming is an enterprise. So what we do is that we try to process things. My major aim is to let people know that they can actually make money out of these things. Farmers complain that they don't. Okay, now look at what happened during Christmas period. A lot of people bought bags of rice. I fell victim for that. We bought bags of rice to sell during Christmas period. And what happened? The president opened the borders to bring in grains from outside the country, and that crashed down the price of farmers. So what they could have done was to offtake from farmers. People that have already planted those products and ready to say, buy from them and sell out. You know,
are you saying that the president is not taking cognizance of the Young Farmers Association of Nigeria since the wife has?
I'm talking as there's something called All Farmers Association of Nigeria.
Okay.
Yes. So with that, now we can get down to the young farmers.
I was going to ask you, what are the modalities of meeting with people, these young people? Benedicta talked about students in schools.
Yes.
You and I know that there are students in tertiary institutions who are studying agriculture. That's why I have our agricultural department. I mean, faculties everywhere there in the schools.
I told you we have partnerships with people. I mentioned like 4 or 5 organizations that we have partners. So what they do is that from time to time, they do trainings that they put out there for people to come. We invite you. Whoever is a young person that is interested to learn agriculture can come. So these are one of the ways we get these people to come on board. Then we also partner with the Ministry of Agriculture too, which like it has been there for ages. So once you go there as a young person, they'll say, you're young, you need to get involved with these people. Then we also use through social media. We're on Instagram, we're on LinkedIn, we're on Facebook, we're on WhatsApp, we're on X. So you can meet us, even TikTok. We're trying to get, because these are, the Alpha and the Beta and the Gen Zs. These are the places you find them. So we're trying to get them from these areas.
Let's get to know the age limit once again, because I know a lot of young people watching us now may be interested in joining. Let's know the age limit once again.
Once from 10 10. By 10, you have started, playing with sand. Once you can play with sand, you are already interacting with nature. From 10 to 35 years of age, that is a legitimate age range. But then also admit people that are more up above that age range as stakeholders, our senior citizens. We have men like that. The other time, SSG was during the Ministry of Agriculture's World Food Day. So he was passing around. So he saw one of our senior citizens there, Mrs. Chukudi Louis. I'm still going to get him here to talk. So he was like, "Is this part of the young farmer?" I said, "Yes, he's at heart."
He's young at heart.
At heart. So we don't chase away people that are above that age range, because we know we can also learn one or two from them. And we know they are eager and passionate. Passion is a word. Yeah, that was what I was saying. Passion is the only thing keeping farmers in farming right now in the state.
All right, let us quickly come back to the meeting point between the State Farmers Association and the government, be it the state government or the government at the center. What's the meeting point? How have you interfaced with government? What are you doing for the government, and what is the government doing for you?
Yes. In terms of the data capturing, then also training on modern aspects of agriculture, modern techniques. Last year, we trained went to prisons, Enugu State Correctional Center. It was in partnership with the Ministry of Agriculture. The Commissioner of Agriculture was there also, the director, the PAMSEC. So I facilitated that program.
Was it sponsored by the government?
Sponsored by the ministry. Yes. So we taught these prisoners how they can farm smartly, how they can use sack to farm. And it was a wonderful. We saw about 1,000 plus prisoners there that really learned something. So we wanted to even push that forward also to other ministries, like Ministry of Education, Ministry of Budget and Planning, Ministry of this, so that we teach civil servants, because they needed to also advocating that a day should be off for civil servants to go into farming. Mondays to Thursdays should be when you go to your work. Friday should be go to your farm. We are pushing that to show you how important food is.
So forget about weddings and traditional marriages and Friday. Burials and all of that.
Saturday.
Oh.
Burial or not praying so that
but people must die. It's not in our discretion to decide that.
Pray that they are not more, so that
hey, all right. Thank you so much. Let's come to the aspect of grants and loans. Have you, in any way, since you have met with the government, you have interfaced with the government at the state level, do you have intention of meeting with them on the aspect of getting agric loan from the government, or grants, as the case may be?
Yeah, okay. Excuse me. Now they use this what's it called, SME, under the leadership of Honorable Chilofia. Yes, to disseminate these loans and grants to young people in enterprise and technology. So I think last one, there was this presidential grant that came on board that they distributed 50,000 to people, and there are still some more coming on. So it is through that medium that they reach out to young people through loans and grants. But we haven't had the direct offer from the ministry yet, from the Ministry of Agriculture. But we pray, hopefully, the only thing that we have gotten is this maybe input. The other time, about 4.something billion naira input, according to the media, and what was shared on air was shared to farmers at Okpara Square, where we got machines and all that. Then there's this other one, IFAD, also. They do this counterpart funding, where you bring 40% of the cost of the item, they now bring 60%, and I'll now give you. So these are the other aspects of how we get.
But Adisa, how will you feel if government wets into the Young Farmers Association, giving loans and grants as much as possible?
Okay, so I will feel excited because it will actually ease the process.
It's upon that your excitement that I will have to call on a very short break. We shall be right back.
Aneke television. How agribo mu di egwu nkwa azụghị n'ahịa mgbochi ogwugwu kakwa ogwugwu mma. How mgbe ụwa bịa na ihe ebube eme, mgbagbu ụwa gbatawa na ihe ebube emewa. Aneke telivishọn na-emere ogbenye emere amadi ihe. Ị na-agba nkwụ, ị na-eme nkupụta nwa, ị na-akwa ozu, ị na-agba akwụkwọ. Bịawa na Aneke telivishọn, bịa ka ezuoro gị ozi ọma. Bịawa na Aneke telivishọn yidume, na-emere ogbenye emere amadi ihe. Ụmụ Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị. Ị mara ebe oge ọrụ etiho mọnwụ ntakịrị tụkwa mọnwụ si nne. Ya mere ha ji wee weta Aneke telivishọn. Ọ bụ onye gbagburu agụ nna, ọ dị na soshal midia, ọ dị na mgbagbu, ọ dị n'Enugu State.
All right, back from the short break, we are still on the program Youth Focus on Aneke TV. Topic for today is the Young Farmers Association, and with the chapter to be precisely, and that is the activities and everything that happens there. And so far, so good. We have wonderful executive members of the association here. I have the president, who is Kenneth Eze. He is the president of the Young Farmers Association Enugu State Chapter, and he's also the director of the Agricultural Directorate, National Youth Council of Nigeria. He's a double-barreled human being in this aspect of life. You're welcome once again, sir. And again, we have the Secretary General of the Young Farmers Association Enugu State Chapter, who is Benedicta Eze. She's still here. Let's ride on. All right, before we went on the short break, we're talking about getting loans from the government, loans, and then grant and all of that. But let's come back to the hybrid crops. We have the hybrid crops and then the fertilizer. Are they not part of what you expect from the government?
Yes. Like the 6 months cassava stems and hybrid seedlings like tomatoes, pepper. These are the things we expect from the government. And also, I'm aware that there was this organization that came in to Enugu that distributed hybrid rice seedlings to people. We took it to Uzo and we shared to rice farmers. Yes, these are hybrid seeds. So they have been doing much on that. And they have Manamu's construction that is on bell pepper, very robust one. I think that is hybrid also. And we have lots of other people doing bigger things like that in the ministry. So they're actually moving forward. Yeah.
Okay. That is wonderful. That is wonderful. It is a bold step. But let me come in this way. I want you to emphatically itemize the achievements so far since inception of this association. You are the president.
Yes.
And I may not be wrong if I conclude that your target is to affect the lives of the Enugu State young people and beyond positively. So what could you mention to be the achievement so far?
Okay, so far we have increased the interest of the youth towards agriculture. Right now, you say every young person wants to join, because most times when they see me, they look at me. Older people actually, they look at me and they say, if this guy can actually go into agriculture and he's doing it and he's making profit from this thing, I can actually go in and do these things. And when they hear me talk, they don't hear me talk about old methods of doing agriculture. I'm looking at the future. I'm seeing of how we can use machines to actually plant and harvest things. So these are the things I'm talking about that are very, very okay, that we can get as a goal. So when I tell them that, see, we are young persons. We shouldn't be doing things like our forefathers and we expect a different result. If we want a different result, we should do things differently. So I started bringing the issue of sack farming, bringing the issue of hydroponics, growing plants using water. They grow plants with aeroponics. So these are the things. So when you tell them this, they're excited. They'll be like, wow. You even see them saying you can use your laptop and monitor the growth of plants. Yes, you can stay here and monitor how your plants are doing in whatever place that they are using your GPS camera. You can stay here and also discuss with somebody. You can export. And I tell them that agriculture is not all about going to the farm to till the ground. No. Once you're a processor, once you add value to an agricultural product to a farmer. So what it means is that you can actually be a processor. You can just get from the farmers, process, add a little value, you package. That is how you can even have your own company and you sell. Then you can even be the logistics between the farmers and the consumers. You can go into maybe delivery logistic company to offtake from these farmers and you supply. You can go into preservation, storage, getting a warehouse where these farmers can come and preserve their goods and they pay you. You can also go into exportation. So once you are in any of these value chains, you're a farmer. So when you tell them this, be like, oh wow, nobody has ever explained these things to me before. So they get so much interested and excited into it. So in that aspect, I would say we have gotten it. Then the numbers also have increased, then trainings and other things. But our target now is to crash down the prices of food in the market. Yes, when they say they are buying a bag of rice for 50,000, I will tell them that Ensifa, we are selling a bag of rice for 30,000. Come and buy from us. So that is the target. And we can only achieve that when we have massive hectares of land where we farm.
Okay, I think I'm going to come back to your measures to arrest food scarcity in Enugu State and beyond. And I know you are capable of doing that. All right, you mentioned that anybody that hears about you get excited. I've heard about it. I think I'm excited now. Thank you so much. Let me come back to you, Benedicta. Benedicta, you are the Secretary General of this association. And I want to believe you're already a great farmer. Tell us about your own personal farm and the crops you grow.
Oh, okay. So basically, it's cassava that I actually grow. And so growing cassava is one thing. I use it actually process as well as sell. So I offtake. And in that case, it's actually not easy, but we are pushing it, and with the new technology that we are using, it makes it a bit easier.
I think you're making
in terms of the clearing and all that, and then the telling of it.
Okay, I think you are making great efforts, but the pace has to increase because we have a target. I'm coming into the Young Farmers Association, and when I come, I promise you, I'm going to add up snarey, I'm going to add up piggery, I'm going to add up all of these things. I'll add up all of them to be a multi-purpose farmer. Yes. Are there where you are thinking of all of these other aspects of farming?
Yes, integrated farming.
Okay.
That's what we want to have. So we're looking for just support. The greatest hindrance to this thing is capital. Agriculture is labor intensive and it's capital intensive also. So once you have funding, and we are applying for grants. There are a lot of grants coming in and loans and all that. So once we apply as young farmers and we get it, we have established coordinators in this 17 local governments. So what we want to do is that we have farmlands in each of these local governments that we can take. We look at what is this local government good at? What do they do? What do they cultivate more? Like Ada and Uzu one, they do more of rice. Ada and here. Then you go to Aneke rice too. You go to Boka rice. You come to Uji cassava, cashew nuts, plantain. Go to other places. You see those things that they do. You give Ezeagus. You have so much of cashew trees. Even if you go to Ezeagu, there is a cashew plant down that is lying fallow. Nothing is being done there. Standard cashew plant. So we have gone there, and there are some places that you cannot even access because of criminality going on there. So once we curb the issue of insecurity, then we pull in capital and help farmers to go in there. I think all these things will be solved. It's not a rocket science. Getting food reduced, because sometimes I see them bringing trailer loads of plantain to the States, tomatoes, rice, all these things. But we can get these things here in our state. And people clamor for independence, this, that. We are not truly independent if we still depend on people for our food.
Is it not a gradual process? To me,
for 60 years.
Depends on when our interest is channeled there.
Exactly.
Because this Young Farmers Association was not there then, and today it is here, and you are making tremendous effort. That is wonderful. Benedicta, wouldn't you consider adding goat rearing into your farming system?
Well, I always, when I'm doing something, I like being focusing on a particular thing, because there are also people doing that, so I can get from them, and that's where I did partnership.
Did you offer some elective courses where you were in school? No, just a simple question.
But you measure on one. You actually measure on one.
No problem. I agree 100%. All right, Presido, let me come back to you. You are the president of the Young Farmers Association in Enugu State. And
you've measured up as well as the director of the Agriculture Directorate, National Youth Council of Nigeria. How do you cope merging these mighty positions at once?
National Youth Council of Nigeria, Enugu State Chapter, and the name Enugu State Young Farmers will also cover for National Youth Council Enugu State Chapter. But the only aspect of where I think the question is arising is maybe in connection with the federal, as a national body. How do we do? So I think what is even happening to the federal government is also happening to the youth body at the national. Because their interest most times is not really on agriculture. The other things their interest are maybe politics, governance, sports, because this aspect of youth and sports, while there's the feel that every youth should be in sporting activities, football and all that, they're not seeing youth as being part of the agricultural movement or growing the economy. So part of what we want to do is to ensure that the federal government as well as the National Youth Council from the national body recognize youth as one of the movers of the economy through agriculture. So when we talk about agriculture, we start looking at the youth representatives there that are actually making impact. So we are still getting there at the national level, beginning from the states, from Enugu State to the southeast to the national. So that is why we have the Nigeria Agribusiness Group and the Raw Material Development Research Council, which is under the Ministry of Science and Technology. You see, so we have written to them through the director of raw materials in Enugu 2 times. I've even gone to Abuja. I visited the minister there and other people, knowing how can we get these seedlings from the federal government to the states. So they should have, so these things are the challenges that we're trying to solve. And even recently, this current Minister for Science and Technology that was just brought in, we also Mr. Day, Honorable Day, also, we have written to him, we have contacted him, so we can have a one-on-one discussion how these youth can connect to the federal to get these things, because other states are getting these hybrid seedlings to their states. But what is happening? So they feel the southeastern states, they don't do farming, they don't go into agriculture. But if you go, that is not true. Go to my village, you see my grandmom still going into farming, busy, because that is what keeps her alive and strong. So these are the things we need to do to help them. We need to connect to the federal.
All right, Benedicta, let me come back to you once again. From this stream of discussion, I can see a lot of possibilities with the Young Farmers Association in Enugu State Chapter. How will you feel if through the Young Farmers Association in the nearest future we'll have food everywhere and people don't starve any longer?
Well, that's the goal and that's the target, actually.
That is the goal.
Yes.
And that is the target. Then, President, let me come back to you once again. I want you to tell us what you are doing, how you want to achieve tackling food insecurity in Enugu State and beyond in the nearest future.
Yes, one of the ways which I'm using to tackle food insecurity is through God Almighty.
Okay.
Yes, God is the supreme being, because if you don't tackle the aspect of the spiritual, I don't think you achieve anything, because these things are beyond what we see. The issue of food insecurity, number one, goes to how you produce your food, and sometimes being secured in your farmland. Sometimes we have heard a lot of things that people go to their farmland and from there they are being kidnapped, or some people will come and attack them. And God is the only person that can actually save things from God, that can actually save us. But at the same time, we're also working with the defense ministry, security, work with the DSS, work with the police, work with the army also. So sometimes we table some of these agricultural concerns and security issues. And also we have visited the imam for the Muslim Fulani community. We have had a meeting with them, knowing that there is this herders farmers clash in the state. We have had a robust meeting. We also had the youth representative, Mr. Alhaji Ali Kwankwaso, Mohammed Kwankwaso, who is also part of us. We want to know if we can actually have this cordial relationship with the herders, so everybody can coexist peacefully. We know you want to graze. We know we buy this meat from you. Yeah, we know you give us manure for our food to grow. But there should be a peaceful coexistence. There should be a boundary where you don't, and I don't bridge into your own. We can have that understanding. If we don't have that understanding, then there's an underlying cause that we don't know.
Okay.
But because I don't believe that we cannot have an understanding. Yes, I need you, you need me. So once we can sit down on one table and discuss, we can have a peaceful understanding. That can actually solve the issue of food insecurity in the states.
All right. Permit me to take you to the challenges you have encountered so far in your course of getting to the stage you are now with the Enugu State Young Farmers Association.
First of all, when I came, it was lack of knowledge, lack of expertise, lack of information, lack of sensitization, lack of awareness.
Okay.
People don't really know much. Yes. But when we came, we started, sensitizing them, creating a lot of awareness. That's why we talk about trainings, impacting knowledge, bridging the knowledge gap amongst them. Then another challenge is capital, funding. Some people will tell you they don't have money. So what we do is that we pay dues, we aggregate. Then the issue of sack farming now came on board. We sell, we do this to get money. So capital is a problem. Issue of insecurity, which I just mentioned now, was also a challenge. Then also the issue of which other one am I forgetting? Labor.
Okay.
Labor is very hard. To get labor now, even you yourself, you have pity on them. Because if you see a young person, the person is not under the influence of drug, the person cannot work. So that is how you see people taking tramadol, taking some kind of codeine, hard drugs, so that they can actually work. It's tedious. Sometimes I pity these people. You see them because if they don't eat, they will not eat. So that is why we clamor for mechanization. We shouldn't allow people to labor so hard to till the ground so that they can find something to eat. We can get machines to do that job. We're not talking about AI in agriculture. We're talking about robotics in agriculture. These are machines that can actually go to your farm with precision, and they will get the result that a human being will go and till the ground. And after, he will take the money that you pay him to go and buy drugs to treat that his back pain. So we're looking at solving this issue. It's not going to take only our efforts alone. We're looking for the effort of good-spirited Nigerians, the government, NGOs, and the media houses to make sure that this gets to the ears of people that are concerned to help us.
Okay. You talked about government, you talked about NGOs, you talked about media houses and all of that. Let me come in with the government. Benedicta, I'm back to you. Government, how would you like government to come in to help the Young Farmers Association of Enugu State?
Okay, so just like he said, we are urging the government to come in through bringing capacity trainings as well. If they can sponsor most of the trainings, as well as bringing machines so that we'll be able to use and farm. Young people can be able to use and farm as well, and also bringing all these fertilizers, and also as well as hybrid crops, so that it will be easier, all the raw materials, so that it will be easier for
All right. This is a media house. I assure you, you have spoken to the government and government has heard. The next is the feedback. Let me come back to you, the president. If possible, let us know where you draw your strength to work and to do possible things.
I draw my strength from God Almighty. He's the author and finisher of everything that I do.
Okay.
So God has been my driving force. There's this thing about, aside from that, there is this thing about helping people, giving people hope, seeing people live well, feed well, and have meaning out of life. Because I find that people sometimes do not, when you don't feed well, you can't think well. There is an aspect of food connection to the brain. By the time you feed well, you can actually, and sometimes we have this as an outreach to help people have a kind of sense of responsibility to other people, to think for others, to feel like, okay, you have taken 3 square meters of people that have not had one. So we try to sensitize them to make sure that they have that empathy. So seeing people having a sense of belonging, having a sense of purpose and meaning and direction in life drives me, gives me strength for me to continue, for me to do more. So even it gives me that opportunity to talk to the youth, to the younger ones, that see, you can actually live beyond self. Yes, You can actually live for others. That is how you find your soul purpose in life. You know, the sun wasn't created for itself, and the moon also. Everything was created for other things and for other people. So if you are here and you find yourself that you're comfortable, you should actually join hands with people that are actually doing things for other people. So these are the things that actually give me that. So when I see these things, see the results that are coming out, see people going into agriculture too, you know, changing policies and bills. You see people sponsoring things. People come and tell you, I can come and train my villagers. Ken, please come and train my constituency. Ken, please come and train. It gives me a lot of joy. So when I come down and teach even older farmers, when I tell them the modern techniques, they'll be like, wow, I've not seen this kind of. Sometimes when I brought even plantain in sack, I brought it there and they were like, is it plantain going to grow in this sack? I told them no, but we transplant. Okay. Even other things, even some people ask, okay, if you put a tuber of yam, a yam seedling in a bag, how many yam tubers does it produce? You can produce 5, just 1 tuber. So these are the things that we get. Even there are lots of crazy things there, even potatoes that is already getting to spoilage. If you take it and put it in your water, it brings out your vines that you can use and transplant to get more things. Your pineapple crown that you throw away and you eat the body, you can replant it, it will grow again. The pepper seeds that you buy from the market, those pepper that you grind, you can take them, dry them, plant them, they will grow and give you pepper. Tomatoes too, cucumber, the same thing. So when I do these things, I tell people and they do it and they see the magic in this thing, it gives me strength to continue. That is it. Thank you very much.
God will continue to be your strength.
Amen.
All right. Benedicta, on a conclusive note, I want you to speak to the Nigerian youth, especially the Enugu State young persons outside there who are not already members of the Young Farmers Association, to hurry up and join.
All right. Okay. Thank you. So, to all the young people out there, to all the young people out in Enugu State and beyond, we are urging you to join Enugu State Young Farmers Association, where you have new approach to farming, new method, because agriculture is a new thing, new way to go.
New everything. Yes.
Thank you so much.
All right. The president, before I let you go, I want you to shout out to your members of the Young Farmers Association, anywhere they are.
Ensifa, new approach to farming. Ensifa,
new approach to farming.
So what we are saying is that if you have eaten today, you need to thank a farmer. Yes, because they made it possible for you to have a meal. And I'm also extending this gratitude to the Commissioner for Agriculture, Patrick Wabezogu. He has maintained an open door policy. He's a young man at heart. Yes, he has given us that listening ear, and we pray that God gives him the strength to continue. We also thank our governor, Dr. Baizabita Bisimba, for also having an agricultural initiative to drive the economy. We pray that God will continue to bless you. I pray and bless all farmers, and I thank you, sir, Mr. Obasi, for affording us this opportunity to be here to discuss about young farmers. God bless you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Benedicta Nnaji, the Secretary General of Young Farmers Association in Enugu State.
You, sir.
Thank you so much, the President, Enugu State Young Farmers Association, Kenneth Eze.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Our viewer, thank you so much for being there. It's been a nice time. God bless you. Do have a wonderful day ahead of you.
Yeah.
Aneke television. How agirbo mu di egwu nkwa azụghị n'ahịa mgbochi ogwugwu kakwa ogwugwu ema. How mba ụwa bịa na ihe ebube eme. Mgbagbu ụwa gbatawa na ihe ebube emewa. Aneke television na-emere ogbenye emere amadi ihe. Ị na-agba nkwụ, ị na-eme nkepụta nwa, ị na-akwa ozu, ị na-agba akwụkwọ. Bịawa na Aneke television, bịa ka ezuoru gị ozi ọma. Television yidume heu na-emere ogbenye mere amadi ihe ume Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị ịmara ebe oge ọrụ etiwo mọnwụ ntakịtụkwa mọnwụ si nne ya mere ha ji wee weta Aneke televishọn ọ bụ onye gbagburu ahụ nna ọ dị na soshal midia ọ dị na
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Ndị Igbo, this is a call to unity and thanksgiving. A historic day has been set. A day for one people, one voice, and one heart lifted in gratitude. For the first time in our history, Igbo archbishops and bishops, in one spirit, with Ohaneze Ndị Igbo, have set aside the last Saturday of January as the Igbo World Day of Adoration and Thanksgiving. On January 31st, 2026, from 9 a.m. to noon, the Igbo people at home and across the nations will stand as one. One language, one faith, one voice of gratitude. In churches everywhere, worship will rise in the Igbo tongue, echoing a story the world cannot forget. A people who walked through war, loss, and long years of marginalization, yet refused to be broken. This is not just a service. It is remembrance. It is survival. It is thanksgiving for a people who endured with faith. Anglican, Catholic, Methodist, Presbyterian, Pentecostal leaders, together with CAN, Southeast Zone, invite every Igbo heart, young and old, near and far, to join this sacred hour. Prepare your spirit. Lift your voice. Give thanks to God for the Igbo journey, a journey of courage, faith, and triumph. January 31st, 2026, the Igbo world rises as one.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle, and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.